Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to PEPAGANDA on a Tuesday. We're getting this space started off right. Hope you all are doing well. Hope everybody is ready for some news and a little bit of PEPAGANDA. As you guys file in here, please do me a solid. Hit the like button on the way in. Really appreciate it. Helps all of us creators over on this space and keeps the stream going. Keeps us all happy. So, all right. Today we have some interesting topics to get to. I'm not sure that you guys even knew about this. I'll be completely real with you. I did not know that this was happening today. So there is a ICE whistleblower that gave his testimony to Congress. Thought that this would be an interesting thing to cover today. Got a few clips from that. Also got some news about some missing Epstein files that just when you think it can't get any worse, it always does. Not really going to be talking too much about the State of the Union. I'm still toying with what to do. It's almost like this is my job. So I should probably cover the State of the Union tonight. Quick thing to address. So it turns out that YouTube is, they're the babysitter of the internet apparently, and I have been put into timeout. It is a very temporary timeout. I think that I should be back up by tomorrow. If everything goes well, hopefully, fingers crossed, everybody. Fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed. Let's just hope that Pep Talks can rise again, because I had a little situation yesterday where I had my stream taken down for a certain violation. It is ridiculous. It's definitely the AI thing, but yeah, that's where we're at. So if you guys can do me a solid, actually, I'm not sure if I even have this listed, but I would really appreciate it if you can go over to Twitter or to Twitch. Oh my God, I keep doing that. To Twitch, and I know this is a big ask, but can you please consider following me over on Twitch just in case? Because I gotta say, it came into effect yesterday. But like I said, we should be up and running within the next 24 hours. It's just what a day for that to happen. But also, because I was toying with not covering the State of the Union address, I might have, I'm not going to say I deserved it, but definitely is not hurting as bad. So anyway, let's get to some of the news. Here we go. All right. So this is the whistleblower that has come forward. He has taken umbrage with some of ICE's internal policies and tactics, and he is more than happy to blow the whistle on what's going on. So let's take a look.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal, Representative Garcia, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Schwank. I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution when I joined ICE on August 1st, 2021, as an assistant chief counsel. I followed that oath for 4.5 years, working side by side with ICE officers. And I followed it when I resigned on February 13th, 2026, a little over a week ago, so that I could speak to you today.
Ah, yes, the pep talk mode.
I'm here because I am duty bound to report the legally required training program at the ICE Academy is deficient, defective, and broken.
No.
5 months ago,
Telling me that these people are poorly trained?
I was
What?
asked to teach the law to new cadets at the ICE Academy in Glencoe, Georgia, where ICE is training its new, inexperienced recruits. I volunteered, those without law enforcement training, I volunteered to take on this assignment based on my experience in law enforcement oversight, including at the state and local level prior to my work with ICE. On my first day, I received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering
It's exactly what we thought it was.
homes without a judicial warrant. For the last 5 months, I watched ICE dismantle the training program, cutting 240 hours of vital classes from a 584-hour program. Classes that teach the Constitution, our legal system, firearms training, the use of force, lawful arrests, proper detention, and the limits of officers' authority.
It is so weird to just know that we were on the money on this one.
For
Like
example-
nobody was speculating out of pocket, you know?
They ceased all of the legal instructions regarding use of force. This means that cadets are not taught what it means to be objectively reasonable, the very standard which the law requires them to meet when deciding whether or not to use deadly force. Our jobs as instructors are to teach them so well that they can make split-second decisions
That's kind of the whole
about
thing with law
what
enforcement.
they can and cannot do
Yeah.
in life or death situations. Yet, in the name of churning out an endless stream of officers, DHS leadership has dismantled the academic and practical tests that we need to know if cadets can safely and lawfully perform their job. All to satisfy an administration demanding they train thousands of new officers before the end of the year. DHS told the public that new cadets receive all the training they need to perform their duties, that no critical material or standards have been cut. This is a lie. ICE made the program shorter, and they removed so many essential parts that what remains is a dangerous husk. No reasonable person would believe a training program suddenly cut nearly in half could meet the minimum legal requirements. These aren't abstract rules. They're required in regulations such as 8 CFR 287G1. Congress requires immigration officers to meet minimum standards for a reason. ICE
I'm glad that
cannot
at least there
lawfully
was somebody that recognized this, that was in a position of power.
perform their duties, make
Oh, could you imagine that if this guy didn't even come forward, it's just like, oh, then
arrests,
we wouldn't
carry
have
weapons,
confirmation of everything
and
we
use
already knew.
force without passing appropriate training. New cadets are graduating from the academy despite widespread concerns among training staff that even in the final days of training, the cadets cannot demonstrate a solid grasp of the tactics or the law required to perform their jobs.
They're calling him dumb.
Without reform, ICE will graduate thousands of new officers who do not know their constitutional duty, do not
that's great.
know the limits of their authority, and who do not have the training to recognize an unlawful order. That should scare everyone.
Hmm?
DHS assures the public
Yeah, it's almost like that was the plan, my guy.
cadets can get the job training on compensate for anything missing at the academy. This is a lie. Many graduates go to their home office just long enough to get their gun, their badge, and their body armor before deploying to places like Minneapolis and other ICE operations with minimal supervision. It's shocking that anyone would think this is safe or responsible. And this pattern of lies is not isolated. It extends beyond the training program to include deceiving Congress and the public about the rules followed by ICE officers once they graduate. On my first day at the academy, I was instructed to read and return a memo in my supervisor's presence, which claimed ICE officers could enter homes without a judicial warrant. The acting ICE director authorized the very conduct that DHS, in its own 2025 legal training materials, had called the chief evil against which the wording of the Fourth Amendment is directed.
No,
that
that's wonderful.
Physical
Again, like you're sworn to protect the Constitution, and then they're just like, you know what, that pesky Fourth Amendment.
entry of the home without consent or a proper warrant. Never in my career had I ever received such a blatantly unlawful order, nor one conveyed in such a troubling manner. Incredibly, I was being shown this memo in secret by my supervisor, who made sure that I understood that disobedience could cost me my job. ICE is teaching cadets to violate the Constitution, and they were attempting to cloak it in secrecy by demanding that I lie about it.
Yeah.
I am here to convey to the public the danger that is being created at the ICE Academy. I know from my conversations with many facility members, many of the faculty, that I am
All right.
not alone in my...
By the way, I just got an update for anybody that was on the stream yesterday. So my dad just, he got through security at the airport. He's on his way.
fear. Law
My dad was stuck in Puerto Vallarta.
enforcement is a deadly serious business. It is not a
And
place
he
for
was in the shit, man. They just have, like, one of the places that they lit one of the fires was it was his villa.
shortcuts. Deficient training
Still
can
can't believe
and
that
will
shit.
get people killed. It can and will lead to unlawful arrests, violations of
Yeah,
constitutional
he
rights,
just text me.
and a fundamental loss of public trust in law enforcement. ICE is lying to Congress and the American people about the steps it is taking to ensure its 12,000 new officers faithfully uphold the Constitution and can perform their jobs. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today.
He's not out yet. Obviously, plane hasn't taken off, but getting through security at that point, it's just like, all right.
Happy to
like,
answer any questions you have now or in the future.
But
Thank you for your
I'll be honest,
Thank
until
you.
he actually lands, like,
Mr. Frank, Mr. Brunel.
I'm on edge. It is not cool to have a family member stuck in something like that. Yeah, the second that yeah, my sister just texted me too. She's said pretty much the same thing. She's just like, I'm not gonna be okay until he actually lands. It's just like, okay, yeah, great. Yeah, so there is actually a little bit that I'll be covering later today. I will be live on Twitch no matter what happens. If I can't go live on YouTube today, I will still be going live, having some fun. But we will also be discussing a little bit of what's going on in Puerto Vallarta. Obviously, I'm going to be a little more careful. I still can't believe, like, just to give you guys a little breakdown of what happened yesterday, we were watching a breakdown by none other than Simon Whistler, the most recognizable voice on YouTube, as we have established, because I heard the intro. I'm like, man, this guy's really trying to emulate Simon Whistler. He's doing a good job. And then sure shit, it was him. I was just like, what? He's all over. He just has like 80 channels. It's crazy. And he was doing a deep dive into what was going on in Mexico, which again, like, talk about like what, maybe 18 hours, and he already had like a pretty like well put together think piece. Gotta say, it's like a crack team over there. But yeah, in the middle of watching it, that's when my stream went down, and they said that my violation was for pew pews, which I'm still trying to figure that one out. I will update everybody on what happened there, because as far as I'm concerned, nothing was out of pocket. Dang lefties and their TOS. Yeah, Kirk. Yes. Dang lefties. All right, but I'm gonna continue with I got one more clip from the whistleblower here. He talks about just how bad their training was, and he provides a few examples. Also, what up, Kirk? Good to see you, man. Oh, you missed all the fun yesterday.
That's really, I think that's hard to watch, I think, for anybody. And I'm sorry, Ms. Gibson Brown, that you had to experience that. But I think it's important for the American public.
I was covering the freaking news. The thing is, I'm supposed to have protections with that. And that's why, like, I go out of my way to make sure that my streams are not listed under gaming. I know some other streamers that do that, which to each their own, but I know that if you are covering something like that, this is supposed to protect you in, this exact situation where you're watching something that was happening on the news and reporting on it.
See that video?
Even though I'm a commentator.
That could happen to any person in this country. And some of what you said, there are kids in this house.
14 hours of driving.
Where is the warrant?
Oh yeah, dude. Did you get hit by that nor'easter? For anybody that is going through that, holy crap, guys. You got so slammed.
Shameful
What was it 23 inches of snow, I think, in Rhode Island?
what you had to go through and your family had to go through. Now, Ms. Gibson Brown, you are an American citizen, is that correct? You asked for a warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
And did they show you a valid warrant signed by a judge?
No, they did not.
They did not. Now, Mr. Schwenk, before this new policy that you reported about, would it have been legal for these officers to come into Ms. Gibson's home
What's up, Boston Brian? Welcome in, man.
without a warrant signed by a judge?
Thank you, Congressman. No, the answer is it would not have been legal either before or after this memo came out for them to go into that home.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gibson,
I love how the right are trying to mince words with that one. It's an administrative warrant. It's like, that doesn't matter.
ICE brought overwhelming military-style force into your home. Is that not correct?
Correct.
They forced their way into your home with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
They put your children in danger. Is that how you felt?
Yes.
Can you think of any justification why this level of force, military force, would be needed to
No.
forcefully enter your home?
No.
Optics.
Can't think of any.
Optics for the administration. Come on.
This is what happens when we disregard the Constitution, when we disregard the rights of people in this country. This is wrong, it's outrageous, and every person should be ashamed of our own government for causing this kind of terror, not just to you and to your own family and neighborhood, but to folks across this country. There's no other way to describe what they're trying to do than to terrorize communities and neighborhoods.
Just aside, being the guy holding the sign, how does he see his cue to put it down? Is he gonna get like tapped, or does the girl behind him give him a little tap? Now I'm interested. Let's see.
Say I am sorry for what you've had to experience. I know that is not that is not enough. This government should be not just apologizing to you, but for writing. They should try to right that wrong. And it's the obligation of all of us here in this room and across the country to stand up to this tyranny. So thank you. And Senator, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Garcia. I'm going to hold up two posters. One of them you've just seen is what happened at your home. The other is of a memo.
Oh man, you're telling me that that Kiko's had to print the same thing twice for two different people and nobody made them aware?
Mr. Schwenk, I think you'll recognize.
Can't even get like a reliable stoner working at Kinko's just being like, "Hey man, I had another guy print the same thing. What's up with this
memo?"
That's the exact same thing.
It is a memo written by Acting Director Lyons. We've seen it before at this hearing. It says, in effect, ICE officers should violate the Fourth Amendment. Were you taught or told that you should train ICE
As much as I want to make fun of it, actually having these visual aids does help.
agents in accordance with this memo?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, on the very first day I arrived at Glencoe to teach, I was told that we were to instruct cadets to follow the instructions in this memo, but that we would not write down any of those instructions, that we would not keep a record that we taught it to them.
That's a critical point, because I asked Acting Director Lyons whether this memo was distributed, and he said, in fact, that it was with an email that so far they have failed to produce. What you're saying is that you were told not to reveal it, correct?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I was told not to discuss this memo. In fact, when it was shown to me, I was told not to take notes on it, that I was not allowed to write down any part of it. And for the record, as an attorney for ICE and someone who routinely receives memos and memoranda issued by the agency,
Oh, damn. He was literally...
this had never crossed my desk before.
Oh my God. I just realized how much I called it. I was saying way back when like Broadview was going on that the attorneys of ICE were going to be the ones having like a hell of a time with this shit once all of these fucking lawyers started bringing their cases against them.
The academy.
This kind of makes sense why this guy kind of blew the whistle on this, because why not?
So, in effect, you were told as an instructor,
if he didn't, somebody else was. Like, seriously, this was going to happen no matter what.
The law, that you were to train ICE agents how to break the law. I think every American should be absolutely horrified by that fact. And you were not alone.
Yeah.
This memorandum was the basis for training ICE agents generally, hundreds, thousands of them during this fiscal year. Let me ask you about topics that there were practical exams on. And I'm going to show you another chart, which in effect, and
He's saving his own ass.
you've seen it,
I mean, yeah, that could be it, but he does seem like it truly did like shake him
it's different.
when he was like, "You guys are, you're just blatantly gonna ignore the Constitution. What now?"
Difficult to decipher in this forum, but it depicts the topics of exams that were given, practical exams and coursework. You've testified as to the reduction. Is it a fact that there was an elimination, not just a reduction in hours of training by almost
Right there, girl with the thirsty eyes.
half,
Look at her, just kind of popping on some
but also
not so subtle looks at this guy. I think they'd be fucking.
on critical substance matters, topics that
Look at her. I mean, is she looking at the graph or is she looking at him?
have been trained.
Thank you, Senator. That is accurate. What you're looking at on those two charts, the shorter one is the amount of testing that's given now in practical exams. The longer one are the practical exams that were given by ICE in its training program before the current surge training course. Those exams that you see there, the longer list, every single one of those was designed to
Right?
test
You
whether
guys got that.
or not cadets
All
could
right.
apply in the real world the things they were learning in the academy. Vital lessons on things like how to use their firearm safely, how to encounter an individual they intended to detain, much like Ms. Gibson Brown's husband. Classes that teach them how to do their job safely and lawfully were removed from testing. And what testing was left was reduced or essentially neutered by the way it was given. Tests that were designed and written to be closed book where cadets were tested on what they could remember, because again, go back to, I said this earlier, officers have a split second to decide something. So everything we do is oriented to giving them that split second to act, and they have to know everything for it. We
Yeah, what is up with the guy behind him?
took away the ability to test whether they could.
But what those ICE officers did to Ms. Gibson Brown, what they did to countless people in Minneapolis, what they are continuing to do across the country was not the result of split-level decisions. It was the result of a conscious, purposeful, deliberate policy, carefully taught and trained. And in fact, the reduction in training, for example, on pistol use, on use of force, on other vital topics.
I mean, the two, those are two blatant ones. I mean, I get why you're bringing them up, but come on. Like, what did that lead to?
Was regrettable, but the
Yeah.
effects were truly shocking. Let me ask you,
Incredible. Come on, dude.
because just in the time that we've released
It's downright shameful.
these documents, DHS has come forth with a statement. I'm going to quote it. Under these new improvements, candidates still learn the same elements and meet the same high standards ICE has always required. No subject matter has been cut. Is that statement accurate, Mr. Schwank?
Senator, that statement is not accurate. Not in
Is-
even the slightest sense.
It is untrue. Would you agree?
Hey, sir, I would call it a lie.
Carly, was that YouTuber Max Velocity by any chance? Quite the big fan of the weather reports. I don't know why. I'm such a nerd for that. But I got my wife into it, which has always made me really happy. She's always just like, oh yeah, I was watching Max. It's just like, it's essentially watching the Weather Channel. All right, so you watch Max Velocity? Hell yeah! Shout out Max Velocity. The Pep. He's got a He's got a fan in Pep Talks. And he's always welcome to come on to, oh, dude, that would actually be fun. Kind of talk to him about just random stuff and just try and pick his brain a little, but also be respectful. Just be like, I won't make you give your political takes. I get it. You know, you're not a political channel. I've seen so many live tornado. The thing is, when unfortunately I had to go to Tennessee and take care of my mom's estate. During that weekend, there were a ton of tornadoes and storms that were taking place like right in the middle of where I had to drive through to get there. So, yeah, he was very, very useful in that. But alrighty. Just to wrap up on that one, like I was saying, I do think that was going to happen regardless because of all the lack of a better term, fuckery in ICE right now. And just the fact that, yeah, when you're sworn to uphold the Constitution, and then you're told like your very first bit of training is then predicated on ignoring said Constitution. I don't know, guys. That might cause some problems. But all right, real quick, want to pull up this article here. All right. All right, so apparently there are 53 missing pages that have to do with Trump that were already released. So again, internet's gonna internet. Do love that. All right. In the miasma of Epstein files outrage and quite reasonable allegations, you may have missed the latest report from NPR. At least 53 pages of FBI interview summaries and notes appear to exist in the Epstein files, but are not in the public database. Is this a bombshell? Given the murkiness surrounding these allegations, oh, Jesus Christ. Is this a bombshell given the murkiness surrounding these allegations were vetted before being dumped into the public record is impossible to say. That uncertainty is the story. Wait a minute. Okay, so I'm guilty of this. Didn't pre-read this one. Usually I do. So forgive me for being a little shocked at some of the revelations, or I was just like, huh? Oh, that's not good. The confusion, very professional of me, by the way. The confusion enveloping this massive release is beginning to resemble concealment, inviting the cynical view that it's strategic, or more plausibly, evidence of plain incompetence. Of course, it's the Trump administration. Let's be real here. What the hell are they trying to sell me? Okay. What is that? Does the internet think that I'm trying to do some Stranger Things shit? Like, what the fuck was that? On Tuesday morning, NPR published a stunning report on serial numbers and discovery logs that do not line up with the Justice Department with what the Justice Department had posted online. Some of the missing materials relate to allegations involving President Donald J. Trump. Go figure. The department declined to explain the discrepancies. This is why I tried to defund NPR. We can't have NPR going out there and doing actual journalism. We can't have that, even though they get paid. How did we even pay them? Did they get tax dollars, or did we pay them in pizza? I think that we paid them in pizza. All right. Congress ordered the release of the files. DOJ controls the archives. Reporters compare internal catalog numbers to public postings and find gaps. The department offers assurances, but no reconciliation of the records. The allegations are grave. They involve claims about SA of minors, and they remain unproven. FBI case files contain interviews and leads that do not automatically translate into charges. Do you always have to preface with that? I guess they do. The distinction matters, and it makes the integrity of the release process more important, not less. The Epstein rollout has been ragged from the start. Victims' names were exposed, then corrected. Documents were pulled down and reposted. Privacy reviews were cited. And the fact that they're just acting like when they released all the victims' names, and then we're just like, oopsie, hold on, we fixed it. again, the fact that the internet's going to internet the second that they made that mistake, that people weren't just like screenshots. Like, come on. You know that there are accounts that are just like, that's what they exist for. All right. So the Epstein documents were pulled down and reposted. Privacy reviews, blah, 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 blah. Deadlines were blamed. Now the public learns that dozens of pages reflected in the official logs are not available for review. Even if each decision has an internal explanation, the outward picture is disorder in the execution of congressionally mandated transparency law. That's just a fancy way of just being like, I don't think they're going to trust us, guys. Disorder produces the same practical result as concealment. The public cannot tell what is complete, what is withheld, and why. The record becomes contestable. Accountability drifts. Again, that does lead to the whole, this actually hurts Trump more than it helps him. And he doesn't understand that. That's also kind of like showing like, oh, that must have been really bad. Like, how bad could it have been for them to just be like, you know what? We'll just do a little, we're going to move this, take this out. Oh, shit, we didn't change the serial number. So now they can see that we did this. Oh, too bad. Last week, I argued that the Epstein file rollout carried the feel more of a cover-up because the public was being asked to trust a process it could not independently verify. Most transparent. I'm the most transparent. Most transparent. I'm the most transparent president. Most transparent administration ever. God damn it. Really? I'm not looking forward to tonight. Just going to say it. NPR's reporting moves that concern from instinct to documentation. When internal logs point to pages the public cannot see, the question stops being rhetorical and becomes procedural. There is also a political fact that cannot be ignored. This is very clearly Donald Trump's Justice Department. Yeah, this is also what kind of sucks for him for politicizing the DOJ as much as he has and just installing Pam Bondi. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Trump's old attorney, serve at his pleasure. Okay, at least I was just like, I need to make sure that people at least know that bit. Which, do we not know that Todd Blanche was literally his personal attorney and the reason that Ghislaine Maxwell got her sweetheart deal to be moved into the club fed that she is now currently in? The release process that now appears to shield him from clarity is being overseen by officials loyal to him. That reality demands a level of precision and documentation that leaves no room for doubt. Bondi and Blanche have insisted that nothing was withheld for political sensitivity. That is a categorical statement. It sits uneasily beside a document trail that outside reporters say does not match the public archive. Either the 53 pages fall within the scope of transparency law or they do not. Either they are being withheld under a specific statutory exemption or they are missing because the department has not maintained firm control over its own rollout. In either case, the responsibility rests with the same leadership that has publicly vouched for the integrity of the process. Most transparent. An international, oh my God, I hate my brain sometimes. An international cover-up implies discipline and coordination. What this episode suggests is that something more basic and more damaging, a department executing a historic disclosure so unevenly that it undermines its own credibility. The NPR report matters because it anchors suspicion in something concrete. 53 pages is not a partisan talking point. It is a number drawn from the department's own paper trail. The public deserves to know what's on those pages and under what authority they are being kept from view. Until the DOJ provides a clear, documented reconciliation of the records, the distinction between chaos and concealment will remain academic. When the mechanics of transparency break down, the effect is the same. The truth stays out of reach. This is an opinion piece from Mediaite. The views in this article are those of the author. That is actual journalism in the way. See, that kind of like hits on some of MAGA's talking points about fake news. It's like, then why even bother with the like that little bit at the end there? Huh? You know how they have to differentiate between an opinion and news? It's almost like you kind of know that we have a bunch of laws set up and you're just full of shit. All right, so now we got some video element to add to this. All right. There we go.
Can we begin with breaking news from MS Now this hour about Trump-related files missing from the DOJ's Epstein files release? Let's bring in MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin, who broke this story. Also with us, our senior White House reporter Von Hilliard and MS Now legal.
Yeah, it's kind of weird when Jubilee actually does a little bit better with like the fact checking than, you know, news.
Analyst, former Manhattan DA assistant DA, that is Catherine Christian. And Lisa, you got this reporting. Walk us through it.
Well, Anna, one of the things I can tell you is that based on documents that are available in the Epstein files, and we're just going to hold up to you what allowed us to get to this reporting. This is an index of witness statements from people who were not expected to testify at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, but whose statements were nonetheless produced to her defense counsel in the run-up to her 2021 trial. We also have a smaller one with respect to those who were expected to testify. And based on those indices, as well as documents available in the file, MS Now can report that there is at least one witness for whom 3 interviews with the FBI in rapid succession in 2019 are missing. You might say, well, what's the big deal about that? Well, the big deal
NPR coming in clutch right as Trump is just about to like decimate them off the face of the earth.
about that is that we can also confirm that that woman is the same person who in a 2025 FBI presentation is identified to have accused Donald Trump of a sexual assault when she was between 13 and 15 years old. We know that based on a human source who has confirmed to us that this woman is one and the same. So I want to make this very clear. There is a woman who, according to the FBI and documents compiled last summer, accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting and physically abusing her. One of the things in her accusation is that in addition to forcing her to perform oral sex, he also hit her in that same episode. We have now connected that woman to someone who was interviewed by the FBI.
While this is happening, Janelle Grant, I'm not sure if you know who she is. She's the main accuser for Vince McMahon. She's being attacked. She finally went public with her side. Everybody is attacking her. And you have like wrestlers who, like female wrestlers coming out and questioning her. Now, I bring this up because it's kind of like, oh my God, we have a bunch of information on these billionaires being sexual deviants. Let's just call it what it is. But the one thoroughway, oh my God, I'm having problems today, is that all of these people are using like public opinion on and like just how shitty they are towards women, like, and they're banking on it, and they're just like, oh yeah, you know what? Here, put this out into the ether, and don't stand up for us because it is happening. It's disgusting what's happening in the internet wrestling community, where they are attacking the victim. They are cheering on Vince McMahon. They want him to come back and take over WWE. Like, I don't know. I've never been more disgusted in the wrestling community, which is saying a lot, but it also is reflecting like just how bad this Epstein shit is and how like MAGA is twisting their brains into just accepting this shit.
4 times in 2019. Of those 4 interview memoranda.
Like, God, how many times just within the last, 2-3 weeks have people started like bringing up Virginia Giuffre and just saying, now they call her the most problematic of all of them. Geez, you had that one lady that was just like, she could, Lady Victoria. Yeah, that lady is really doing a number on that one, the heavy lifting, if you will.
Which are listed in this index that I'm holding up right here.
That was the lady that said, if you weren't in the Epstein list, you weren't cool.
Only one of them can be seen. And in that interview.
But yeah, she was saying how it was convenient that Virginia Giuffre, passed.
Accusations against Trump are not present. At the most, she says that she had met Trump on one occasion without detailing it. And when asked how she understood...
A bunch of those wrestlers were mistreated too. What the fuck? Actually, you know what? I'm going to shame this one because she sucks. Jasmine St. Clair, who honestly, she always kind of sucked. Like, I mean, like, she sucked. Like, she barely had a name. Like, you guys don't know who she is. Most wrestling fans would hear you bring her up in casual conversation. They'd be like, who?
Understood that Epstein was
Just part of the Divas era. She was a freaking enhancement talent to put the Bellas over.
a person who committed abuse against her. She showed FBI
she
agents
sucks.
a picture that she had been sent by a friend. It was a picture that she was reluctant to share with FBI agents because there was somebody else in the photograph. It turned out to be, according to this interview memo, a well-known photograph of Epstein and Trump together. She said that she was reluctant to show them the full image, lest she incriminate someone that she feared could retaliate against her. That's all that we know from what's publicly available in the files. But we know that this woman had other accusations against Trump.
Yeah, this should tell you everything. She was recently working with the Juggalo Wrestling League.
Where they are listed
Whoop, whoop.
or where they've been memorialized, we're not sure, but we can tell you and our viewers that there are 3 other interview memoranda taken by the FBI that are not present anywhere in the Epstein files. And this is a problem that we expect may have recurred with dozens of other witnesses whose files may not have been produced in their totality. Again, it's
almost like it's the biggest fucking cover-up of all time. And this guy's going to go out there tonight and just be like, everything is great. Everything is awesome.
Index gives a unique numerical identifier to more than 500 witnesses and lists in numerical order the kinds of documents from which their statements were taken, everything from FBI interview memos to Palm Beach police incident reports to handwritten notes and the like. Going through those methodically, you can see as a layperson or as a reporter what has been produced in the files and what hasn't.
Yeah, this one's even worse for them because we can just put the discrepancy together here where it's just like, oh, why did this jump from page 19 to 26 all of a sudden?
Our expectation and understanding that there are many other instances in which witnesses, many of whom were alleged victims, don't have all of their statements produced. If these were important enough to give to Ghislaine Maxwell's defense, it's unclear to me what the rationale is for withholding them from the American public, particularly given the text of the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
What's the rationale given by the DOJ? Have they given any reason for withholding these documents?
MS Now has not yet obtained a statement from the Department of Justice. However, NPR, which was the first to report on this morning, has obtained a statement from the White House in which they haven't defended the lack of transparency with respect to these 3 interview memoranda. Instead, they have fallen back on their defense that Donald Trump is the most transparent president in history.
Oh my God, we just live in such a stupid era where they just go out and say it and then they have to report on it like it actually has substance.
That
they keep saying that he's, transparent. They keep falling back on those transparent.
Fully committed to producing documents in compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. That's a defense that rings hollow to many of us who have been through these files and have seen not only over-redaction with respect to some suspects, over-redaction with respect to some individuals, under-redaction with respect to survivors, and now inexplicable withholding of documents.
So, Catherine, does this appear to be a violation of the Epstein Transparency Act?
It is, if the purpose of withholding it was for reputational harm, meaning of the President of the United States, because that is a explicitly prohibited ground for withholding a document. Were these documents even produced? Were they taken out by someone?
They're banking on the people not reacting.
FBI or DOJ. We know that hundreds of AUSAs and other members of DOJ were looking at these files and redacting. Were they even given those documents? So it's very suspicious, and it goes back to the Florida prosecution, which can be considered very corrupt, where there was a non-prosecution agreement given to Mr. Epstein by the then United States Attorney in the Southern District of Florida. I'm assuming these alleged acts occurred in Florida, so it's very problematic.
But if this was part of a 2019 document or some kind of report that happened as recently as 2019, do we have any idea where this report went?
We don't. I will say that this particular, where it comes to the Trump accuser who's at the center of our documenting these missing documents, she was interviewed by the FBI in 2019. The alleged abuse by Epstein didn't occur in either Florida or New York. It was somewhere else entirely. But we don't know where these went. And I want to say something about how we know the pages are missing and who might have seen them. Because based on NPR's reporting, many of these documents, and I think some of our viewers are familiar with this, they have a number at the very bottom that starts with EFTA for Epstein Files Transparency Act, and then has a number. That number has a meaning. It's basically a consecutive numbering of pages of a production so that each page has its own unique identifier. NPR basically looked then at the index, compared it to what was produced for this particular witness and her statements, and has, by comparing those page numbers, has counted 50 plus pages that they believe are missing that correspond to these 3 interview
Oh my God, I said like 6.
memoranda. We have
What
not
the fuck,
independently
man?
done
These
that.
people are just so fucking blatant with their corruption. I can't do nothing but just laugh at it. What the fuck?
But I
Even Hollywood writers would just be like, 50? That seems like a stretch.
trust that if we were to go through that exercise, they're probably not far off the mark, that there are 50 pages that you would expect to
Most transparent president ever.
be produced in consecutive order that are missing from this. We can tell you that this particular victim witness had 15 documents that are supposedly reflective of her statements. We, as well as NPR, as well as another.
All right, kids, we're gonna do some Trump counting exercises. Once we get to 49, then we're just gonna skip to 62.
Independent journalists have all looked for each of those 15 documents, and all of.
Oh, actually, no, it's over 50. So once we get to 50, then we're just gonna we're gonna go 49, 50, 101, 102, 103.
Collectively have found only 7 of those 15. Again, all 15 of them
Damn.
are reflective of statements that she made, either to federal law enforcement, to state police,
NPR
via
fucking
email, but they are all supposed to be reflective of her accounting of events in one way or another. And yet, more than half of the documents that are supposedly attributable to this person are missing, including 3 memoranda prepared by
And the fact that it's just this one victim, that's telling, man.
the
That's telling as fuck.
FBI, reflecting interviews that they conducted
Man,
with her
I'm thinking
in
that this one was like when people say smoking gun.
fall and winter of, in the fall and summer of 2019.
So what I think is also very important to underscore here is that not all of her interview files are missing. It's just some of the interview files,
I would say
right?
most, because we know that this woman gave 4 interviews to the FBI, at least according to this index. Only one of those interview memoranda has been shared with the public. That interview doesn't contain any of her apparent allegations against Donald Trump, and yet we know that she has made them. How do we know that? Because the FBI's own internal correspondence and a presentation that they put together in the summer of 2025 reflects that this woman is also the same person who accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting her. Where she said that, to whom she said that, we still don't know, because 3 of her interview memoranda are missing from the public production of the files.
Let me go to Vaughn, because we're just hours away now from the president delivering his State of the Union address, Vaughn, and several Epstein survivors and their families will be in that audience. Will he,
Oh, of course they will.
he acknowledge them?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, he's going to.
even the release of the files?
I'm telling you, I can already tell what I'm just gonna call her a shithead because she's a shithead.
More generally?
She's the one that's been like publicly just being like, I never saw Trump at any of the stuff that I was part of, and I do believe that Virginia would, she was totally vindicated. Like she vindicated this man, but meanwhile, you have other victims that are just like, bitch.
No reason to believe that he will, and none of the preview that has come out of this White House of a State of the Union address has indicated any desire to address the Epstein survivors or the Epstein files. And let's be very clear. Number one, there has not been a single time in which President Trump has expressed sympathy or for regret on behalf of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Number two, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is no longer in Congress, she will not be there tonight, largely in part to Donald Trump calling her a traitor, because she was key to that discharge petition that led to the release of these very files. And Marjorie Taylor Greene has explicitly said that Donald Trump, the sitting president, tried to pressure her to not have these files released to the public, saying in part, according to Greene, that they would hurt some of his friends. Number three, when it pertains to this new reporting here from Lisa, I think it's very important that we go back to just 3 weeks ago when these initial files were released by the Department of Justice, that the DOJ in an official press release stated the following: some of the documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they have a shred of credibility, they certainly would have been weaponized against President Trump already. That was the official statement of this Department of Justice. And now Lisa has gone through these documents, but I think it is important in our reporting that there is, based off of the documents that are available and those that are clearly have not been released to the public, there has been no indication, I'll let Lisa correct me, that this particular witness was ever deemed by the FBI or the Department of Justice to be a witness that was not credible.
All right. I'll be honest. I'd be surprised if he acknowledges the victims, but that's why I was kind of saying, don't be too surprised if he tries to do it disingenuously. All righty. Ooh, Thomas Massey on the House floor over this. Here we go. Thomas Massey exploded over this revelation. So let's get him. It's going to be explosive.
It's a gentleman from Kentucky.
He's going to be minorly mad.
Mr. Massey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congress created the Department of Justice. Congress funds the Department of Justice. And Congress is responsible for the oversight of the Department of Justice. When will we see justice? I'll tell you what I've not seen. I've not seen any arrests from the revelations in the Epstein files. Over 3 million documents describing horrible things, describing unspeakable things. So much of it redacted. Over 24 people have resigned, CEOs, members of government worldwide. But I haven't seen any arrests or investigations here in the United States from this Department of Justice. Prince Andrew, Duke of York, who has since been stripped of his royalty, his royal titles due to his affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein, has been arrested. Peter Mandelson, who previously served as UK's ambassador to the United States, resigned in disgrace from United Kingdom's House of Lords and the Labour Party, and he's been arrested. Former Prime Minister of Norway, Torbjorn Jagland, has been charged. But we don't see any charges, arrests, or investigations in the United States. What do we see? We see our FBI director celebrating in the locker room at the Olympics overseas. It's fine to be proud of this country.
Yeah.
But we should be proud of this country because we have a system of justice that works.
Well, also because I don't know. Let's be real. How do you? What's her name? Nancy Guthrie or whatever, the old lady that's missing. Like, yeah, nothing there.
And yet we do not. Who are the men that should be investigated? I'll name them right here. Leon Black. You don't even have to.
Oh yeah. Also. Yeah, that whole thing in Mar-a-Lago, like kind of weird how, again, just he was off pissing away $75,000 of taxpayer money. And that, for everybody that like tries to throw this at you, like, oh, you're really outraged about $75,000 when billions get wasted. It's like, that's just for that one trip. This guy likes to do this like almost every weekend. Do the math.
See past the redactions to see that this man needs to be investigated. Jess Staley, accused of terrible things. It's right there in the files. Why is he not being investigated? And Leslie Wexner.
Oh, I don't know.
Why did the
It's
FBI list
because
him?
Everybody in that chamber has taken money from these people. That's the obvious fucking answer there, pal.
As a co-conspirator in their own documents.
Allegedly.
In a child sex trafficking case. And then tell him, according to him, that they had no questions for him. Why is that? Well, the Epstein Files Transparency Act requires the DOJ and the FBI to disclose to us their internal memos and emails about how they made those decisions, whether to prosecute or not prosecute. Yet they have not delivered those memos. And we still don't have the memos and documents and emails from 2008 to explain why Jeffrey Epstein was given such a light sentence in what would have been an open and shut case of child sex trafficking, which allowed him to go back and recommit these terrible crimes, create hundreds of more victims, and ensnare so many other people in his conspiracy. Where are those documents that describe those decisions? We need justice. We want the Department of Justice to get to work, and that's what they need to do now. Madam Speaker, I rise today to let the American people know that this government is under siege. All three branches of this government is under siege by lobbyists and lawyers from a German company named Bayer. They spent over $9 million lobbying the executive branch and the legislature.
He's going for it.
Branch.
He's actually going for some of the money, in, like the interest. Oh my
so
God.
that they don't have to be liable for any damages that their herbicide causes, otherwise known as Roundup. And they're having some success. Now, they haven't had any success yet in this chamber to get that immunity. They've had some success in the state legislatures, which are also under siege, to get this immunity from liability. Look, the Constitution guarantees people a trial if they've...
Oh, which also means that I have a feeling that the increase in cancers in young people has something to do with this company.
Been harmed.
Why else are they trying to run from liability so fast? And in this time frame, it's almost like they know that the lawsuits are incoming because there's probably a study that correlates this that hasn't been released yet. I'm speculating here.
Why are we contemplating going against the Constitution? The Attorney General has opined favorably for this German company in front of the Supreme Court about getting rid of any liability that they should have for any damages.
Yeah, great. That's awesome. Are we even toying with that idea, like legitimately to just give companies carte blanche? Like, yeah, you know what? Who cares if, you just happen to damage our entire society with your fucking chemicals so you could make a quick buck?
And the most recent thing that we've seen, the executive branch, by the way, the president's chief of staff and the president's...
Yes, actually, if you guys can take a moment during the stream or after here to check out the GoFundMe, we could really use the help right now. So that has been linked in the chat here. I really appreciate that, Johnny. Thank you to everybody who has donated or is interested in donating. Like I said, every bit goes a fucking long way right now.
Attorney General worked for one of the biggest lobbying firms that's received hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars from Bayer. And maybe that's why we've seen an executive order that says that the production of this chemical from this German company is a national defense priority. And we know why they're doing that. It's to keep them from having any liability. Everybody in this country deserves their day in court. This is wrong.
Yeah.
We shouldn't succumb to the lobbyists, not in the executive branch, not in the judicial branch, and certainly not here in Congress and not in the state legislatures. But there's a lot of money at play. And I implore my colleagues to resist it and do not give them immunity. And I yield back.
That was impressive. I have to, as I said, I got to give Thomas Massey some credit there. That was, wow. He really is just a thorn in Donald Trump's side right now. And he keeps doubling down. I'm not sure if you guys saw this. I know that some of y'all were on the stream with me, but when he went out on Twitter and just said, I love life. It was like, oh, wow, we're doing this. But all right, folks, I really appreciate you hanging out today. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting this space and also myself. I really, really do appreciate that. But I hope you guys stick around for the next show. I think we have a syndicated block coming up here. So, yeah, stick around. Also, please hit the like button. subscribe to the channel. And also, if you guys could subscribe to Pep Talks TV on YouTube and over on Twitch, I really, really appreciate it. Hopefully, I will be live on YouTube later tonight, but if I'm not, head on over to Twitch and fingers crossed for tomorrow. I appreciate you guys being here, and I will catch you guys on Wednesday for primetime Pepaganda. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
All right, y'all, time to talk about some more completely useless media that came out of WMUR. This is not abnormal. It's just how these guys operate. They don't make anything worthy of your time, but, you know, it's what a lot of people pay attention to, so it's probably worth taking apart. This time, Adam Sexton decided it would be a great idea to have Kelly Ayotte on and then not really, like, effectively press her on anything after just, you know, it's like he starts to, and then he kind of fails at doing that job. So might as well just get into the nonsense right now. It's going to be a rough watch, I promise, but we'll make it through it together.
Good morning, I'm Adam Sexton. Governor Kelly Ayotte just delivered her State of the State address to the legislature, discussing achievements of her first year in office and her outlook on 2026. This is also an election year, but at the moment, the governor does not have a major opponent. So we are in unique and interesting territory here, and we get to navigate it this morning with the governor herself. Governor Ayotte, thanks for joining us on Close Up.
Good morning, Adam. It's great to be here.
So let's start with the story that a lot of people have been talking about this last week, this proposed ICE facility in Merrimack, and a shocker as the American Civil Liberties Union uncovers this application with a relatively obscure state division of historical resources for what's called 106 compliance. For those who don't know, this is just sort of like a check the box historical and preservational thing where to make sure you can continue to build on a property. The commissioner that oversees the division director both came before you and the executive council this last week and said they missed this and they didn't know that it was with them until they kind of found out late in the process. A mishap, according to them. But you want the Attorney General to look into this. Explain why.
Okay, as is a mishap, right? We just didn't know. We had no idea. It wasn't like there weren't protests happening for literally over a month of people getting like just utterly outraged that this new facility was going in. Never mind the fact that nobody wants to see people like detained just because they're fucking brown or something like that. It's also that it would just shoulder the people of Merrimack with this like immense additional tax burden, and probably not just Merrimack. It probably would come from the state as a whole. So on top of just like completely invading and trampling on people's basic constitutional rights, it would additionally cause immense taxation burden on people in New Hampshire, which, like, I don't know, man. I guess if you're like a cucked libertarian, then sure, like you're like happy to pay more money. You're happy to have bigger government if it's like for like continuing your own personal grievances and hatred towards people that have more melanin in their skin than you. But whatever. Let's just keep this. Is oh god.
Well, I do, because I think it was unacceptable that we did not receive that information and that it wasn't communicated with Merrimack also.
Outrage, right?
I've been in touch with the town of Merrimack.
Unacceptable.
My team has as well. And we've been in touch with the White House, Department of Homeland Security, because I want transparency for Merrimack, for the people of Merrimack, so that they can weigh in on whether this facility comes and what the impact is on their community. So I thought, I need to understand, what are the circumstances? Why wasn't this information raised? There's also, as the counselor pointed out at the meeting, there's a comment
like, what's up with this
portion
vocal
that I
fry?
think Merrimack would have liked to weigh in on. So that's why I'm asking the Attorney General, let's find out what happened here so it doesn't happen again. And most importantly, I think Merrimack needs transparency.
Democrats are on the...
What, like, she's like, well, she wants transparency for like this town, right? Like, as if she doesn't have a job where she can act as an intermediary between the federal government and towns and counties or whatever in the state. Like, did she just forget that her job exists while she sits there? Like, this is what's so this is going to be pervasive throughout this interview, is like, it's so mind-boggling to me that she's not capable of like conceiving of the concept that she has a job to do, which is to operate the state. Like, what are you elected to do, lady? What's going on here? I'm so confused.
The attack here saying you must have known about this somehow.
Well, I think the commissioner came forward and said, number one, she didn't know, she claims, and then also that I didn't know. So I don't know what they're talking about.
Had you been looped in?
So wait, hold on. She's saying, well, I didn't know because the commissioner didn't know. And she said, the commissioner said that I didn't know. Well, like, why don't you just say, I don't know? Why can't you just answer the question? What's so hard about that? Like, I really hope that folks get just fed up writ large with politicians' just inability to directly answer questions. Like, this is, I swear to God, and I need to say that this applies to like literally everybody. It pisses me off to no end when I see it from like self-proclaimed progressives or liberals, just the same as I take issue with it when I see it happen with conservatives or whatever, right? It doesn't really matter. It's the sort of political dodge of, you know, dancing around the question and not answering the question, and then somehow corporate media outlets are like, yeah, okay, that's a fine answer, we'll just take that. Like, why just address it, you know what I mean? Like, and look, like, I've dealt with it in interviews myself, and sometimes it's just like impossible to get these people to not be like a squirmy fish about the whole thing, and they're just like slippery and slide out of it. And the best you can do is just point out to people that like they didn't answer the question, or you have to have some sort of like alternate media, like what I'm doing literally right now, come in and say, look, they're not answering the question. Don't be fucking duped by these people, because they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes and then rob you of everything that's in your pockets. It's just what they do. So maybe we need to have like some thicker skin about like getting into confrontations. It would be nice if media maybe like got back to that point, but I don't know that we're really there yet. So c'est la vie.
On January 26th, when the division director says he became aware of the 91A request from the ACO for the information, would you have allowed the immediate release of that information to proceed? How would you have handled that?
Oh, we would have reached out to Merrimack right away. I think that would have been important because we want to let them know any information that we have. So there's also a comment portion on that if they wanted to weigh in as a obviously representing that community. So we would have been very transparent with it.
You know, the system, the online system where DHS filed this, clearly it was created to try and ease the process, right? For people who are building and developing, to make sure they can do this quickly and affordably. You know, if I'm building a housing development in Dover now and it's in a historic or preservation district, how is this not going to slow down the process if the division director has to kind of, you know, check for, you know, political implications?
Well, Adam, this is kind of common sense. We're talking about a federal facility that had wide public discussion, right? We're not talking about I'm building a house in this neighborhood in Dover. So I just think we got to use our common.
This is nuts. Okay. What he said is actually like a good equivalent in comparison, because for anybody that's had to deal with like a local zoning board, or anybody that's tried to like actually look into creating new housing developments for people within the state, understands the amount of red tape that exists that's entirely prohibitive from allowing people to actually like execute a project, setting aside like the just immense costs that are also prohibitive to creating something like new housing, right? And all of that red tape acts as a barrier between like an impulse to respond to something that people don't appreciate that's happening, and then actually taking any kind of action to materialize a solution to that problem. Now, because the Trump administration has set this sort of like insane precedent of ignoring laws, like any sort of established precedent that's been existing in our society for however long it has, and then just sort of like the whole like, oh, we'll beg for forgiveness rather than ask for permission type of thing. There's this thing that happens where they'll just the private corporate interests will just simply do whatever they want and then worry about it on the back end with courts, but it doesn't really matter because you've already done it. Like a good example here is like the East Wing of the White House. Like a lot of times I think that kind of stuff is sort of a smokescreen, because it's like this big like cultural thing that people get all roiled up about, and then it hides whatever actual material issues are happening, things that like it's a distraction piece. The in the same way that the whole bike bill that went through the New Hampshire House was really just a giant distraction. I think Paige Boschman talked about this, how that was just a straight distraction so that people didn't see them setting up the open enrollment for public schools, which would basically completely destroy public schooling in the state. And that's just another, again, that's another prong of them trying to just completely undermine any type of public education system or whatever, right? This is how the stuff operates. They want misdirection. And in this instance, what she's doing is she's saying, well, we need to engage in process in order to make sure that everybody gets a fair shake. But that completely ignores the fact that the property that this proposed ICE facility is supposed to go on is owned by somebody that's out of state. The person lives literally in Texas, right? So this is a negotiation between somebody who lives in Texas and the federal government. So the amount of red tape that exists between the town of Merrimack and the federal government going and creating a deal with this private landowner who does not even live within the bounds of the state is like, that's so far removed. Okay. And so by laser focusing on that, it completely ignores the fact that the governor could literally just intervene in this context and say, no, we're not doing that. The state government has the power to basically say, no, we don't permit this. You can pass laws, you can do all kinds of stuff that doesn't allow for this to occur. But that's not what's happening. And by sort of offloading the problem onto the town, onto the federal government, onto whatever, she's once again going back to what I said earlier, just like completely abdicating any responsibility that she has in her job. So she's functionally useless. She literally does nothing. All she does is sit there and try and look cool and then take any kind of responsibility for whatever terrible or, in her eyes, maybe good legislation gets passed by the insane libertarians in the state house. So, it's just more fucking uselessness.
In sense here, this should have clearly risen. And the fact that the commissioner didn't know, come on, the leader of that organization, and then not the governor's office and the community. We all work in government. Let's just use our common sense and our brains here.
This is another just incredibly patronizing thing where she keeps sort of like hammering on the common sense angle. And that is literally spitting in the face of your intelligence, right? Like, like, oh, it's common sense, we should no, it's that is literally a way for you to say all of my detractors are stupid. Like, and for anybody that's just a total sheep that buys into whatever the rhetoric of her team is going to say, yeah, they're stupid. And really, it's just like leveraging the stupidity of those people and the degree to which they are just completely servile to somebody that will lie boldly to their face and say, yeah, the state is bad and the government is bad. But, you know, we're the government, so like we're going to implement any kind of like whatever agenda we have, we'll send through with draconian power and authoritarian methods, and you'll applaud it because it's ostensibly within the purview of your interests. But anything outside of that is the antithesis to it. It's very hypocritical. It's very nonsensical.
When we have something like this come in that has such implications, let's make sure the community knows. Let's make sure the governor knows, the council, the legislators.
Back to the proposed facility itself. Is this, in your opinion, an appropriate location to house 500 to 1,000 immigrant detainees?
Well, I haven't studied the location, but what's most important here, Adam, is what does the local community think? The elected officials there, what are the impacts for the town of Merrimack? There's obviously going to be additional public.
He didn't ask what the community thinks. He asked what you think. So like, this is just another bitch made move where you can't even answer the question for yourself. You can't take a position because probably you're afraid of the fact that you're just completely like tanking in approval ratings right now. So like Kelly's doing anything she can to basically like offload any of the responsibility for just her complete uselessness onto anybody else that she can, while, you know, trying to appear strong to people. It's really tragic and pathetic on her part. So, you know, I mean, again, she's garbage, and she literally is sitting here saying absolutely nothing. It's incredible.
Public safety resources, when you have a facility like that, does it make sense? That's why there needs to be more transparency here. That's why Merrimack needs to weigh in, because they know their community best. I believe in the local voice on this.
You know, it's very interesting to see on that application, I don't know if you noted this, that the DHS wrote, this is called the ICE Boston Detainee or ICE Boston Processing Center. You ran on Don't Mass Up New Hampshire.
That's right.
You know, and now the Trump administration wants to take illegal immigrants from Boston and Massachusetts and bring them to Merrimack.
Well,
it doesn't seem like you could possibly mass something up any more than this. So why not oppose it?
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, let me just tell you, we don't even know what it is yet. I mean, in terms of what they're going to do, I would just ask. And
I agree, but I don't know. So you're what you're saying is you are saying nothing. That is the assertion here, is that you agree with this sort of like cultural touchstone problem that has been articulated by you and plenty of others, you know, but you also don't know anything about it, so you can't really comment on it. Like, what is this? This is insane. I wonder if she understands how stupid she looks. Like, because I kind of think she does. I think she kind of gets that this is like inherently idiotic, but also knows that there are a significant portion of people that are stupid enough to believe it. Like, dude, we've completely undermined public education in this state. Like, the amount of people that like will just get like absolutely ravaged by the process and be so snowed by actual, you know, news pieces on stations like WMUR to completely distract them from any kind of reality that they're living in, that they really are that stupid. So I think she knows how stupid this is and is banking on the fact that people are even more stupid and are so dumb that they are able to believe this. It's like, I would be mad if I wasn't just so bummed out. You know what I mean? Like, I really wanted to believe that like people are smarter than this. And I'm not trying to like black pill folks on this problem, but it does become a genuine reality that like, this is like, look, for anybody that's interested in any kind of, you know, obviously this is a more progressive channel. And even then I take sort of like umbrance with that word progressive as a whole, because I think a lot of people utilize it and don't understand what it means. There's a lot of people that think liberal and progressive are synonyms, and they're absolutely not. Like Kelly is a liberal, like whether she wants to admit it or not, she is indeed a liberal. Like one of the main core tenets of liberalism is property rights. And so that's a significant portion of what she's arguing for here is literally coming from a liberal perspective. So that's when you want to talk about like the uniparty, right? Like you want to talk about the ways in which Democrats and Republicans are the same. It's the liberalism, right? So that's what people need to start wrapping their heads around, is that liberalism is your enemy, right? In the sense that like that is indeed what has created this current world order, this country order that is causing us to be so subservient to corporate monopolistic interests that are completely bleeding you dry of any type of actual material assistance that you may not need, or support for that matter. Maybe not even just assistance, but just support, just structures that allow you to like exist in a fair way, so that all you have is your treats. Right. And as long as they keep feeding you treats day in and day out, as long as you can keep swiping up on that infinite scroll, that you'll be so captivated by the shiny keys dangling in front of your face that you won't actually interrogate any of the insanity that's happening here.
And I said this the other day, I don't think the administration is handling this properly, that they should let people know, let people weigh in. Let's have an open discussion about this. Let's make sure Merrimack knows what's happening. So I'd like to see them bring forth all the information about what their plans are there.
And you're right that they haven't specifically said that this will be a detaining facility, but this is what they're doing in a lot of other places in the country. You know, I do want to ask you about,
I'm focused on New Hampshire, and say when they're working with New Hampshire, please give us the information.
Right, but your former Senate colleague, Roger Wicker, in Mississippi, hard to imagine a state more red than that.
Please give us the information. Since when has the Trump administration responded to any kind of like kind request? You have to demand it from them. You have to literally like and even if you do try to legally force it out of them, understand that they will still fight you. They will still do everything in their power to not provide that to you. Like, you have to use the strongest method possible. Like, it sucks that we're in this insanely like just extreme hyperbolic, which isn't even hyperbolic anymore because it's become reality. But we're in this insane high stakes situation where you literally have to do the most like bureaucratically violent method to attain any kind of meager result. It's gross. And so any request for anything, any type of action that involves decorum or politeness or good faith is we've so long past the point of any of that having any type of effectiveness. And there needs to be direct legal sort of ramifications put in place that results in actually producing things. I mean, a great example, Epstein files. We would not have that if we didn't have that act that basically forced the DOJ to release the files. And even then, to this day, we're like, what, like a month past, more than that, and we still don't even have half the files. Like, even when you mandate by law, they still break it. So like, this is what I'm saying. You can't ask politely. It's smooth brain shit.
He just came out in opposition to a very similar detainee facility in his state, saying, you turn this warehouse into a prison, it's going to take economic development away from us, economic opportunity away from us. You're going to strain human resources and infrastructure. You're going to put public safety at risk.
I think it's a very good point.
Mississippi is standing up to the Trump administration on this. Why not New Hampshire?
I'm standing up to the Trump administration because I've been asking for information, and I've been saying very clearly that the local community.
She's standing up to the Trump administration, but not doing as much as the governor of literal fucking Mississippi. What are we doing here, guys? Like, if that's not being like, if that's not saying, oh, please, sir, tickle my uvula with that boot a little more. I really like it. I really appreciate that you are just jamming that boot-shaped dick so far down my throat that I'm becoming teary-eyed. Like, come on. What are we doing, guys? This is gross. Like, this is really grotesque. It's just, it's shameful, it's disappointing, it's embarrassing, right? That we allowed this absolute moron to attain any kind of power within the state. And I mean, what are we, like, you know, what do we do about that? What do we do about the fact that people are so moronic that they're not even able to see that it is against anybody's best interest to continue to support this governor? It's absurd.
He has to have a say in this. And I know that there's deep concern within Merrimack, and I certainly support that local voice. So I will make sure that it's clear that the people of Merrimack have to decide here. And, you know, they need to know what's happening here, if it's happening, what the implications are, and they should have a say, and I would say the final say here.
Why not read?
That's is the other classic thing, right? If anybody has any kind of awareness of how things work in this state, right? This is the classic downshift, right? Now, the analogy with the downshift is that, you know, like, look, okay, like you're driving a car or you're riding a bike and you decide to shove it into first gear. You know that you are going to be pedaling or you know, pushing the gas significantly further for less distance, right? It's maybe easier in some ways to gain traction, but you are not moving in any kind of like meaningful way. You need to gear up in order to actually start to go further with less input, right? It's going to take less emphasis on that gas pedal or that bike pedal to push you further. Even if it's maybe pushing a little harder, that little bit of push gets you a lot more coverage. Now, to pull out of that analogy for a second and into the reality of what downshifting does, it sends any responsibility onto the communities who literally have less power because they have less money in their pocket, they have less resources available to them in terms of people, in terms of labor, in terms of whatever, right? Like media outreach, what have you. There's all kinds of different aspects of that. So the reason the state has any kind of like value at all is because it's a higher gear that can be operated in. Now, when the state decides to completely abdicate any responsibility that they have and they literally downshift any of that responsibility onto those communities do not have any kind of commensurate leverage to actually be able to combat the significantly higher gear of the federal government, which again subsidizes private interests, has private interests in their pocket. So if you've got like this insanely wealthy property owner that's from out of state and they're like, you know, creaming off their stock dividends or whatever, right? They're just living off passive income and taking out loans on their stocks so that they're not even paying any fucking taxes in the first place. Like, this is the sort of imbalance of power, and the state of New Hampshire could very well on the you know, the gubernatorial level could very much so come in and act as an intermediary to try and balance out some of those powers. But she's not doing that. What she's doing is she's putting all of the responsibility on the town of Merrimack to deal with this. And she, you know, and making it seem like she's advocating for them. But really, she can just read the room and understand that this would not be good for the town of Merrimack and then take action. But that's not how this is going to work. Why? Because she's completely subservient and servile to the Trump administration and of a red state like Mississippi. What the
Trump administration? What about pressure on your fellow Republicans who serve at the county commissioner level and say, hey, you know, let's put immigrant detainees in the jails?
It's not my job to find these facilities. That's the Trump administration.
Well, but Merrimack doesn't want it, though, right? The town has said
It's not my job, she says. It's not my job. It's not my job. Oh my God. What is your job then? What do you do? Like, why did we elect you? Why did anybody vote for you if all you're going to do is get up here and say, it's not my job, not my responsibility, it's on these people, it's on those people, it's on this individual, it's not my responsibility. I'm just supposed to sit here and act like upper management and just plant my ass behind a desk and just watch the clock tick away all day. Like, what value do you have, ma'am? Because it sounds like you're literally telling us that you have zero value. You have no place in any of this. So like, maybe just resign. Like, what's the point of this? This is all cosmetic. This is all performative. It's, you know, she literally is arguing herself out of a job right now.
We don't want it.
Well, I understand that, and we don't even know if it's happening, but I will tell you that at a minimum, they deserve to have the information, and they should decide whether it comes in their community. But in terms of where these other detainees go, that's for the Department of Homeland Security at the federal level. But local communities have to have a voice here, and they have to be involved. And you should be forthcoming with the information. Full transparency.
You know, it's clear you're a law and order Republican. When people talk about that, they sometimes forget about the second half of that, the order part, that is both the public and how the law is enforced, right? That's a big part of order. You've served as a prosecutor, you've served as Attorney General. In your professional opinion, do you think ICE took too aggressive an approach in Minnesota?
You ready for her to not answer?
You know, again, I certainly, as having been an Attorney General, looked at these things. What I hope happens there is a complete and thorough investigation. We can all look at, you know, videos.
I'm not going to tell you what I think. I'm just going to tell you that there needs to be more process. Like, dude, she's literally arguing for more government bureaucracy. Rather than taking any kind of responsibility for any power that she could potentially have or wield, she's saying, no, I need to offload that onto other people. Like, if you're like a conservative libertarian, this shit should make you just as angry as it makes anybody on the left. Because she's doing the exact opposite of what you want, by bloating the government further, by shifting responsibility onto even more bureaucratic institutions to proceduralize any type of action that needs to be taken, rather than just like assuming the bully pulpit and taking a powerful stance. She's not doing anything. She's utterly useless. Now, this sets aside any of the baked in just hypocrisies of the libertarian argument. So like, this is the point where I lose them all if they're watching, where like they, you know, it's like they want the liberty and they want the lack of government, but it literally requires like an authoritarian to come in and dismantle it. So you can't have your libertarian ideology without authoritarianism. So it's just inherently, you know, contradictory in that sense. So, you know, like, let them sit there and seethe like the bunch of little house cats that think that they're so independent and powerful, and yet they completely rely on an entire system that lets them exist without any kind of understanding of how that system works. But, you know, it's fine. You can't win them all.
There's things that happen, but I know, having handled these types of cases myself, in other words, where there's officer involved in the use of lethal force, there has to be a thorough and complete investigation, and that is what my hope is that happens there.
It appears we are seeing a recalibration, at least for now, from the administration in terms of following a more orderly and traditional process within the law. You know, the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution protects all of us against unreasonable government search and seizure. Excuse me. Do the self-signed administrative warrants that ICE is using, in your opinion, do those allow agents here in New Hampshire to forcibly enter someone's home to make an arrest?
Well, Adam, listen, I think that obviously we have an attorney general that can look at the legality of any kind of situation like that. But here's what's happening in New Hampshire. Why we don't have something that, like what's happening in Minnesota, is that we have cooperation at every level of law enforcement. In other words, federal discussing with state and local, focused on public safety and making sure we keep criminals off our streets, and also making sure that officers are safe.
She's going to say in a second here, but like, we're literally like one of the safest states in the nation. So let me ask the question. If I'm not going to do it right now, but like, if I jump over to the uploaded videos from WMUR, a significant portion of them will be like weather related videos. Almost everything else that they have is crime related. So if we are the safest state in the nation, why is the most coverage dedicated to crime. If it's such a non-issue here, then why does it receive such a disproportionate, outsized representation in the only TV outlet for news coverage within the state? What is explain to me? I would love to hear somebody from WMUR explain to me how that works and why that's the case. Because to me, that comes off as a that's propaganda, right? Like that's meant to like rile people up so that they're focused on crime statistics and anecdotal stories about like, oh, well, there was this assault and we really need to be worried about. So, you got to make sure, you got to make sure that you keep your carry in your car or on your body so that you're ready to shoot whoever you need to shoot at a moment's notice, right? It's like, this is all meant to like gin up anxiety and fear in the populace. Meanwhile, they will literally completely destroy any of the institutions that keep you sustained in your everyday life, and they won't talk about it at all. So this is what I am trying to get at when it comes to like explaining to people that like you need to be media literate. You need to literally ask yourself, what am I not being shown? You need to assess what you're seeing in media representation and say what's absent from this. What's not being discussed, what's not being displayed, what's the opinion that debates all this. And then you have to consider the validity of that represented opinion or position or perspective, and you need to gauge how valid that critique is, because in most instances, at least in this country, but in a lot of places too, just outside of the US, this is the modus operandi, is to create permission structures for those that already have power to maintain that power, so that you don't look at how like actually weak they are if everybody were to all of a sudden gain a consciousness of how duped the public is, right? It's really toxic for us, and they are genuinely, as I've said multiple times in this video, they are relying on you being stupid.
Safe themselves because they're working together and communicating together.
It's clear it's not happening like that here at the moment, but
it's not going to happen like that here.
So a lot of voters are upset.
Communication and how we do things here in New Hampshire.
Nonetheless, a lot of people are upset about how this is going, and we're seeing again the recalibration of the Trump administration. I'm just interested, when you're facing those independent voters later this year and they want to know, hey, can you give us an instance in which you've really vocally stood up to the Trump administration on something? What are you going to point to?
Let me tell you this. What I'm going to say to those independent voters, New Hampshire is the safest state in the nation. Also, we're obviously number one in a number of other areas, but the safest state in the nation, because I am focused on.
What are you going to do to stand up to the Trump administration? Response: New Hampshire is the safest state in the nation. What? I'm sorry, what? In what world do those things have anything to do with each other? Like, really, that's an earnest question. Okay, like, let me set aside any biases that I have and just say, like, somebody, please explain to me how her response answers the question that she was asked. Because as far as I can tell, it doesn't even, it's completely unrelated. There is no equivalence in any of this. There's no direct relationship between her response and the inquiry that was made. So what are we doing? What are we doing?
Public safety. We have great law enforcement at every level here. They work together really well. We have a wonderful quality of life. And every day I stand up for the people of New Hampshire. There have been many times, of course, I've disagreed with the administration, whether it was on the tariffs with Canada, various funding issues where, suddenly we've seen funding stripped on critical areas. So I stand up for New Hampshire every day. That's what I do. And I'll work with them when they're doing things that are good for New Hampshire, like we received the Rural Health Transformation Grant, the most amount of money in New England. And we were glad to receive it. It's going to help us transform rural health in our North Country, telehealth. providers, hopefully getting scholarships for people that want to work in the North Country.
Right, because you don't challenge them. That is the reason you are granted any type of like assistance at all, is because you refuse to materially challenge them in any kind of public or legitimate, serious way. So like whatever meager crumbs that you manage to acquire for the state comes directly from the fact that you refuse to have any type of like spinal cord or vertebrae when it comes to actually addressing things that you do disagree with. It means you're their bitch. That's really all that means right there.
To stay in healthcare, it's going to be very positive. So there are instances where, of course, I'm standing up, and then there's instances where I'm advocating for New Hampshire like that.
Two more questions from the national level, and we'll pivot back to some fun state issues. Now, President Trump is suing the IRS for $10 billion. He can direct the DOJ to settle this lawsuit, and he just said in his Super Bowl interview with NBC that indeed he wants to give this money to charity. So it sounds like he's very serious about doing this. Would that be an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars?
I haven't followed his or anyone else's lawsuits. The only thing that I focus on is what's the impact on New Hampshire and what's happening here. So I'm not even familiar with that.
So if he takes this money, you're just not going to have an opinion on it?
Well, I don't even know what it is, Adam. I mean, there's
He's
lots of
suing the
things
IRS for $10
happening.
billion.
I mean, obviously there's people suing people every day, including the president. I don't follow the lawsuits. What I care about is what's happening in the state of New Hampshire.
Like, I don't follow it. Like, so what do? You follow what's happening in New Hampshire, but you clearly don't follow what's happening in New Hampshire because you just said earlier in the interview that you didn't know any of these things that were going on, and it was the responsibility of other people within your cabinet to know them. So, like, again, you're literally up here saying that you know nothing. You are useless. You are literally, Kelly Ayotte is sitting here making the argument that she is functionally useless, doesn't do any of the responsibilities of her job, and none of it is her problem. So not only is she saying she's useless, she's confident in her uselessness. She's confident in any type of lack of function that she serves for anybody. It's like, I have never heard such an incredible, I mean, maybe I have, I don't know. That might be hyperbolic right there, but it's like, this goes into the all-time greats of arguing that I have no value, and yet you should continue to let me have power despite the fact that I have no value. I am useless, and you should maintain me in my post because I am useless. That's the argument.
And, he'll make his decisions, what he wants to do on a lawsuit. It's great if he wants to give it a cheer, whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you what I do every day. And that is, I want to know what's the impact on the state of New Hampshire. If that impacts New Hampshire, I'll have an opinion.
Okay, I've got one more.
What I do every day is want to know things. That's what that sentence means right there. That's what she just said. What I do every day is want to know things. Just so we're clear, that's what she just said.
With New Hampshire impact for you, the Trump administration, the president is also calling to nationalize elections. Do you want to see a federal takeover of the voting systems in New Hampshire?
Absolutely not. I did not support a national election when President Obama was in office. I do not support nationalizing election with President Trump in office. We do elections right here in New Hampshire. We do it at the local level, working with our Secretary of State, who does an excellent job in providing guidance to our.
Tell me how this is any different than Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries issuing strongly worded letters. Because I don't, when it comes to like the de facto reality, I don't see a difference. What the fuck, guys?
Local election officials, and that's why we have the first in the nation primary. We do it well, and I have confidence in our elections.
Okay, lots of local issues and state issues we want to get to. When we get back to more with the governor, we'll hear her thoughts on key bills.
Yeah, great. Like, to just get back to the, oh yeah, well, we're first in the nation. We believe in election integrity, even though the conservatives in the state are trying to implement even more controls on the documentation that you need to provide to your local town office in order to vote. So let's complicate that more. We're going to decomplicate voting by making it more complicated. Insane. Completely insane. So I don't know, guys. I don't like to do too much reaction content because I don't really think that's like the best use of my time. I think there's plenty of stuff out there that lets people, do that. But again, I do at the same time, I think it's important to come out here and do like some like analysis type stuff of like actual news, because again, when people don't have any degree of media literacy in like just a very like Occam's razor type of way, that this is how we ended up where we got, because people don't even understand the definitions of words that they use to describe things. So how is it possible that you can consume something like what we just watched that's in like just a total word salad and actually glean any type of information out of it? Because that was like literally, how long was that fucking video? It's like literally 12 minutes of just time wasting. So like, lock in, guys. This ain't it anymore. And we really need to be doing better than this.
Joining me now is the host of the Power Report and Audio Phase podcast, friend of the show, Dan from the internet. Dan, it's always good to see you. How's it going?
I'm doing well. Yes, all of those things. And oh man, it's just been I'm losing my voice because I was at a conference this weekend. Speaking to some fellow journalists actually, which was really fun. And then I was watching the Super Bowl as well and screaming when Bad Bunny was on. So that was good. But yeah, this is the first time I've like heard my voice out loud for today, and I'm like, oh wow, this is horrifying. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's good. It's sexy Dan. We'll take it. We'll take it. It's what do they call it? What do they call it when Phoebe did it on Friend? Anyway,
I know what you're talking about, but
yeah, I can't remember. Everything sounded better. Okay. You want to get into this? Because I got you here for like what, 30 minutes? And this is like, some serious, some not so serious questions. It's a mix. It's like a new Q&A I'm doing that's laid back, sort of silly, maybe feels random, but I think we get a better perspective of the person, especially somebody like yourself who people rely on to make the news more digestible and accessible, right? So it's been going well so far. I think you're like my 10th guest at this. So let's just jump in, okay?
I'm excited. I'm very excited.
Okay, cool. This is kind of a tough one right off the bat. You ready?
Lay it on me.
What number am I thinking of?
Oh, I was thinking this is going to go like similarly to the Colbert questionnaire. If folks are sitting on late night.
I don't know what that
Stephen
is,
Colbert asked people questions, and it's a series of questions, and one of them is actually what they're thinking of. So, not to accuse you of being the hack part of Letterhack or anything.
I don't know.
But,
somebody accused me of being Seth Meyers a couple interviews back, and I didn't get that either. So, okay.
Oh no, you're funnier. It's okay.
Let's do it then.
I'll say I'm feeling a 28.
4. Always 4.
It was
just
4.
for future reference. Always 4. That's the only number I think of.
It was divisible by 4, so I'll give myself half a
Oh.
point. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Look, there's a lot of talk these last few weeks, and especially over the weekend with the Super Bowl, and about Spanish and English and all this. Do you remember the game See and Say, where it was like different farm animals, and it was like the pig says, and then you would say
moo.
So
I know, yeah. The pig says oink, the cow says moo. Yes. I do.
So
I think I have one of those.
you
Yeah.
want to do a couple rounds in Spanish?
Oh God.
Is it fun?
I'll try.
This is an easy one. I'll give you an easy one, okay? El pollo dice.
Paca.
Yeah, nice. Good job. Okay, I'll give you another one. You've already hinted at it. La vaca dice.
Moo.
Yeah, good one. Have you ever seen Las Vacas in I think it's Dutch? They keep them it wouldn't be Dutch, it'd be in the Netherlands, right? They keep them in indoors for like their harsh winter for like 6 months, and then they have a tradition where they let them out of a barn and they like go crazy happy when they see grass and sunlight. You ever seen that?
I hadn't seen that before. I haven't thought about animals in other climates actually, but you have it right here. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's like a palate cleanser. I always have this on hand. Watch these guys. Watch how happy. First of all, they're like, "Is this real? Holy shit!"
This is way better than Groundhog Day.
Oh yeah, and then they get really happy. Look at them. They're like, "Woohoo!" And they got babies who probably have never seen the light of day.
Oh
or
wow.
grass or anything, right? Like, watch, they show a little calf running around here. This is a good palate cleanser. This will get you in a good mood. You'll see these on social media with all kinds of different, like, meaningful music over top of it.
Yeah, we don't need AI.
Anyway, back to the interview. Sorry, I kind of derailed it there for a second. Okay, so very good with your Spanish. That was good. Look, true or false? Ready? Despite answering to his anti-vax crusading boss, RFK Jr., Dr. Mehmet Oz is pleading with the American people to get the measles vaccine, claiming it's the solution to the growing number of outbreaks. True or false? Dr. Oz is saying, get the measles vaccine. It's our only solution.
Well, I really don't know this, so I'm gonna just shoot from the hip and guess true.
Yeah. Isn't that obnoxious, though? It's like, you idiots. You're so close. It's one of those, does somebody want to tell him moments? You know what I mean? Like, it's so obnoxious.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice for a previous boss or manager? I've sort of heard this answer already, but go ahead.
Yeah. I can be like, broad and also include experiences that I haven't talked ad nauseum about on camera. But I think I would say take an investment in learning what people do on a day-to-day basis. Like, there's a line between doing that and micromanagement. But I also think that sometimes the benefit of having like a boss or a manager, I'm thinking like a CEO type level, really, not necessarily like someone I'm directly reporting to, but the benefit is that you're supposed to be like a high level 50,000 foot view sort of thinker, but that sometimes comes at a cost of lacking the decision making that people on like the lowest rung of the totem pole kind of understand, because that's like the day-to-day work. They know what's possible, they know where you can stretch and do something differently, they know where things could be done better. So yeah, I just always encourage people to listen to everyone as much as they can. I know like some organizations are like tens of thousands of people, and that's a lot less possible, but if you understand what goes into the jobs that people do and sometimes sacrifice of that, then I think that can make you a better decision maker and a better leader. I think Undercover Boss was kind of like a decent example of this at its best when that show was airing, of just like going to the rank and file people and kind of going from there. That would be my advice, and something that I've tried to do in leadership roles or facilitation roles in a profit or non-profit kind of sense.
I would love to work for you, man. That would be so fun.
No, you wouldn't.
No, but I'm a really hard worker. Like I can take abuse and everything. Like it would be, and I trust you. Look, do you
I'm definitely not abusing the workers, that's for sure.
Okay, well, speaking of trust, do you know anyone you would trust to pilot a flying car?
Absolutely, actually. Shout out to my good friend Sean, who I co-host Audio Face with. We haven't done a couple episodes in a while, but we have plenty of ideas. It's more just a time thing. But he's in the aviation industry. He has thousands of hours under his belt, and he's a very, very level-headed kind of person when like doing those things. Like obviously we have like a silly side, but he's just like has like the discipline of a pilot, someone who you trust to give you a nice, calm, soothing voice, even if there's a lot of turbulence up ahead. Because of that, and because of all the things I've known, hearing from him and learning about like the aviation industry, I'm like, flying taxis at the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. That's funny. You know, like I'm like, I don't trust. We're barely good at driving on an X and Y axis. Once you add like the Z axis of like going up and down, like you're cooked. But
that's what I think.
I if there's anything, I would trust someone who does have a pilot's license.
It's
And
just so
luckily I know
funny.
people.
I mean, that is the perfect answer. It's just, it cracks me up how people are always like, man, it's 2026. Where's my jetpack? And I'm like, you would not be good with a jetpack, please. Okay, would you walk barefoot in a New York subway for $100? And if not, how much would it take?
This is a lovely question because
you've done.
I've been. I just love being one with the free walking. I'll make this answer like a rapid fire thing, ish. One thing I wasn't warned about New York winters is not necessarily the snow or not necessarily the negative 20-degree wind chill like we had the other day. And of course, it's worse in other parts of the country too. And people in Minnesota are like really thugging it out. So shout out to them, and worse weather. But it's like less than half a day after it snows, the snow just starts to capture all of the grime and the dirt and the fuels that are in the air, and it just becomes like brown and black. And because it hasn't melted, because it hasn't been over freezing temperatures for like 2 weeks since it snowed, you're getting like dead animals and trash and like dog, all that stuff. But it's New York, so everyone's walking in it and everyone's on the subway. So I gotta be honest, $100, maybe that's a little bit of a cheap date. Like I don't know if there's a price you could give me, but also I'm not the one to walk barefoot outside unless I'm at the beach, and I'm pretty clean with that.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I remember walking around. I used to go to New York in the spring, and it would rain pretty hard. And then like the next day it was nothing but just busted umbrellas everywhere on the sidewalk, just littering. I would just take pictures of them and be like, yeah, I got 50 umbrellas. Just totally, because they start selling them left and right when it rains, and those got to be cheap, and they just get all messed up. Okay, overrated or underrated youthfulness?
I would say underrated, which is a strangely non-cynical answer for me. I think youthfulness, and this is something I'm thinking about as I'm reaching my 30s now, it's a mindset. So I think you can feel youthful regardless of your age. It's really, I think, a set of qualities that are, of course, informed by social conditions. And I think they're a little bit malleable, but I think it's a consistent curiosity, like wanting to learn new things, wanting to try new things. Exercise of any kind. It doesn't have to be like whether you're physically capable of doing exercise. It could be mental exercise. It could be spiritual exercise. It can be physical exercise. I think just the things that would normally qualify with youth. Obviously not everything. There is a good thing to come with maturity, and I think like youthfulness comes better with age, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think it is underrated only because I think people tend to try to put a number on it when it's really an approach to life, in my opinion.
Over or underrated hot water?
Underrated. I've had the hot water go out in my building a couple times recently because the heat and hot water systems are sort of connected. And it's like a boiler or something. And so if the heat is not working in the building, then the water is also not being warmed. And that is terrible when you would like to take a shower. And I do enjoy my morning warm showers. Sometimes listening to some of the most depressing news on earth. Like that's usually my Democracy Now! Time. But this like, it's a almost spiritual, like lowercase, like practice for me. Like it's a routine. It's something that grounds me. Even though the news can be chaotic, but yeah, I my life very quickly collapses when I don't have consistent hot water. I found that's just like my little bougie first world sort of thing.
Yeah, me too. How would you explain what a progressive means? What being a progressive means to an 80-year-old?
An 80-year-old in the United States?
Yeah.
I would say someone who is on the left side of the spectrum. They may, in a broad sense, agree with Democrats, although not necessarily always support them because some Democrats fall short of this progressive idea. But it's pluralism, it's diversity, it's trying not to pull the ladder up as you're climbing it. A broader scope of the idea of rights, not necessarily, just human rights and legal rights, but healthcare is a right, housing is a right. I think I would kind of go there because I think about these terms so much when I'm creating videos and things like that about progressive or leftist or socialist and what these mean and what they mean in a book versus how they're used in practice, especially in American society, which gets different if you use these terms in other cultures. So yeah, I would try to stop there and maybe use some historical examples of like there have been really successful progressive Republicans like Teddy Roosevelt, for example, a little bit more imperialist for my likings. But when you look at, Teddy Roosevelt's legacy as being a trust buster, as in like breaking up big banks and railroads and other like titans of industry from becoming too big and too powerful and having an outsized role in government themselves, I consider that to be as progressive as his relative FDR in doing the New Deal and a lot of programs behind that. And again, not perfect, but I think especially with an 80-year-old, I think those historical examples hopefully should resonate.
That nailed it, because I've had to do that. So I was just kind of looking for advice. Since living in the South, I've been explaining it to like, people, older folks all the time. They're like, what does that even mean? And
I think
the historical reference, that's the hook.
Yeah, I think just really fast, because I know you want to get to other questions, but I would imagine people in the South, regardless of political party, would have a little bit of a better sense to, or at least would resonate well with what I said, because you still get this very bad faith, ignorant sort of thing. Like, oh, well, the Democrats used to be the racist ones. The Democrats used to be the KKK. And then, all of a sudden now they try to be all woke or whatever. But I think people from the South know, like, yeah, dumbass, there was a switch. Like, it was a very deliberate effort for that.
And then, current version too. So
no, very much so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think the historical things hopefully help. And like, I go back to youthfulness. I think history is cool regardless of what age it is. But I think when you cater to people's experiences and lived experiences, flattery can sometimes help make the medicine go down, I found, especially in canvassing.
That's great. You're right, though. I do have some burning questions. Like, what's your second favorite color?
Oh, pretty easy. orange. Purple is definitely my favorite color. It's used in a lot of different ways in like logos and Dan for the Internet branding type things.
Yes.
But orange was my favorite color before it became purple. So I like using that every once in a while too.
Cool. Secondary palette kind of guy, huh? That's cool.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I like green too, because like they're
There
complementary
you go.
colors, but I always think of Barney the dinosaur, and like for my generation, I was just like, I don't know if I want that vibe all the time. But I think we've been enough removed where I can maybe play with that as well too, because color theory, it works.
Yeah. What's your favorite curse word?
Oh, that's gonna get me in trouble. I because of my British upbringing, I have more of an affinity for the C word than I think is acceptable in American discourse.
Oh, right. Okay.
And you know, like it obviously like there's sexist connotations, and so
No, I get you.
you
though.
aim not to use it here, but there's like so many different words that aren't necessarily curse words, but they're fun uses of English that like either MF Doom or like William Shakespeare himself have done. Like I remember laughing about the phrase hobby horse in the Shakespeare thing, just to mean like basically a whore. And I'm just like, let's get silly with the English language again. Let's go back, especially with the Bad Bunny Super Bowl fresh in my mind, and thinking about the diaspora of Spanish and how I learned a very like Southern Californian, very Mexican influenced version of Spanish. And Bad Bunny's dropping all these like Puerto Rican slang words that like even my friends who are more fluent in Spanish than I am are like, I don't know. So I think we need a lot more of this, especially in America.
It's your last day as Stephen Miller's personal chef. What's on the menu?
Cyanide for myself. No.
You're out of there. It's your last day.
What can I say legally in the United States in 2026?
I think that's the exact right answer.
Well, you know, but both Stephen Miller and I have roots in Los Angeles, so I think I would make him tacos al pastor. What I put into it, what I do with it, whether or not I bake
Secret
it straight
ingredient.
on the ground, like, you know, like we'll cross
Maybe
that bridge
we'll-
when we get to it.
Okay, that sounds good. I always like asking that because we get a lot of good suggestions in the comments. Okay. What I only got a couple more for you here. Hey, are you afraid of your name popping up on a list? Think we're already on a list? Think I'm on a list?
I mean, like, again, I'm gonna try to give as quick of a Dan answer as I possibly can. We're on many types of lists, right? Like, I house a lot of like work experience in online advertising. Like Google and Facebook are following you even if you're using DuckDuckGo and you deleted every Meta app on your phone, right? Like these ad networks are big and powerful, and so you're being tracked in those if you aren't doing like, you know, a lot of due diligence, and even still like you can be tracked with those. I feel like it's more of you never know when I don't know if everyone's being tracked just yet, but I'll say that there's the ability to very quickly spotlight someone. So, you know, I think the Don Lemon situation is a pretty good example of like, you're just doing the America thing, the thing that Western European culture has done since the Renaissance, which is like the fourth estate, like covering, doing journalism, reporting on things that matters that have to do with the government and society and culture and the state, etc. Right? And then you find out that there are like federal agents who are tracking where you are and watching your streams to figure out, okay, Don Lemon is going to be in LA for the Grammys or whatever, and they ambush and arrest him for something that is like literally the First Amendment, the first one, the important one that, like, you know, other than the Second Amendment, was supposedly sacrosanct to the whole country, but especially this right-wing ascendant sort of like MAGA movement and everything adjacent to it. Just the right to say things, offensive or otherwise. Otherwise, there's this overblown cancel thing, and you all know the rest. So I don't know if like we're on a list, but it's very easy for the spotlight to all of a sudden be on you. And then everything that you have that's public is just like immediately indexed and ingested into the AI that the government's probably using. And maybe it's the Google AI, maybe it's the Grok AI, maybe it's the Amazon AI, maybe it's the Palantir AI. So I think especially with this government, but I think the genie's kind of out of the bottle, that you just got to, you know, move carefully and with those kind of concerns in mind, but also like not be intimidated by these folks, and to know that there is still strength in numbers, and they do feel shame from all of these illegal crackdowns they know they're doing, and they're just trying to cover up and duck their nose and hope that they can get immunity after 4 years or so.
Very mature answer, Dan. I respect that. Look, AI is getting it's getting harder to tell AI from real. Now, there are a lot of instances where it's obvious, right? And I mean, apparently, I didn't watch the Super Bowl, but apparently there were a number of AI ads. Here's the thing. There are whole social media accounts dedicated to debunking things that people are having a hard time telling if something is AI or not. So what I want to do is show you two images. I'm going to show them to you separately, one at a time. Two images. You tell me which one you think is AI after I've shown them to you both. And just because I'm showing them one at a time doesn't mean that we can't go back to the first one if you want to compare. Okay. But I just want to do them side by side. All right. So here's the first one. They're both of Donald Trump, but here's the first one. So real or AI? And I don't know, if I take us off, it might be a little larger. Not really.
I see what we're going with. I want to see the other one, because yeah, there's some questions I have about the framing, but
okay. Well, we'll go on to the other one now. But like I said, if for some reason you want to come back to this one, no problem, okay? Because I don't know if the next one's going to be any easier to tell or not. Okay, you ready?
Huh.
Sorry. I'm sorry about that, man.
I'm not. It's a thinker. I don't know. I mean, but like, truthfully, like, so for example, I have a Google Pixel, and I'm I'm a nerd about politics, but I'm also a nerd about technology and things like that. And people, especially the people at The Verge have done a lot of great work on this, about how the image processing that happens on a phone with Google AI built kind of into the hardware. And, iPhones do this. Sony webcam I'm using right now does this. But up until recently, there was kind of we're going to process this image so that if we're making any sort of, changes to it, they're things that feel relatively innocuous and would benefit the average person and would most likely not cause crimes or do evidence. Like a burst mode for this phone where I can take a group photo and it will make sure that the final image that comes out, everyone's eye helpful. And that's probably not going to be a story or something. But also we have millions of these devices out there that are making these kind of like on platform AI decisions. And there may not be a moment in reality where where all of us are smiling and looking at the camera in reality where I'm taking those photos, but they all end up, the phone just kind of puts them together and goes, this is reality, this is a moment. And those are kind of these small pieces. But, even with that first Trump photo, like I was looking at the way the seat was kind of put in there, and it looked like kind of like an odd shape to it. And like, like Photoshop makes some of these mistakes with like depth of field and things like that. But, so, and those things can what I'm getting at is like those things can even not be AI, as in like the user meant to do it. But if the person taking that photo happens to, I don't know, have the latest iPhone, the latest Samsung, even a slightly newer camera that has some of these AI forward features, the camera could be making lies even before the person does at this point. So we're really like have passed a point in something. But I will say there was a universal, and there seems to be a fairly universal sort of distrust, whatever you want to call it, with AI in a creative sense. A lot of people didn't like the AI or the crypto-based sort of like advertisements as cheap and lowbrow as they were going to. Shout out Coinbase. But I think that's going to create a renaissance. And I know this is a question show for me, and I don't know how much longer we have, but I'm definitely curious to hear. And I know you've talked about this a little bit as well, but like as an artist, what you think the backlash is going to be for AI? Because I think it's already here, and I think it's pushing traditional artists to create better work that asserts itself as, oh, this is so good and so creative, and most importantly, so human, that it helps to fight back against this quick, sort of simple desire for AI slop that a lot of people seem to have or convince themselves that they want.
It's interesting because when it comes to AI, it's so unregulated. It's insane. It was like a locomotive built without any braking system. It's not that it goes fast. It's that it's completely reckless by design. But leave it to the artist to start labeling things human made or not AI, or insisting like all the festivals and cons and San Diego Comic-Con's doing their art show this year. Everyone has to say, first of all, it's like you're not allowed to have AI in the art show, but if you have it like in the con, like on the show floor, just for the regular whatever, it's got to be labeled. So like the artists were like, fuck, let's just have some regulations. Okay, let's all say human made. Okay. And then it was like a thing overnight, like it just instant. So I think that's really cool. I think that is a sign of a very, very healthy human component in something that we just broadly call art. Do you know what I mean? And so when they call it AI art, no, it clearly isn't, because you're lacking this very strong, healthy human component that can, as one, agree instantly that we're going to do this and that protects us, and that we're going to be against this because that doesn't protect us. It's fucking amazing. So like, you know what I mean?
No, I was just saying I love that, because there was this push about we need to find a way where we can automatically, watermark AI. And I always felt icky or gross about that, because it's like, okay, we're asking the creators of tools that are inherently made for the streamlining of deception to be responsible. And it's just like, I've seen enough of the tech industry of the United States of America to know that's not going to happen. But you're right, it's a very great organic thing to see, where I've started even seeing it on nonfiction videos that aren't necessarily very artistic, but I'll watch a lot of videos on YouTube about transportation news or like updates like that. And it's really great because it's like small creators, it's very hyper local and things like that. But it's also content that's very easy to have AI produce, because you're just like spitting in news updates. And a lot of people will use AI for the visuals, or they'll use AI to hide their own voices, but they'll also use AI to build the scripts entirely. And because there's a big backlash in the community from both creators and the viewers, the human creators are just putting in the thumbnails, no AI used in this video, in addition to everything else in the thumbnail. Thumbnail is a sacred ground for a YouTuber. So to dedicate pixel space to say not AI generated is having, I think, a positive resonant effect. And it's a lot better for the humans to be able to regulate, put the new union label on their work, as opposed to, expecting the creators and abusers of tools of deception to be responsible. So it's like, once again, the artists are saving the world.
Yeah, they show up. They just put AI right in its place, because it's going to be the other way around, right? Like AI is going to be like, I disable AI on my Gmail, and I swear to God, it doesn't act right now. You know what I mean? So it's like, you're going to be in this situation where it's like, oh, I got to rely on AI. Well, maybe not. And Seriously, like I did a story on artists in Palestine recently where they're, it's street art, what we would otherwise call graffiti, spray paint art on rubble and ruins. I don't see AI repurposing disaster into art, on the spot. And like, what do people have over there to appreciate anymore? Like, give them anything, right? Like, what can you do? And kids are happier now and they can get in on it. And I mean, fucking A, it's not enough, right? But like, again, there are so many situations where, it's like AI is going to be great as long as things keep getting better for rich guys. But as soon as like shit falls apart, now it's kind of useless. Doesn't really serve a purpose. So I don't know. But when it comes to art, we showed up. Okay, I got one more question for you. Don't get me going on that topic, man. I will not stop. Like, we'll be here for days. Look, this is my last question. What's the name of your autobiography going to be?
Oh, I've thought about this. Keep expectations low. How I learned to stop worrying and love the bomb.
There you go. Perfect. Dan from the internet, thanks for coming on. Do you want to plug anything? I know the Power Report is on Thursdays, right?
No, this year we kind of moved back to doing episodes once or twice a month based around big news events and trying to, again, like there's great work that's done on this space that is on a much more like weekly basis, sometimes daily, and there's definitely a place for that sort of coverage. But one thing that Bam and I and C's and all the other people, guests who've been on Power Report before at youtube.com/Dan for the internet, and we liked how we could slow down a little bit and then come back to these conversations 6 months from now or a year from now. And a lot of the things we would say would kind of stand the test of time. And I don't even know if that's because myself or all of our guests are brilliant, although they are, but because of how little things change, and sometimes stepping back from the news cycle is a helpful way to do that. But through that's allowing me to do other quicker response videos. So I'll say to go to youtube.com/Dan from the internet. You'll see some other smaller channels I'm starting to build out as well, because that's the way YouTube works. But yes, Power Report clips will be around there, and other political reactions and things like that. And I need to do this because inside baseball, we changed the internal process for it. But a lot of these things are going to end up in this space rotation as well. So
Nice.
folks who are watching things that Letterhack does, you will see bits of that there too. I'm trying to make a couple videos before I fly out and go on a little bit of a vacation tomorrow. But
look, you do great work. It's amazing. I would never rush it. I would never demand more of it. I would love more of it, but do what you can do and practice self-care. Everyone in this, especially, look, it's not getting like easier to handle the news or to make it accessible and digestible or comment on it or anything. So take breaks. I took like a 6-month break this year because I was making, from the one out of like 6 shows, but I was making a comic book. So I took time off from my Monday night show. And when I came back, everybody was there. Nobody had abandoned me. It was great. The numbers were where they were or higher, and I felt better. So like, it's a win-win-win. So take care of yourself, but just so you know, like your work is vital. Like people really, really do benefit from it.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate that. And yes, thank you for the work you do, not just on your own channel, not just on behind the scenes on this space, but yeah, just continuing to foster this, community on the online left, especially during this time, because it's important to be as resilient as ever as even some of the bigger voices. Like, guess what? Big shot cable news host Don Lemon and Matt the Letterhack are both using StreamYard right now to do their shows. So we're equalizing right at the right time. But yeah, no, thank you for all the work you do and kind of pulling all that stuff together, because it's vital, and it's a great thing to have folks who are watching and contributing be able to come back to.
Amen to that. Thanks for coming on, Dan. I really appreciate it. Have a good night.
Night and wood in the chat. Appreciate y'all.
See you, man. Joining me now is singer-songwriter, author, stand-up comic, radio and podcast host, and former rat trainer for Penn and Teller. Please welcome Kathy B. Kathy, thank you for being here. How are you?
Copacetic,
And
cool
action.
kosher. Yeah, exactly. Go. And be funny now.
Look, there's so much to ask you about that. And I was just telling you, I'm going to ask for your origin story. Maybe that's just like the best way to approach this like array of things that you have in your resume here. And since this is your first time on my show, I have to ask, as I do all of my guests, for your origin story. And I was wondering, could you please tell us as much or as little as you care to divulge about, how you got to where you are, what happened along the way, how you became the host of the anti-social hour-ish show, and also like including how many rat bites have you endured in your career?
There's a TV show about that. Okay, starting from the very beginning, my dad left the Navy and like visited my mom. Oh no, you don't want to go that far back. Okay,
like pre-origin, but okay.
Yeah, that's pre-origin. Yeah, then okay, I peeked out. What? There was
Maybe just start with first memory. Like, let's
first
fast
memory.
forward a little.
I actually had a really cool first memory. My first memory is sitting on the kitchen floor. I think I was maybe 1 year old, and I was reading Dr. Seuss books to my mother, who had been changing all the words for me so that way I wouldn't just repeat the same thing over and over again when I was reading the same book over and over again. But I was actually reading the book to her. And she was on the phone with her sister and screaming, "She knows how to say dog. She knows how to say dog." And she's from Boston, so it was even crazy. Yeah, dog. I know how to say dog.
Was this One Fish, Blue Fish? Do you remember the book?
My sister's was from One Fish, Blue Fish. Mine was, I had Are You My Mother, which wasn't Dr. Seuss, but the thing one and thing two one, that was Cat in the Hat.
Yeah.
Cat.
Oh, that's great. I'm a big Dr. Seuss fan.
Oh man, yeah. It just turned me into the left wing immediately. So
And so this is where like your mom was saying, I think she's going to be a podcast host one day. Maybe a rat trainer.
Podcast back in the 1960s. Back in the 1960s, there were a few other things that people would listen to, mostly like in their heads, like when they were doing crazy things.
I've been there too.
She thought for sure that I was going to go into dance of all things, because the klutziest person in the entire country is going to go into dance. But I don't have ballerina neck. I have a very football player neck, so that didn't happen. But I would follow all the dance classes around the neighborhood, all the kids in the dance classes, and so we did a backyard show. And there's a photograph on my website where I was 4 years old. I'm wearing an orange costume. I'm maybe all of this big, and I'm singing a Flintstone song from when Bam Bam and Pebbles were on. Now, everybody who's watching this has no idea what the Flintstones are or all of that, because I'm old. So
I can almost remember that song.
Yeah, it was Let the Sun Shine In.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Let the sun shine.
That was like a hit for them. Everyone was like, oh my God, they're actually really good. This is our prehistoric Donnie and Marie over here.
Exactly. And so I got on top of a toy grand piano in my little orange outfit, and I would just sing the chorus over and over again, but everybody was happy, and they made a lot of money for the charity, the Jimmy Fund. If you're in Boston, you know what that is. And from there, I ended up doing TV commercials of all things as a little kid. I worked for Big Brothers Big Sisters. I did a Charleston Chew commercial, Charleston Chew. And I did a Coke commercial all before I was 7 years old.
Wow.
And then it just kind of faded out. And then I ended up becoming a published writer at 8. And I decided, okay, I'm not going to go into acting. I'm going to go into publishing at 8 years old. So,
wow.
yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And like, is this like a career where like one thing led to another, or I mean, was there at any point where you were like, I'm going to plot this out, I'm going to figure out all the points that I want to hit?
You know, there's people that tell me that if they say what they want in life, they manifest their destiny. I am so not that person. I am the person that like, oh, look, there's a rock fall. And then I end up, you know, in the lap of, oh, look, that's Danny Kaye. Oh, look, there's Gene Wilder. Oh, look, you know, I just end up falling into things completely randomly. My first day in stand-up, I was working as an intern for a theater company called the Charles Playhouse on Warrington Street in Boston back 100 years ago. And Dennis Leary was the guy that ran the show there. And I was email. So the PR person from one comedy club would tell me a message and I would go to another comedy club by running down the street. They would give me the message and I would run back to the comedy club that I was working in. So I was basically email. And I did all their, you know, worked with the marketing team and all that other stuff. And so Dennis would call me Jailbait. That was my nickname. There was another comic named Tony V, hilarious to this day, one of my favorite comedians. And Tony and Dennis made a bet. They said, if she can get on stage and make the audience laugh, I'll give her $1 for every minute she makes her laugh. And Tony went, you're on. So, and $1, you know, back in the 70s was huge.
Yeah.
You could, you know, for $10, you could buy an album and a concert ticket. So we all went to see Queen and we forgot this story. No, so it was a Tuesday night. He had an open mic going, brought me up on stage, 16 years old, from Madison Park High School in Roxbury, Massachusetts, which made me token, the white girl. Roxbury, for those who don't know, is a very not white town. It's where Malcolm X spent a lot of time. And that's where I went to school. And so I went up there and I basically talked sports for about 10 minutes. And the first minute, Dennis is like, Second minute, he's like, Third minute, he's going, and he just stepped back off the stage for a little bit. Okay, now I got nervous. But then, you know, he kept me going. And finally, 10 minutes, he said, stop. I'm like, oh no, I really did badly. And the audience was with me. And I was kind of, I didn't know if they were laughing at me or for me or whatever. And he said, no, I need money to pay for the cab ride so we can get to no place like Sam's over in Brighton, and you got to stop. I'm like, okay. So, okay, that was it. So my first day, I got $10, a paid gig.
Wow.
And did great, and then bombed for the next 3 months, which was perfect.
Why? Because it's like a learning, because so far your career sounds like not you being an opportunist, but you having the opportunity to get people to respond to you.
Yes,
and
you know,
to appreciate what you have to offer, right?
There's two things as an old bag I figured out. You open your own doors,
right,
and you decide what those doors are.
And so by bombing, that's just like
I actually learned
plenty
more,
of experience.
Yeah, you learn more by screwing up than you cannot dance like Nureyev until you crawl like a baby, right? So, so I was doing everything wrong because the first time I did so well, I just talked. It didn't put any pressure on myself. By the second time, pressure on myself, which is now I'm at the point where it's like, I don't give a shit what you like, I don't like. If it's funny to me, yay, I win. And I found that the more I stopped listening to myself and started watching how other people were doing things, and everybody was kind of becoming who they were. I graduated high school early. I decided to go to college early. I couldn't afford college, so I went into the Navy. I mean, I did all these things because I was like, okay, what do I do if I can't do this? What do I do if? And so I'm in the Navy, still doing stand-up, as you do. This is what, you know, this is what saves America. Not in Venezuela, apparently. And I could talk about that for an hour and a half too. And during the Reagan years, you know, when there's a whole bunch of stuff going on in El Salvador and, you know, Cuba and everything, and just sitting in this world where everything was just so disjunctioned and so screwed up. It's like, what? All I kept thinking is, what am I going to do next? What am I going to do next? Look for a door. Nah, I can't find a door. make a door. So that's what I kept doing. Just kept making doors.
So that you just touched on something I was wondering. A lot of my guests are political commentators and journalists. Even when I interview stand-up comics or comic book creators, they often have a side gig that has something to do with political media. And so I just wonder how much of your content utilizes current affairs, activism, or relies on, anything from politics, like Standard, to the latest stupid thing Donald Trump said. How much do you rely on that? Or
Well, what's great
you
is I don't have to
circumvent-
rely on Donald Trump to say stupid things. We all know that's just kind of happened.
Right, yeah, right.
That's who he is.
Maybe
He
as president is what
yeah,
I mean. But
well,
anyway,
yeah. Well, back pre-Donald, and I mean, we had the Reagans. When my first person I voted for was Jimmy Carter during the Reagan years. But we had a situation where I grew up where there was a lot of gay folks around me. My dad's an electrician, still to this day at 84 years old.
Wow.
And he worked at a club, a gay bar in Boston called Buddies. So he got to be really close with all these folks that had he not had that opportunity, I probably wouldn't have known a single gay person until I was in my teens. But I grew up with gay people around me all the time. I mean, you come up to your dad saying you're straight, that's how much it was. So I had been a diehard, and then we lost, this is actually part of the same deal. We lost a family member to AIDS. He had to stay in France because they weren't allowing people to come back to the United States to die, because people were so ignorant about that, that time of the world. Gerard was like 23. It was just horrible. So the gay world was really prominent in my life for years, from a time I was maybe 7 or 8. And, to this very day, trans folks, drag queens. I'm a huge drag queen fanatic. In fact, my first really great shows were in front of drag clubs. John Waters, those people. Those people just made it sound weird.
my whole family's from Baltimore. So
yeah,
I
you know
get it.
John Waters
I'm
very
a
well.
huge John Waters fan. I've seen him speak
Well,
a couple of times in person.
we knew Divine, so we were huge
Oh,
fans
wow.
of and because Divine used to play at this club, and Elton John's boyfriend at the time was also at the club a lot.
Cool.
So I had this whole world of alternate lifestyles around me, alternate from the Waltons, and, as opposed to alternate from. To me, it's normal every day.
Right.
And I was very upset that people got upset that I had gay people in my family. And I was very upset that people were upset that I had trans people or drag queens as my close friends. And so from the minute I started doing stand-up, I wanted to shake up ideas of what people thought people were. So I did do a lot of talk about sports at first because I was afraid to step into the political stuff, but I still wanted to get people confused about if I was straight or gay. Not outwardly, but in my head, that's what I was doing. I had a very Paula Poundstone delivery because she was my hero at the time. Wendy Liebman as well. And when I started really talking about the gay world and the straight world, and my first line was, of course, Dad, I hate to tell you this, but straight. And sorry, Dad, I like to suck dick.
Bad news.
Yeah, but
I'm
towards your dad
really
and his
coming.
5 boyfriends go, yeah. Okay, you're the wait. You could be Gary's wingman. Let's go out and pick up boys together. Of course, now you can't say that because then you become an Epstein. So, but anyway, that's really where it ended up going politically wise. So, the more I started fighting for gay rights and gay marriage and things of that nature, and I had a T-shirt that I used to have, "Keep the government out of my pants," at the shows, and that really became my mantra. I really got tired of somebody like Lindsey Graham or somebody who had no concept of what a woman's body was telling me what I should do with mine. Or telling my friend Erica, who used to be, had a different name, when she was a different person, you know, keep your freaking government asses out of my pants because you're not fitting in them. You know, that's where my politics lied in stand up now. So that's kind of where it flies. I think as an ally, we have no other purpose but to be loud about it. So
I totally agree. And that's so, you know, the Q&A I have prepared for you today has a blend of like, you know, quick random stuff, but also more topical stuff. Let me just start with something kind of topical.
Okay. Like cream?
Well, this is so it's this question always comes off. I guess I meant for it to be kind of serious in tone, but the answers are just like so great and not necessarily serious, but always, you know, sort of direct. Yeah, I don't know. If
Put on
it's
my
that
big girl
serious.
eyes.
Well, okay, so you surely know there's a lot of recent reporting, and still maybe not enough, but that Attorney General Pam Bondi and the FBI are creating a watch list of Antifa members, and at the same time broadly expanding the list of and definitions of what it means to be domestic terrorist, and that would include basically just anything they personally don't like, right? So most, I would say 99% of what we've talked about today could land you on the list. It doesn't strike me that you're concerned about that, but are there any, is there ever a time where you're editing your videos or scripting something and you take that into account?
Okay. Yes, that actually is a very common conversation I have too. There was a fella decades back who used to be really, really funny, and people loved him, and he was wonderful. And he did this film called on Prejudice, and you might have heard of him. His name was William Cosby, or Bill, as they like to call him. You know, before he was outed as the sex deviant
Predator,
who
yeah,
didn't
just
get permission
terrible.
first. Yeah. But he had this wonderful film called on Prejudice, and it was I saw it at the Palm Springs Film Festival about 10 years after it was made. The day the Palm Springs Film Festival came to the world. I'm sitting next to Sonny Bono, and I'm watching Bill Cosby talk about prejudice. He's sitting on a black office chair in the middle of a black room with a spotlight on him, and that's all he's doing is he's just talking about different things about prejudice. And he ends the whole thing with, you know, maybe we should just get, you know, all those disabled people and just gather them all together and just put them somewhere. Then maybe we should get all these, you know, these Hispanic people, these people who speak different languages, and get them in a place and just put them all somewhere. And then we could, you know, and he's like, he basically dissects every single minority type that you can think of. And puts them all somewhere until finally, you know, he's alone in this room by himself, and everybody's on this island that's nowhere. And that's really a huge poster child for the entire Steve Miller agenda. I just listened to George Takei in my head going, you know, as a little boy being in those concentration camps in the United States, say, oh no, we never had those. Or I listen to, you know, I'm part Micmac. I listen to my friends who are in the Micmac Nation up in Acadia National Park telling me, oh yeah, they never had any problems like that with us because we were always here.
Right.
You know, so
yeah,
you know, the
so
exclusion.
you don't care.
It's not that I don't care. It's that even if I fought with every ounce of my being, the stupidity has more power than I do because it has more money than I do. And sadly, as long as there's the Elon Musks, and as long as there's the Stephen Millers, and as long as there's the Trumps, the stupidity is always going to win out. I mean, Caesar, they forget he was killed by his peers, but we can only hope that suddenly Lindsey Graham gets a little wacko and starts to stab the boy. But
I mean, these guys could just go back to I'd be fine if they just went back to their rhetoric before he was elected the first time, saying he's a con man, he's going to ruin the party, he's bad for the country, he's racist. Let's
And
just
the
go
more
back
you
to that.
flash into their face that this is who you were just 2 weeks ago, why did you change your mind? Oh, because he has something on me. Yeah, a paycheck. That's what he has on you. As soon as his money started in everybody's pocket, you started talking a different song.
So that's I mean, I think that like you don't self-censor.
No, I'm about the whole, not about the
But do you ever say something and then think, ugh? And now I just have to assume as a comic that doesn't happen. But I don't. You tell me. Do you ever? I don't.
I don't believe you should censor yourself. And
Just
what
let
you
it
feel
fly.
if what you feel is what you feel. It really bugs me. I was friends with Gilbert Gottfried, and it really would make me insane when people would get pissed at shit. And then I listened to Gilbert take that one thing they were pissed at and just turn it into the entire conversation. Oh, too soon. He'd always end it with, oh, too soon.
Yeah, I remember the 9/11 one when he
or JFK landed at JFK
yeah.
Jr. I mean, come on. I mean, he
What-
was the king.
What
of that.
about like in the case where let's say, I mean, there's been leaked watch lists. They've had leaks.
I
where
know
people
I'm
spell
on
their
a
name.
list somewhere.
So okay, let's say you got confirmation. What then?
What can I possibly do about it as a single person? I have to work with the entire unit of all of my peers. And there's no Antifa location. I keep telling people who say that they're part of the Antifa organization. I'm like, great. I run their baseball team because there's no organization, just as much logic to me. I'm anti-fascist. I was a military member, anti-fascist military member. I was a pacifist as a military member too. You could have a situation that you're in, but you still have to live. And I think being part of the arts is the only way to accomplish that. Being part of music, being not just making music, I mean, being part of music. Like right next to me is a drum kit. There is, my guitars are here. My piano's over here. My drawing pads are over here. My D&D games are over there. I mean, being part of the art around you gets you out of that space where there was parallel it. One of my first real jobs was working with senior citizens who were members of Auschwitz, the cow. They had survived these camps, and most of them were in the arts. One of them was an opera singer. One of them was a pianist. One of them was a woman who knit these incredible things. She only had 2 working fingers at this point in her stage. She was in her late 90s, and she could still knit anything. It was in the mental ward of the Hebrew Rehab Center of the Aged in West Roxbury, Mass. And I would listen to their stories, and the only way they survived those concentration camps was being part of the arts in some way or form, whether it be writing poetry, whether it be singing to a baby who's going to be in a shower the next day. It's the only way they could get through it. And I think that's where my head is at, where I know that this is going to happen because they've made absolutely sure that everybody's afraid of something. I don't want to be afraid of anything. I want to be realizing, okay, if that happens, fine. What do I do to stay in the art?
Can I ask you some very basic questions about art? Look, I'm moving on, but I don't want to dismiss how powerful some of what you just said was. I feel like we could talk about that for hours.
Yeah, that's its whole show. Yeah.
and I don't know if you read comics, but I always recommend a comic to people in these moments. Do you?
I've got a wall. I have my own comic that I wrote, but I also have like a wall of DC is huge, but I love Dark Horse and I love indie comics.
Wow.
They're all over the place. Yeah.
Oh, I was arguably the most popular Hellboy fan in North America for
there you go.
decades.
I'm all about Poison Ivy and Batgirl. So
Oh wow, cool. No, well I should do a proper recommendation later, but there's off air when I haven't thought out, but there's a book that was written in one of the original concentration camps in Poland, like it was an opera that was written and had illustration, and they recently it was Dark Horse, I believe, that published the graphic novel adaptation of it. So okay, look, jazz or rock?
First of all, ex-husband, jazz guy, in charge of Penn and Teller's music. So let's go for rock. I'm a big Pearl Jam fanatic. So
Okay,
Primus,
cool.
Pearl Jam, and actually funk. I love funk music. Parliament,
Nice.
you know, just really into like that. Those are my go-tos.
That's great. Second favorite color.
Oh, first favorite is magenta, orange.
What's your favorite color? Magenta?
Magenta and orange. I love this. I love New Mexico sunset colors. I have them on my tattoo. So,
Oh, that's awesome. Cool.
yeah.
Go-to karaoke song.
I've only done karaoke twice, but it's Janis Joplin. Take it. Another piece of my heart.
Right on. Circus or carnival?
Oh, Connie's. Connie's for sure. They're my people. Just a little left of sane. So yeah, go with Connie's.
Method or improv?
Oh, that's hard. I do both. I am an improv person by nature, so let's go improv.
How long is too long?
Let's see. I was married the first time. It depends on what weed you're smoking, I think.
Well, that's a fine answer if you want to.
Yeah,
just
let's
leave
go
it
with
there.
that. Let's leave it there. Yeah.
What's your dream team for surviving a zombie apocalypse? Like if it was you and 3 other people, who would you want on that team? And
Well,
like,
we have to get Les Stroud in there because he's the king of survivalists.
okay,
I want somebody that's gonna. I want Reggie Watts in there.
okay. I can give you a twist too if it helps.
Oh, okay.
The twist is one of them can be used as bait.
Oh,
Maybe they don't know.
No, because then I'd have to stay around them too, so that would be bad. I don't want to stay around the bait; that would break my heart. And the other two, who would that be? Oh, well, Carol Burnett.
Oh, wow.
Because I think her wisdom would help. And I think she's dead, so that wouldn't help. Let's see, somebody who would be Spike Lee.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So is this surviving like held up in a bunker,
the
or is this
anti-fascist
surviving
camp.
in the streets?
In
Like,
the Antifa camp. We're all
Okay.
in Antifa camp together.
true or false? Although the average recommended daily dose of aspirin is 81 milligrams, it has recently been reported that Donald Trump is ingesting 650 milligrams a day in order to keep his blood as thin as possible. True or false?
It's actually 360 milligrams a day, and yes, that is true.
Right. Yeah. It's half. It's like half of what I said. But yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
You're on it. Good job. Good job. How would you explain? So you wrote your first book when you were 8, or you wrote a book?
I got
you
my
were
first
published?
publication out at 8. That was at the Boston Herald American. Yeah.
What was the topic?
It was poetry.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Yeah, because when you think graceful words, you think of this fucking face. Nah,
Well, are we talking haiku? Is this like
no, it was
several
actually,
pages,
I used to write song lyrics when I was a little girl. So I would send song lyrics to this newspaper and they finally started to print them. So
That's great. Well, okay. So how would you explain politics to an 8-year-old today?
humans are not black and white. They are very grayscale. If you were playing Minecraft and you hit a rock and you see one color and you think it's gold, but you lean over and pick it up and you find out it's actually poop, that's politics.
Fucking great. It's because I was like, okay, Minecraft, right? Meet them where they are, right? But then poop, nobody likes that. That's great. That's great because that's exactly what we do is we keep saying, well, no, it's gold. It's just, no, it's not. Okay, no, that's, wow.
And I don't have kids, so.
I mean, that might be a leg up. So how would you explain politics to a 90-year-old? because there might be the same misconceptions.
You're watching Turner Classic Movies, right? And you think you're going to see Humphrey Bogart. And you're waiting for Humphrey Bogart, and you're waiting for Humphrey Bogart, and you're waiting for Humphrey Bogart. But instead, it's Abbott and Costello meets the zombies. That's it.
That's great. That's good. That's good because they're going to be like, wait, what?
It's not what I
Turner
expected.
Classic
and
Movie
it's
is
weird.
still billing Humphrey Bogart, and you're like, but this isn't Humphrey Bogart. Am I crazy? Right?
Yes, yes, and Humphrey Bogart's a zombie, but we don't say that part.
And then but then the next day you get people to say, you know, that Humphrey Bogart movie was awesome last night. It's like,
Fabulous.
did you
Wasn't
watch
he
it?
amazing? It's like I'd never seen him before.
What's your favorite curse word?
Oh, motherfucker.
What's your
I actually always say Jesus fucking McGillicuddy Christ is kind of my random one.
It's like the messed up TV version.
Yeah.
Of a safe swear. What's your least favorite?
Oh, piss. Piss is my least favorite word, so I kind of piss.
What's the name of your autobiography?
Oh, The Ex That Stole My Dog. Or I'm
Is
just
that an
screwed
actual
up.
book that's
Actually,
already out?
No, there's
Okay.
actually that was the one I used to do on my show. But the one that I've been working on is actually called I'm Just as Screwed Up as You Are.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's wow. How long did it take you to come up with a title like that? That's sensational.
I don't know, a minute. I'm an advertiser by nature, so.
But do you
When
have
I
like a
got 'em-
long list of rejected biography names? No.
No, I just was I was trying to figure out like I wrote a book called Timeline, which was actually a literal timeline of my life until I was 30 years old. And it's printed and you can find it. Published by Shane, got an ISBN and everything. What I noticed is that all these patterns I kept having from the time I was a little kid till I was, a teenager, and I kept following them. I kept following, and just kept looking at the phone. God, I'm screwed up. And I looked around, the people around just as much as these guys are. So it's like, okay.
I like that. Sesame Street or Muppet Show?
Oh, Muppet Show. But I love Grover.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I've got between Gonzo and Grover, I have to go Gonzo and Animal.
Animal is the deciding factor for me.
Yeah, yeah. I love Animal so much.
I'm a big Kermit guy, and that's the link between the two. But
I have a friend, Grant, who actually works for Henson, and he's a Muppeteer for them, and he's wonderful.
you have some fantastic connections.
I
You're
do.
not
That's
just
why
name
they're all
dropping.
on my No, they're always on my show. Like all these people that I've talked about usually are on my show. So
I mean, I'm so glad to have discovered this show. I feel like there's, this is going to be my go-to for years just to catch up. Okay. Would you rather defend yourself against, I feel like maybe sometimes I should preface these with serious, not serious, but I'm just going to go for it. Would you rather defend yourself against a butterfly the size of a horse, or 100 horses the size of butterflies?
I love both of those things.
Yeah, but if a butterfly,
you know what? The butterfly the size of the horse, and I'll tell you why. I have been riding horses since I was well, I'm only 5'3" now, so I'm not too much shorter than I am now. And I know how to ride horses, and I know how to make horses and animals do what you'd like them to do without, being mean about it. And from rats all the way up to horses. After that, then I'm lost. But a horse-sized butterfly, I think I could probably get a saddle on.
So as a comic book creator, I suddenly want to draw that image very badly. Okay, what's something everyone should care about more than they do? That you're always saying, why don't people care about this? Is there anything like that?
Yeah, there's lots of that, but I would say water. People the plastics that are in your water, the thing that goes on where companies try to the way we're losing our power. I mean, power is one thing as far as electricity goes, not just money. But water is a limited resource. And the way global warming is going and things, there's nations that are going to disappear because of lack of water. And there's a whole sections of humanity that are going to disappear due to lack of water. Animals have already disappeared due to lack of water. And I think water is, I'm a big ocean fanatic, and water is one of the biggest issues that people forget about. If you don't have clean water, you don't have life.
What is something that you just don't care about at all?
Money. Seriously, if Star Trek got it right. There's no money in Star Trek. Ray Bradbury had a great line in his books that the work of the common man should be credit enough. The value that people put into themselves should be more important than the value they put into their bank.
Yeah, but I'm struggling to remember who said this. Du Bois. It was something along the lines of judge a nation not by its millionaires, but its degree of poverty, something like that.
Yeah, and how they treat the lowest. Yeah, I mean, even I'm I'm a devout atheist. I'm not a big Bible thumper. I read the thing, and apparently there's this whole big section about treat somebody. How you treat somebody at the lowest level is how you should be treating everybody.
Yeah, and like Jesus getting mad at money changers and stuff.
Yeah, my best friend's a hooker. Yeah.
Right. Right. I have a lot of hooker friends.
Sex work is work.
Yeah, it's just part of the gig economy.
Yeah.
Have you ever been trapped like on a amusement park ride or in a cave or anything strange, an elevator maybe?
Actually, worse than that, I got trapped in Maine.
Tell me, what happened there?
I got kidnapped when I was 12 by my birth mother. Who took me up to Maine to babysit the kids that her friend had, who they were taking me up to hang out with them in Maine somewhere. They had this house rented, and we were supposed to stay up there for a week, and then she was going to move me to Canada so I wouldn't have to live with my dad anymore. It's a crazy, weird story. It's a lot longer than this, but the short version is that I was kidnapped and brought to Maine. So what I did was I hitchhiked home at 12 years old to Boston.
That's why I asked the question, like, so you got out of it, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. And it was very fortunate. It was raining. I remember almost every moment of it. The creepy guy that tried to pick me up in his truck, who had to be in his late, I don't know, he had no teeth, so he had to be in his late 20s.
Right, yeah.
And then he handed me
You're very dry. That was so slick.
had a cardboard and a crayon, and this other guy gave me, here, this is how you do it. You get a cardboard and crayon, you write where you're going, and you walk. And I'm like, okay, cool. And it started to rain. And this guy who was a Harvard professor who had a house in Agunquit, Maine, just coming back home to go back to his work at Harvard, picked me up, and he already picked up another kid, and he was talking about sailboats with this other kid, and I was just talking about art. And we were like driving down to Cambridge, Mass, in this stranger's car in the middle of the night. So, it was pretty cool.
I really hope that, like, and the reason I do this sort of Q&A where it's just like, it's kind of new. I mean, you're the third person I've had on for this, but like, or fourth, but it's like, a blend of like seemingly random questions and then more topical, but I think it gives a very well-rounded perspective of people that we, viewers and audience members or community are relying on for, interviews and content, quote unquote. I think I like doing
the more
this.
life experience you have, the better you are to talk to other people. And I am very, insular. I don't really talk to other people outside of my job.
There you go. This is perfect. I feel like I could do this interview with you like 12 times though, but because I'm not getting through all the questions. But like, there's I grew up in Maryland, right? I lived there for 23 years. Then I moved to Colorado for about 25 years. Now I'm in South Carolina, right? Very weird. Like, it's an adjustment.
The land of Lindsey Graham.
That's my pen pal. It's like an ongoing adjustment.
Yeah.
Here's a couple of questions that I get asked immediately after meeting somebody, and you don't have to answer them. I just wonder how you would respond to this. Like, imagine it's real time and somebody goes, "Oh, Matt, do you know so and so?" And they're like, "Oh, hi, Matt." And then they ask you, "What's wrong with our country?"
Well, you asking that question, first problem. You have to
good
ask the
one.
question you don't know. If you're having to ask the question, that means you're looking for the answer that's going to start an argument, or you just want somebody to agree with you. One or the other. There's no middle ground.
So how about this? They say, "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Kathy. What's your heritage?" Which to me sounds very
I'm a
insulting.
homo sapien. And I just keep it there.
They're not going to be able
What nationality
to.
are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I call myself homo sapien all the time.
I've had people ask me that on the phone. Contractors I was trying to hire, people I meet in restaurants or bars in
Isn't
public.
that crazy? Yeah. Or, they see red hair and they don't realize I'm Italian. And I'm Italian, Arcadian, Micmac, Irish, a lot of Irish. And what's the other one? There was one other one. We got tested. So
Yeah.
we're all clean.
There's probably some German in there, maybe. No.
No German.
Oh, okay.
Syrian. That was the other one. Syrian.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So this whole group, my grandmother just made sure there's no Jew in our house, not a Jew in the entire line. As she said this, in a very Jewish accent.
Right. I'm getting that.
Yeah, it's just really weird because I wasn't born anywhere else. I was born here, so my heritage is here.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
a really weird question that only Americans give each other.
Yeah, it makes me feel like they're trying to
Yeah,
get inside your bloodline.
And where is your papers? Yeah.
Yeah. I just say I'm originally from Maryland and let them figure it out.
Yeah.
Which side of the Mason-Dixon.
I came from my mother, and whatever happened after that.
Right. Okay, 2 more questions. Summer or winter?
Oh, summer. Actually, I'm a very spring and fall person. You can't.
Spring and fall is too easy.
Yeah, I love spring and fall. But I'd go with summer because of the different textures of the sky. Whereas winter, it's either gray or blue. So.
Okay. Last question. Do you have any advice for a previous supervisor or manager or boss?
I've only been fired twice my entire life. Once because I didn't know how to use a cash register, and I was kind of thrown in. Here's your first day of work. Okay, I'll see you in a couple hours. The second, I was giving away cigarettes for free or something stupid. The second time, I was an art director for a few years for different companies, and one company hired me to write games for them. And I'm writing these games, and I'm doing a lot of work, and I kept trying to make these meetings with this manager to see how far I should be along and what I should be doing and what should be the next step, because I wasn't the supervisor on this project. She never had time. So 3 months later, I get called into the office saying that, yeah, we're concerned because, first of all, it was in Los Angeles, right by the airport. And so I would work from 6 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. And they said, well, we know you're working 8 hours a day, but we don't see you 8 hours a day.
Here we go. Right.
So my response would be, I would say, value the people for what they do, not for what you think they are doing.
Great answer. And I appreciate that context. I want to thank you so much for talking with me today. Is there anything that you want to plug? I promise to put links in the description and let everyone know how to follow you and absorb.
Antisocial.com. Just is spelled like this, antisocial.
Got it.
Yeah, if you go there, that'll take you to everything. So I'm on Instagram, I'm on Bluesky. I love Bluesky much more. I don't do X or Twitter. I might do X, but not that kind. I do Facebook because I'm stuck doing Facebook, not because I want to. So I'm barely on there. But Bluesky I'm on, and Instagram I tend to be on Threads. You can find me.
I'm so glad to have found you. I feel like I've been missing out, but I'm going to catch up, and I look forward to talking with you again for sure.
Thanks, Matt. And you'll be on my show too. We can't wait for that.
I can't wait. Yeah, it's going to be great. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you.
So, folks, we got to talk about the fact that today, the Supreme Court of the United States finally, after sticking around for the past year and some change, finally handed down a decision about the tariffs that Donald Trump has been unilaterally placing on basically every country on the face of the earth for no reason, just whatever he feels like on any given day. And finally, the Supreme Court said, yeah, this does really seem illegal because it is blatantly unconstitutional in so many different ways. Like, just, it is specifically not constitutional. It is not a power given to the president. Like, it's just the Supreme Court. What is pissing me off at the moment, right before I went live, I saw a bunch of think pieces essentially patting the Supreme Court on the back for their decision. And I gotta say, while the decision is good, it's really deeply frustrating to see like the mainstream media like seal clapping the Supreme Court for doing genuinely so much less than the minimum. So much less than the minimum, Like where we're at right now, a competent Supreme Court would have upheld every single stay lower courts had placed against these tariffs. Like, if the Supreme Court were functional, this never would have gotten to the Supreme Court in the first place. They just would have been like, yeah, no, those lower court orders stay the tariffs and you're out of luck. But because they didn't do that and they just kind of, circle jerked on it, we've had to wait for like a year and a half while this guy just goes out in front of the world and says, hey, you know what? These tariffs are great. They're the best thing since sliced bread. And you know what? Boy, howdy. What if we had just a 125% tariff on Chinese goods? Hey, wouldn't that be great? And I just have to say, no! Everyone knew it would not, in fact, be great. And now we know it was not, in fact, great, because guess what? Americans pay those tariffs, you ding-dongs. Every single time Donald Trump gets up in front of the country and says, hey, guess what? We are making so much money off of these tariffs. That's not being paid by other countries. That's being paid by us. It's being paid by American companies. And then those companies, because they want to be profitable, pass those costs on to you, the consumer. And oftentimes, that goes through several different stages, which eventually means that consumers are paying way more than just the one price hike from the tariff. It is actually terrible, okay? And not only that, I can't believe that this is just not constantly reported in mainstream media. USA Today had to be the one that goes out and be like, yeah, there's a recent study and it said that American consumers and companies paid 90% of the cost of the tariffs. So anytime he's like, yeah, we made $100 billion off of tariffs, $90 billion of that was from us, you stupid dipshits. I don't mean you guys, but I mean like all of Donald Trump's supporters who think this is the greatest thing. You guys are the ones paying the tariffs. You're getting screwed over, and you're congratulating him for it. Please, sir, can I have some more boot leather? I'm desperately hungry and need to feed my family, and we need to boil it. It's so infuriating. And it's taken us over a year to get to the point where the Supreme Court of the United States said, I guess we have to do something. And earlier today, they essentially said, and by the way, not unanimously, 3 conservative justices opposed the decision. And, but the majority of the court said, no, the president can't have unilateral tariff powers that are unrestrained. So we get a scaling back of the tariff powers, right? However, it does not strip Donald Trump of his ability to levy tariffs at all, which means that essentially a bunch of people behind closed doors prior to him going out and doing a press conference today clearly briefed him and wrote down a number of different ways that Donald Trump could continue these tariffs. And essentially there are 2 ways. One, he can levy like a global tariff, which he has done, of around 10%. Just on all goods everywhere, 10%. And that's a 10% tax on all of us, by the way, just as an FYI. And the other way is by using a never-before-used provision from the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, which essentially, for those of you who don't know, Smoot-Hawley is like one of the most infamous pieces of legislation. It was passed during the Depression and is largely credited by historians and economists as being a factor in the length and duration of the Depression. Smoot-Hawley. I think I'm saying that right? Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act. Cool. Of 1930. And the provision that he wants to rely on has never been used before, but it would allow him to retaliate against companies outside the United States that are deemed nebulously to be discriminating against American businesses. Essentially, this has been never used before because it's a bad idea, but it would allow him to levy tariffs about like 50% against targeted companies. And it's going to be a real shit show in the immediate future, I'm afraid to say, because it seems like he's going to do that. They didn't bother to repeal that Tariff Act. No, because it was so unpopular that people were like, well, no dipshit would ever use this. And now we've found the dipshit. We've found the guy. We found the guy who looked at the worst piece of economic legislation from the Great Depression and said, what if we did that? What if we did that? You know that thing that all of these economists are saying prolonged the Great Depression? What if we did that in 2026? What's the worst that could happen? Like, it's genuinely, like, God, the movies they're gonna make about this time period, they better be funny as fuck, because it's funny as hell right now. And I know that because I either have to laugh or cry, and I choose to laugh. As a little bit of background for what happened earlier today, apparently after the Supreme Court issued their ruling, why didn't Congress repeal it a long time ago? For the same reason that a lot of your neighborhoods may still have like whites only ordinances on the books. Okay? Like, it's because in a lot of cases, like future legislation superseded them, or simply they became non-enforced. And like, in a similar sense, it's kind of like there's a lot of legislation on the books in America that just isn't enforced anymore or isn't utilized. And this is one of those things where they were like, no sane person would ever use this again. And well, we just don't have a sane person in power right now. Yeah, zombie laws. Exactly, Super Jet Guy. After the Supreme Court issued their ruling earlier today, apparently Donald Trump was in a meeting with the governors, and according to a reporter that was there, he was handed a note from an aide informing him of the Supreme Court decision. Trump was visibly frustrated and told the crowd that he had to do something about the courts, the source said. That's cool. I would expect two things going forward. Well, three things. Number one, Donald Trump is going to be extremely salty about the Supreme Court. Like, extremely, extremely salty. And number two, he's going to be trying to pass way more tariffs along these little used lines, like the Smoot-Hawley Act. And number three, I would expect him to just get even more unstable. Because this is essentially, will he expand the court? I don't think he's got the votes to do it, to be honest with you. You know, I don't think I think he has lost a significant amount of support in Congress. This is basically a colossal slap in his face because he's made tariffs his thing. This is his thing. And I think you'll see in this press conference here exactly how fucking pissed he is. So let's check it out.
Wow, that's a lot of people. That's a new record. We set a record every time.
Okay, I do have to say, this is an incredibly funny press conference, all right? Number one, just, of course, his first knee-jerk response to walking into that room is like, wow, we've hit a record number of reporters in this room. Never before has this room been so full of reporters.
Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud.
What's with the weird lighting? It's not weird lighting. His skin is just off. You know, like, the lighting isn't wrong. His pallid demeanor is coming through even a thick layer of makeup. Because, you know, you guys know that my theory is that he's dying. You already know that. Like, his skin is sloughing off, okay? Like, it's trying to escape his corporeal flesh.
Out of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I listened to this while I was working out earlier today, and I did laugh so hard I almost fell off my elliptical several times, okay? When you read the when you read the opinions, there's that agree with me, there's no way you could argue against it. Except, you know, maybe with the opinions that dominated the case, that won the case. You know? Like, yeah, if you read the dissenting opinions and you're like, there's no way they could argue against that, I think there might be. I think that the dissent might be presenting one argument, and there might be another argument released by some of the other judges somewhere else.
No way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you.
Who's dancing? Like, okay, this is how I know his brain is going, by the way. Because Donald Trump, one of his original lies after 9/11 was seeing people dancing in the streets celebrating the, like, destruction of the Twin Towers. and his brain is literally melting out of his ears because he's still continuing to say the same lie about anything he doesn't like. It's genuinely crazy.
The Democrats
Hey,
on the
Merritt.
court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do...
I love this meltdown.
Heck yeah, Chris Huggins. Thank you for the membership. But he starts getting real weird, okay? It's almost like he's like, you know, I'm mad and disappointed in the liberal justices, in the left-wing justices, but, you know, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. But these other conservative traitors, like, you can watch him, like, start to dip into some venom here, and I think it's really, really, really telling where his attack is aimed at here.
With voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution.
Yeah, the Constitution, the document that restrains the powers of the president, specifically. Interesting.
It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small...
Yeah, so this begins to set the stage for where you're gonna hear him go here. A small but very powerful political force in America has corrupted the rhinos on the Supreme Court. Hey, chat, just given just if you had to throw a wild guess out there, which small movement does do you think that he is talking about? Which small group of people do you think he's alleging swung the election? It's the Jews. He doesn't ever say the Jews in this speech, but like, if you're a Republican and you're a conservative, you know exactly which direction he's gesturing at. It's the same direction that a bunch of people in the MAGA movement are currently gesturing. Will he expand the court or try to disband the court? I don't think he can do either. I don't think he has the votes in Congress, especially going into the midterms.
movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious.
Again, there's no relation between what's happening with the Supreme Court and his election at the moment.
Obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities, as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States, and
In actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court.
Okay, one, he is all over the
I
place
still
on this.
think Trump croaks before the end of the year. My money's on May or June sometime.
Yeah, Big Grackled, he does not seem like he's got a whole lot of vim in his vigor, you know what I'm saying? Thank you for the $5 super chat, and I agree with you. If I had to project, you know, a future. But, like, he's wandering all over the place, right? Like, he's talking about, like let's just play back the last, like, 30 seconds, right?
I didn't want to be very the tariffs available, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And
so he's like, well, yeah, I'm really, really disappointed in the Supreme Court justices because they have done a disservice by attacking me and my powers and constraining me and being afraid to do the right thing for our country. But now I have even stronger and better tariff powers. So there's really nothing to worry about. Pick a lane. Are you mad? Or have you been handed even greater power? The reality is that he's mad, but he's trying to, save face. That's what's happening here. And so he's already contradicted himself. He's like a minute into talking.
in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court.
And then he's like, well, and then I didn't ask much in tariff percentages from other countries because I didn't want to affect how the Supreme Court would rule on this case. Tariffs. He has been giving nonstop speech media specifically geared towards the Supreme Court and trying to weight the outcome towards the favorable outcome towards him. You know, like, and also, oh, you were on your best behavior? You drove over 100%. Like, you just like straight up got up at like, what if we put 75% tariffs on like furniture? Like, it's yeah, you were not on your best behavior, number one. Number two, even if you were on your best behavior vis-a-vis the asks you're making from other countries, how would that at all have changed the Supreme Court ruling? The ruling has nothing to do with, oh, well, it's, you know, you were doing such a big ask of these countries, we have to constrain your powers now. No, the ruling is on the principle and on the letter of the law, the letter of the constitutionality of the law, right? And he knows that because I've watched this already. Later on, he talks about not being able to charge even $1 in tariffs. Like, he knows that already. He's just already completely lost the plot.
Because I understand the court. I understand how they are very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 70.
God, can someone make the meme of like the dog going to heaven? And it's like, was I a good boy? And the Grim Reaper's like, you were the best. Like, you know what to do.
Broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do.
Again, just as an FYI, the tariffs aren't going to be reflected in the Dow ticker, largely because, again, the current stock market is held up entirely by the Magnificent Seven, a handful of AI companies that are getting infusions of hundreds of billions of dollars in venture capital. Like, it's not, it is not reflective of how the country is doing at all at the moment.
Within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said, you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements, all of the Nobel Prize winners in economics. They said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not.
Like, he's so gone, guys. I settled 5 of the 8 wars. I've settled 8 wars, you know. Like, it's, like, oh my god. Oh my god. Number go up in real time. I just... Soup brain syndrome has got him by the balls.
Including 5 of the 8 tariffs have likewise been used to end.
They said it was the most impossible thing of all time, that not even God could do it. But President Donald Jeffrey Epps Trump did it.
Not smart. Thank you for the $5 dono. God, I know that this is very serious, and this man has the ability to ruin, like, all of our lives, but, like, this is very funny. Also, okay, I'm gonna back this up one last time, and we're gonna listen to this.
So, tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear, could have been nuclear.
Tariffs have been used to end 5 of the 8 wars. I ended 8 wars, you know. Like, how did tariffs play any role in that whatsoever? This is the first time I have heard him claim that his tariff strategy ended wars. And that would be especially strange considering Americans pay 90% of the tariff costs.
Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said...
Oh, the Peace Board, the one where you talked about how you weren't gay and then you fell asleep? That Peace Board meeting? Cool.
Yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things. But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a...
I'm sorry, just real quick, real quick, again.
National security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use...
Why would tariffs have any role in reducing fentanyl coming into the country? Unless, and I'm just throwing this out there, U.S. hospitals were already legally purchasing fentanyl for its FDA-approved usage in all hospitals in the United States. God, he never talks about that. A lot of people just don't talk about it. It's just been taken as a given that, like, fentanyl, oh, it's an illegal drug. No, it's FDA approved. It is literally in every single hospital in the country. If he's just like, yeah, we put a tariff on painkillers entering the country, like, I guess, yeah, maybe you technically did reduce fentanyl coming into the country, but, like, that, in this case, that would be a bad thing, because it would mean hospitals aren't getting the painkillers they need for their patients.
Them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country to poison our youth. All of those tariffs remain.
Oh, good. We're getting all the great hits. The foreign nations are poisoning the youth of America line. Cool. Yeah. Let's crib a little bit from Hitler while we're at it.
They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those three people.
Again, it's so dense with stupidity.
Know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those three people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect.
So he's saying all of our tariffs are going to remain in effect. So in effect, like okay, so if all of the tariffs are remaining and nothing's changing, then why are you having a press conference about it? If it's such a total non-big deal to you, why are you coming out looking like you just saw a ghost?
Respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have
the Supreme Court of the United States. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. I'm actually a justice now. My name's Donald Trump. I'm a Supreme Court justice.
Alternatives. Great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting.
Ah, yes, you know, all of those Supreme Court justices that are disloyal to our country. Like, it's deeply troubling that the President of the United States is directly attacking his own Supreme Court that has supported him on, like, I don't know, 95% of the issues.
But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1.
Yeah, this is where we're going, like, full on. This is his, like, this is his extinction burst, you know? Like, he's just going out there and being like, I can do anything. I can destroy any country. I can destroy our own country. I can destroy your country. I can destroy their country. I can destroy all the countries. This is like the meltdown from, like, Downfall. You know, we're like in the bunker now.
Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little 2-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been.
I am very not mad. You better make sure your paper is all right about how not mad I am as I turn into a corn cob. Okay? Because we have perfectly good alternatives at home. We have unilateral tariff authority at home. We don't need to stop at McDonald's.
Approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision for those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license.
What we're seeing right now is the Hindenburg if it was filled with copium.
But not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with...
Like, he just keeps going like, you know, in many ways, this other power, the power to issue licenses, it's way more powerful than tariffs anyway. We don't. Why do we even? What are tariffs? I don't know. I've moved on from tariffs. We broke up last week. What? I don't even remember tariff's name anymore.
The idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Whoever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been?
Whoever heard of such a thing? Constraints on the president's authority? What? You mean I can't just do whatever I want? This is bullshit. I've never read the Constitution, but I assume it's in favor of tyranny.
Issued without the right to charge a fee. You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic, but not with this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country.
To be clear, the court didn't give him the right. He already had the right to use these other mechanisms at his disposal that are stupid and inexplicably still on the books in a lot of cases, but they are there. But in a lot, like, I gotta level with you guys. In a lot of these cases, it will also require congressional approval. There are a handful of carve-outs where the president can, for example, levy a 10% tax on anything coming into the country for the next 150 days. A lot of the other things require congressional approval, and he's just not gonna get it. Because we're going into the midterms, and folks, the Republican coalition does not have his back. They got their own backs, you know?
Destroy foreign countries. But a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy. Right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries. But a much more powerful right than many people ever...
To be clear, the president also doesn't have the right to destroy foreign countries, because that implies going to war with foreign countries, and the president also doesn't have the authority to unilaterally levy war on another country.
Thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that? Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now.
It's so sexy.
And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under...
Have you seen that American flag? It's so slutty.
An incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction. Probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100.
I don't believe him. I don't believe that he's good at reading language. I don't think he's good at that at all. You know, there have been reports that he requires any reports that are sent to him to be essentially full of pictures, you know? Megan H, thank you for being a member. His complexion is giving OG Oblivion vampire. It is. He looks like an Oblivion character creator. Oh no.
But now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice.
Yeah, I'm not mad at all. Put it in the papers that I'm not mad, because we are actually doing something even stronger than tariffs. We're doing super tariffs now.
As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so well, you have to see. I'm so proud of him.
Yeah, Justice Kavanaugh, doomed to live forever in infamy as the creator of the Kavanaugh Stop. The ability of federal officers to racially discriminate against Americans.
Wrote in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with the court's holding
the one who
today,
likes beer, yeah.
The decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So, think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't, he's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's whole.
I'm just gonna start. I firmly disagree. Like, come on, man.
Holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs.
Numerous other federal statutes, which is so true. Why are you talking like this? Why are you talking like a tween-age girl? Why are you doing this? Like, are you about to start talking some shit about Jessica from science class? Like, what the hell is going on here?
Tariffs, and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs.
Oh, he definitely had a series of mini strokes, Ms. Tab. 100%.
Issues
like his face was slooping, you know.
In this case, even more tariffs. Actually, those statutes include. Think of that. Those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. All of these things I know so well. The trade.
No, you don't. You lying bastard. Stop. No, you don't. All of these things, I know them so well. I have a copy of the 1962 Act on my wall. I looked at it every night as a child growing up. It's some of the best things I've ever seen in my life. When it was passed, I committed all of it to memory. Every night, like Arya Stark, I chanted the words from that statute.
Act of 1974, sections 122, 201, 301, and the Tariff Act of 1930, section 338, all clear. But it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for frankly, his genius and his...
I'm guessing, I have not read Kavanaugh's dissent. I'm guessing that Kavanaugh laid out a bunch of other ways that Donald Trump could attempt to levy tariffs. And Trump is just like, you're so genius, you're so right, King. And then he's just going to do those. Or attempt to do those, you know? Oh, God.
His great ability. Very proud of.
Oh, also to kind of go over these alternatives. So what he's talking about here, Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974, which essentially is unlimited in the size and scope of a tariff that can be imposed. However, they expire 4 years after being implemented. And Donald Trump did, in fact, use Section 301 last time he was president. And essentially, there has to be a grounds for unjustifiable, unreasonable, or discriminatory trade practices. Now, I'm unsure if that can be done unilaterally by the president, but that's one of the ways. Oh yeah, no, actually, first, this is kind of the issue, right? So Section 301, I'm just looking at a brief summary here, requires that the administration have a trade representative conduct an investigation that is thorough and comprehensive, and then there needs to be a public hearing before the 301 tariffs are imposed. And essentially, it's a lot of government manpower. And if Donald Trump wants to replace all of the tariffs that he has right now with Section 301 tariffs, essentially it would take a massive, massive amount of government resources in order to do these investigations and make the case for the 301 tariffs, because it can't just be half-assed. It can't just be, I decided a 301 tariff today, you know? Second of all, you have the Trade Act of 1974, Section 122, allows the president to impose tariffs up to 15% for 150 days in response to unbalanced trade. And so that is limited in a bit. That's limited a bit, right? Because Congress has given Donald Trump the ability to use Section 122 tariff authority. However, it's legally never been used with tariffs in mind. So it is especially vulnerable to legal challenge. Then you have Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, which allows the president to tariff countries that are deemed a threat to national security, which, again, he did this back in his first term as well. Again, one of Biden's big failures was essentially leaving a lot of the tariffs that Donald Trump put in place prior to Biden stepping in. So the issue with Section 232 is that, much like the other one, the U.S. Commerce Department has to launch an investigation, and it's, again, a lengthy process, and it would... Again, part of the problem that is being run into here, right, is that they can't afford a lengthy process because it's midterm year. And Republicans really don't want Donald Trump, like a month or two before the midterms, to be dropping like 24 different tariffs on, allies for bullshit reasons, And essentially, Republicans are going to be panicking about this if Donald Trump does pursue these methods, because it's essentially lighting a time bomb that's going to go off right before they have to get elected. How? Because the trade is unbalanced, because it's not happening. I mean, again, a lot of this is they're going to have to do a lot of investigating in order to try and make their case. It's going to be really difficult for them. It's an uphill fight. And then the last, but certainly not least, is Section 338 of the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930, right? And these types of tariffs have literally never been imposed before, and it's essentially no investigation is required, and there's no limit on how long the tariffs can stay in place, but it has to be provable, because eventually this is going to be challenged in court. It has to be provable that those countries discriminated against U.S. businesses. That if they try and half-ass it, these tariffs are going to be knocked down. Now, those tariffs under Section 338 can be up to 50%, right? The Smoot-Hawley Act. But basically, the Smoot-Hawley Act is one of those things that has been left on the books because no sane person would really use them, because it's... The Smoot-Hawley Act is one of those things that's largely credited with extending the Great Depression. You don't typically want to use that. You don't want to use one of the most infamous pieces of legislation ever in order to do your tariffs, right? And Smoot-Hawley became a laughingstock. It's been mocked roundly for like the last century, But these are the options that Donald Trump is examining here. When he's talking about these other options, that's what he's talking about. None of them are particularly good, and are almost certainly going to backfire in a pretty big way should he attempt them. And he is going to attempt them, just as an FYI. Hoi Polloi, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the show. All right, back to this. We're almost done, I think.
That appointment. In actuality, why?
Yes, actually, YouTube. Ferris Bueller has a joke at the expense of the Smoot-Hawley Act in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Yeah.
While I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't. It's terrible.
Yeah, no. I'm not hurt, Doug. I'm not hurt. Look, I know it looks like blood is coming out of my abdomen right now, but I swear I'm not hurt. I feel better than I ever have. You want to see me do 10 sit-ups? I can do them right now. Here. Oh God. It's totally fine. No, I'm in the best shape of my life. If I flex hard enough, the bullet hole closes up. See? I'm not hurt, dog.
And to think that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way, they'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to.
I do love this section of his speech where he's just like, Democrats really should pack the court. You know, Democrats really should, make sure that conservatives on the court never have a voice again. They should do it. They should do that. And like, yes, we should. We absolutely should do that. He is correct on that one.
Pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies.
I know there's a chunk out of my arm, but I definitely wasn't bitten by those zombies.
No, sir, I bit my own arm. I just love biting my arm. It's my favorite thing. I recreationally bite my arm. I actually went to the Summer Olympics for arm biting. It's crazy, I know. Very unknown sport, but it's there. It's there. You just have to go to the top of the alphabetical order of events, and you'll find me in the 2017 Summer Games.
In country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is.
Also, again, if somehow you're a conservative and you're watching my content, number one, hats off to you. Good job. Number two, like, are you really buy this? You really buy that, like, this guy's just like a master negotiator and he's like, well, now I have to put even higher tariffs on all of these countries. Why would you have to do that? If this is all part of your master tradescraft plan, where you're wheeling and dealing and making super beneficial deals for the American people on the multinational level, why would you have to hike tariffs against those other countries because of something the Supreme Court did? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense unless it was never really about negotiating any deals in the first place.
Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories.
Nick Fuentes wants the Republican Party to implode so that he can pick up a greater market share and build his own little Nazi party out of the ashes. That is what he wants.
And even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years. To the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs.
Yeah, specifically your use. Specifically the way you were using them, yes. They did not say tariffs themselves were illegal, because they're not. Just that you were going fucking nuts with them, bro.
And essentially, it's used to get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEEPA. Anything. I just can't charge anybody for it. I can license, I just can't charge them. It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariff authorities. So we can use other of the statutes, other of the tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged.
Yeah. Because of what the Supreme Court did, we have to charge every other nation on Earth more. That's the case. And by the way, by every other nation on Earth, I mean I'm gonna be charging the American people more money because of the Supreme Court telling me I can't tariff in the way that I was doing. I'm gonna be charging the American people an even higher arbitrary tax because I am Donald Trump. God. I genuinely wish more people, like if more people understood exactly what a tariff is, if mainstream media did not shut up about the fact that a tariff by Donald Trump is a tax on the American people, they should be saying that every single time tariffs come up, which is all the time because of Donald Trump. If every single American knew that tariffs were taxes levied by the president against us, he would be gone. He wouldn't be president anymore. He is openly saying, hey, guess what? I'm putting even bigger taxes on everyone in America just to spite you. Out of spite, not out of necessity, not out of any grander vision, not to build industry, not to reshore jobs, not to do anything like that. It's just out of goddamn spite because he hates you for being poor. The fact that he is just like shit talking the Supreme Court, I think that's kind of a good sign, you know? It's a good sign. He's a wounded animal at this point. And Lady Ringcloud, so he is not technically defying the Supreme Court of the United States. What he's doing is taking Brett Kavanaugh's dissent, which lays out a number of different ways he could potentially get around this particular SCOTUS ruling, and he's saying, yeah, let's do all of those. Let's do all of those at the same time. Like, that's what he's doing. Like, he's basically being like, I'll comply with this, but you're all wrong and stupid, and I hate you. And we're going to dig up every single alternative method for us to get as much tariffs put on America as possible. And part of the reasoning for that, by the way, is that, do you guys remember when he passed the big, beautiful bill? You know, the one that stripped like $1 trillion out of Medicaid, the one that gave ICE effectively infinite funding? Well, part of the problem is, in order to make the argument for those tax cuts, Donald Trump was projecting just obscene amounts of money generated by tariffs. And that money has not materialized. Like, sure, tariffs have generated a certain amount of money, but that money is not significant enough to replace the money that was lost by the expenditures. And it was never going to happen, but part of why he's freaking out is because he was really banking on it happening. Like, all of these guys, like Donald Trump in particular, is high on his own supply. Like, he genuinely believes the crazy nonsense he's spewing, you know? And of course, he's surrounded by liars. It wouldn't surprise me if every single one of the people in the room around him is constantly reaffirming, like, no, the tariffs will absolutely make up for all that lost money.
And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have a few questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so we're going forward. We will be able to take in more money, and there'll no longer be doubt, because there was always doubt. I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and they're sleazebags, major sleazebags, but I know them, and they're foreign country centric. They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them knew full well, but they were sending things into our country, and they were beneficial to other countries, but very, very bad for us. And I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have we have a totally firm decision now, and I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't show great spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally, but we're doing it now, and the numbers could be far greater than the hundreds of billions we've already taken in. Yeah, please.
Yeah, see, even here, he's like, the numbers could have been far greater if I hadn't been constrained by the thing I was doing. But now I can have even greater numbers of revenue from these tariffs because I'm doing it in even more strong and powerful way, which is why I look so happy about this decision. What? I don't think the court meant it. Yeah, it's genuine sundown posting with this clown.
Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've spoken about
in the red.
Thank you so much.
Dude got off like 2 sentences before he was like, I didn't call on you. That one.
Mr. President, Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold?
I don't know, but they're great justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay.
I hope Donald Trump makes them compete in hunting, I don't know, like some kind of survivalist game, like some kind of battle royale, but for federal judges in order to get on the Supreme Court. I hope that's the vetting that he has in mind.
They're healthy. They're great people. They're great, and Justice Alito too. To add to the group, these are great men.
Right.
They're with a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now?
No, I don't need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers, and you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and I went to great place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, you were there, a lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We were in Georgia. And I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products. And I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man. But
I'm not gay, though. Don't report in the papers that I'm gay. But he wanted to kiss me full on the mouth. With tongue, too.
A very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel
that bitch Jessica could never.
business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why? He said, because we were down to working 1 hour a week. And then you came in and imposed tariffs. And all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week. And we may be very soon going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly. And I said, no, thank you. But you know what?
Why do you keep saying that? Why? Mr. President, is it okay if we go to second base? I know a great spot over at Makeout Point.
Just to finalize it, he said, oh, this is a great place in Georgia. He said, all up and down the highway. Same exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us are thriving, and we're hiring.
Who's Jessica? She's that bitch from science class. She knows what she did. She couldn't get that big, strong, powerful man to want to smooch her. No. He'd never want to take Jessica to make out point.
People like we haven't, he said, like I've never, and he's been in business for I think 45 years, like we've never hired before. That's because of tariffs. And we're going to keep it going the same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now when all those factories start that are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI.
No, they're not. We haven't reshored anything. We haven't reshored a single goddamn factory.
Which is big. But car plants coming in from Canada, who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because...
Yeah. All of those Subarus being manufactured in Japan. All of those Volkswagens being manufactured in Germany. They're screwing us over by selling us their cars.
Nobody standing in this position, the position I have as president of the United States.
Yeah, they're the world's crimes, selling us the things that we wanted to buy.
States had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with, as an example, Taiwan. Taiwan came in. They stole our chip business. They make chips. For 30 years longer, they made chip. And they put our companies. Intel would be now the largest company. I saved Intel. I literally saved it at the beginning of this administration.
Like, he's going on a rant about Taiwan making semiconductor chips. Like, it's genuinely insane shit. Like, fiddling while Rome burns. His horse is now a console.
And now all those companies in Taiwan are building factories in Arizona, Texas, and various other places because they don't want to pay tariffs. They're all pouring into the United States. But just like that great patriot said yesterday, sir, what you've done, nobody thought was possible. And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, you've done something nobody's ever done. 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics said we would right now be in a recession. And you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right. All 22 were wrong, and you were right. This country is booming, and it's booming because of the election on November 5th, and it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say ahead of this decision that if the Supreme Court
please,
rules...
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
By the way, the entire, the governments of the world are going to be so sick of this shit if they have to renegotiate all of their deals all over again less than a year later. Like, holy shit, it is going to be insufferable both for us here in the United States and for those in countries across the face of the earth. It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by...
why can't we do the presidential equivalent of giving Donald Trump a video game controller but not plugging it in? You know, why can't we do something like that here?
People that I believe have undue influence, have a lot of influence over the Supreme Court, whether it's through fear or respect or friendships, I don't know. But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're real slime balls. And got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution. That's why I respect so much Justice Thomas and Alito, Kavanaugh, because they not only dissented, their dissent is so strong. When you read their dissent, you know, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, and Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels. No, you please. I'm not talking to you. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President. I don't talk to CNN. That's why you're here. Also, like, he's been publicly beefing with, oh God, what's that conservative legal society? Not the John Birch Society. What's it called? God. He's been beefing with, come on, I know one of you guys knows this. Not the Koch brothers. It's the Legal Society. The Federalist Society, thank you. He's been beefing publicly with the Federalist Society, and like, I do think that might be playing a role in essentially what's happening with the court right now. The Federalist Society essentially helped pick his Trump judges on the court right now, and he's been openly attacking the head of the Federalist Society over the last several months. And I do think that might be playing a role in how some of the court rulings are going lately. Largely because it helps paint him as effectively a mad king, you know? And the Federalist Society might be in favor of a king, but not a mad king. And that's a big problem for them, I think. Especially not a mad king that's openly beefing with them.
President, yesterday you made the case that the economy is the hottest it's been in a long time. Right. January jobs report beat expectations, CPI report beat expectation, real wages are up. What would you tell Americans who are worried?
Wait, none of that's true. The jobs report was utterly and completely terrible. Wait, those were all just lies.
This decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected going in the right direction at a very rapid pace off track.
Well, thank you for the question. And I will say this, we really are at a very important point. I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago. Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by almost every country in the world. If you look at the surpluses.
Oh, yes, Begrackled, I co-sign that. Master Plan by David Sirota is very, very good. Highly recommend.
Almost every country in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately the leader. We were being ripped off by almost every single country in the world had some massive surpluses. China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army. We built China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China a 20% tariff as a penalty for sending fentanyl in. And that was 20 times more.
You stupid bitch. We buy fentanyl from China. We buy it from them for hospitals.
Than they could make by selling fentanyl. And
like the fentanyl that comes in to the country by and large illegally is either skimmed off of legal shipments of fentanyl or it's being like sent in from like manufactories in Mexico. Like it's not coming from China. There's an entire Pacific Ocean between us. God damn it, he's stupid.
Said, at some point you're going to say, like, and they have reduced it. Fentanyl is down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is our strong border. We have a strong border now. But thank you for your question.
Mr. President, sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shot down your tariffs, the U.S. would be, quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way. We're doing something in a very powerful way. And we're using things that some people thought we should have used in the first place. But it's more complicated. It's a little more complicated. The process takes a little more time. But the end result is going to get us more money. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, please. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, since Liberation Day, there's about $175 billion in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars.
I mean, do they really have to discuss the point when they just told you, no, you can't do this, and so you have collected $175 billion from, again, 90% of which is directly our money, the American people's money? And your argument is essentially, well, I mean, they didn't tell us we had to give it back. You know, he's making America great again by robbing you all of $175 billion.
And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective. It's almost like not written by smart people. And what they do, they don't even talk about that. Your question is very...
Yeah, all these dipshit judges on the Supreme Court.
Basic. That was the first question I asked also to make you feel good. I said, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
What you're saying is, are you saying that you don't plan to honor refunds for companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years.
You know, you don't have to be in court for the next 5 years. You could just say, of course we're giving it back. You know, like you don't in fact have to go to court for the next 5 years and make people fight to get their money back. You could just give it back.
Go ahead, Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with, do you anticipate that they will seek to renegotiate those? What do you say to them? And do you view this as a potential undermining power for your
negotiations? We're going straight ahead with 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And that's taking place. That's a lot of money coming into our country. And then during that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately instituting the 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
President, you've used the tariff revenue to pay for a host of federal policies. You've claimed that they will pay for them. What happens to
like the farmers? We took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly, very, very badly. And last week I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to...
Again, just to be clear, he cannot do that unless the money is appropriated by Congress for that purpose. This is just an illegal thing to do. Congress has to appropriate the money.
Out of tariff money, because just so you understand, we have tariffs. We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States.
That's not what happened at all. You just got slapped in the face by the Supreme Court of the United States, and now you're trying to say, well, Brett Kavanaugh in the dissent said that we could do these other things. That's not the Supreme Court signing off on those other things, just as an FYI. Dissents are not binding.
So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs. And we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for treating us badly. And countries that have been good to us will be treated very well. We just left the top person in a place called Vietnam, just left my office. Great gentleman, strong and smart. He said, you know, I think this means you're allowed to charge us more tariffs than before. And
I mean, Congress is stepping in at this point to like overturn some of the tariff stuff. Like 2 weeks ago, a week or so ago, Congress stepped up to repeal tariffs that had been levied against Canada. I believe this coming week, there's going to be a vote on preventing Donald Trump from like engaging with war in Iran without the approval of Congress. Stuff like that is going to be happening as we go forward, because again, the closer it gets, every single week, the closer it gets to the midterms, Republicans are looking more and more to break with this clown, because he is political poison for them in the midterms, and they all know it.
Canada said to Jameson, I might want to say it, Jameson, but Canada said, I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. So to the president's point, we have a lot of tools out there. We have Section 122, which will be implemented today. It will be signed today and implemented very shortly. We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can investigate and address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit. And so you can look forward in the coming days and weeks to seeing all of that come out, and we're going to keep continuity in the program. We're going to keep addressing this so that the deficit can keep going down. That's the trend it has, and we can make America great again.
No.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court, and Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he doesn't even know? And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism.
No, not bipartisan. Excuse me.
I want someone to ask. I want someone to ask point blank what he thinks a tariff is. I want people to start treating him like the malformed adult he is. You know.
There's several Republicans
people
have said that.
Yeah,
But
a
why
few people.
wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to
push tariffs.
I have the
through?
right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs, and it's all been approved by Congress, so there's no reason to do it. All we're doing is we're going through a little bit more complicated process, not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more tariffs. And the Congress people and the Congress,
the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's been votes in the Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. What you don't say, you don't say that we got 250.
We lost 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. I have a sneaking suspicion there are going to be a lot more not good Republicans in Congress soon.
Votes.
You need 218 for something to pass.
Yeah, sure we do. We might have lost 3 votes, and what was the score on the Republican side? 215 to 3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican, because otherwise you won't have a country left.
What is a tariff? A tariff is essentially an import fee. So anytime you import something that is tariffed or from something that is from a place that is tariffed, when it comes into the country, you have to pay an additional fee on that item. And that can be as small as like machinery components, it can be clothing, it can be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a tax. It's a tax that is paid when said object or shipment arrives in the United States. And as you can imagine, most of the people importing things into the United States are American companies. So American companies pay the tariff, and then those companies have to sell those prices with higher costs from the tax that they had to pay. and then all of the middlemen charge more money as well. So that price goes all the way through the production process to, those of us who have to buy the things on the ground, And who knows how many different components might actually wind up being taxed by a tariff. It might be all of them. So a 100% tariff on a number of different components might in fact lead to massively increased costs. Or say like a specialized part breaks in a piece of machinery and you need to replace that piece of machinery before the line can get spun back up and manufacturing can resume. Well, now you have to pay an arm and a leg. You got to pay through the nose for that because there's like a 100% tariff on machinery from China for who knows why,
People have been destroying. They are destroying our country.
And to be frank, there are reasons why one would tariff, right? And that reason would be to make products that are made outside of a given country more expensive in order to facilitate the growth of a certain industry in your own country, right? So an example might be like solar panels, right? China mass manufactures solar panels to a degree we do not have the industrial capacity to make here in the United States, right? If you wanted to use a tariff effectively, you'd effectively pass a tariff in the United States on Chinese-made solar panels. And then you would provide like incentives and tax rebates, stuff like that, to facilitate the construction of manufacturing in the United States of American solar panels. And then you would maybe subsidize those panels as the factories get up and running to make them as cheap or even cheaper than what could be imported from China, until suddenly you have a large-scale manufacturing capacity that can compete with China, and then you drop the tariffs. That is the intended positive use of tariffs, but that's not what Donald Trump is doing. Donald Trump is just throwing tariffs out there and doing diddly shit to facilitate any kind of domestic manufacturing capacity building. So that's the big problem here. He's not doing anything with the tariffs. He's viewing it instead as a flat tax, essentially a tax on everyone in America that, again, allows him to shift the tax burden from the wealthiest people in the country onto all of us, so that everyone is paying more in taxes, but that disproportionately hurts poorer people who are
Back
lower
when
income.
the tariffs were at their peak, my job was trying to find a supplier for some relays we're always low on, and the best deal we were able to find were $60 for 2 of them. We need 100 plus a week.
Jesus. Yeah, and so the way that Donald Trump was doing tariffs literally shut down an astronomical number of businesses, predominantly small businesses, Also, Not Smart, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciated. Thank you so much.
Please.
Octopi, thank you for the 100
the
biddies.
122 tariffs, that 10%.
Yeah.
Is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it starting effectively. I think it's 3 days from now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you speak to a lot of factory workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court ruling say? What's that message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to... Look, the man I met with yesterday who owned a factory...
Factory workers don't benefit at all from this. Just like, how do those factory workers feel? It's just another Tuesday. Like, that's all they're doing,
He's out of business. He was out of business. And now he's employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in, he's got a brand new crane. I said, how old is that crane? We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The Great Big Beautiful Act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. He said this great...
What was that noise just now? I think it came from Twitch, not sure.
Big, beautiful bill, frankly, has been the best thing that's ever happened for the workers of the, much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire a lot more people. But when I saw him, and then he said, it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down, other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said, every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it, 1 hour a week to make just a few little trinkets or whatever they make. Now they're going round the clock.
To make
I had
few
it
trinkets.
A month ago, I went to Michigan, went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the early 1900s, where, by the way, I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years. We have the lowest murder rate. Okay. And our crime is way down in the country.
Yes, and he's the one responsible for that with all of his tariffs. Tariffs lowered the crime.
The factories that we're talking about, the people that we're talking about, they are so thrilled.
Do you think when he's talking about tariffs in this context, he's imagining tariffs as like little superheroes? Like in his world, like tariffs like jump in front of like a speeding bullet and stop it in its tracks, reducing the crime.
With Trump. So whether we charge IEEPA tariffs or whether we charge tariffs under a different section, that's what we're going to be doing. There's no way we can lever. This is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which we'll get rid of in pretty good course. We have a very incompetent.
Yeah, we'll get rid of the national debt. Yeah, 100%. We're gonna pay down that national debt any day now, which is why I gave a $1 trillion tax break to the wealthiest people in the country.
You can't murder somebody if the tariffs keep you from buying bullets or knives.
Damn.
Think about it.
Damn. Okay, that is next level reasoning, not smart. That is next level reasoning. Well, well played. Well played. It's a foolproof argument. Thank you for the $5 dono.
Fed chairman who likes high interest rates. For political reasons, he likes them. But we're going to have somebody very good. Interest rates should come down very substantially. I think we should pay the lowest interest rates on the planet. There should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example, the country of Switzerland, we were getting almost no tariffs from them. We had a $40 billion deficit.
Why would we want tariffs on Switzerland? Why would we want that?
And the prime minister called me up. She said, but we are a small country, because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing.
Why would we spend 40% more to import things from Switzerland? Why would you do that?
That would have rendered them not very successful, as opposed to right now they're considered.
No, it just would have made everyone in America who relies on products or equipment manufactured in Switzerland practically unable to get it. It's just a punishment and a tax on the American people.
Elite.
Yeah, we must protect the domestic hot chocolate and watch industry. Yeah.
But if we put a tariff, they would. And I realized then, she said, but sir, we are a small country. I said, you're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that, a lot of these elite.
Yeah, because we buy more than we sell. We have a service economy that consumes. God damn
countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well. But I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer. So I appreciate your question. I think it's reasonable.
President Trump, you said that.
Yes, he thinks that a trade deficit where the United States buys more than it sells to a given country is bad. He still doesn't know that that is good.
You were disappointed with that, but were you surprised with this decision? What you felt when you?
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was number one, according to, I mean, I read the paragraphs, I read very well, great comprehension.
So, folks, I have an English degree. I don't constantly talk about how, you know, in the span of one conversation in front of press, I don't talk about how, like, oh man, I'm just so good at reading. I'm just so I can really look at a number of letters and turn them into words and then string those words together to form sentences. I can really, you know, read a document. It's doubly weird for him to bring it up twice in one press conference, because it makes me think that he genuinely doesn't know how to read.
I read everything there is to read, and I said, we can't lose this case. But we can when judges are political, when they want to be politically correct, when they're catering to a group of people in D.C. Maybe
I read everything there is to read. I read all of the papers. I read them all. That's what I was doing with my time.
I don't know what it is, because when you read it, there's no other interpretation. There is no other interpretation. But it's okay, because what has come out, and I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs out, because we had uncertainty. We got sued by sleazebags, I know them well, that are very outside country, China-centric, but outside country-centric. And they're going to end up not doing as well as they did before. America was becoming really, we're strong again. Hey, we have the strongest military. I rebuilt the military in the first term.
It was me. I built it. You know Rosie the Riveter? That was me. In my younger days, I was Rosie the Riveter. I built our military.
We have the most powerful military. We make the best equipment. And even them, you know, we could do much better. We have people that get paid a lot of money to manufacture Patriot missiles and javelins and all the different things. But when you want them, they're too slow. And we put them on notice, and they're going to make, our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well. And we're going to keep it that way. The bottom line is that the word...
Ya girl just at work up from a nap, haven't had enough though, say in a go minutes. Love you all, hope stream has been good so far, sparkling heart emoji.
Let's see, I hope your nap was sublime. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Lily Loves Up, thank you for the $5
Who's better
dono.
at reading Trump or Leah Michelle?
Certainty is now in the equation. Every single thing I said today is guaranteed certainty. It's been tested, as Jameson said 1,000 times. Literally, I said hundreds of times. He said, sir, actually thousands of times, and won in all of the courts. And we're just going back to that. And the problem is that we had other presidents that weren't into trade. Maybe they weren't business oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies too, you know. I respectfully say we had some real dummies. So we are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But you're no longer going to be asked, every time I got up, you'd ask, well, what happens if you can't charge tariffs? Now we can. And by the way, in their decision, they specifically...
Unlike before, now I can do tariffs. This man is so insane. He really has no business being in any kind of like, he shouldn't be in charge of his own affairs, you know? Like, he should be in the home, like, where he can pull a cord and, like, some like nurses' aides can come and check and see if he's okay. You know, like, he's not all right.
They said we can do these. We have alternatives. Yeah.
Hey, Paladin.
David, on the trade deals that were negotiated using IEEPA tariffs, do those stand now, or are they have to be redone?
Well, some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of them won't, and they'll be replaced with the other tariffs.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court justices who ruled against this the policy, striking it down, are they still invited to your State of the Union next week? And will you speak with them?
They are invited, barely. Barely.
They're barely invited. I don't even care if they come. Just like that bitch, Jessica. I don't even care if she comes to my party. She's barely invited. You saw how she looked at Mark last time. That big man who wants to smooch me. She's barely invited. Just so I can smooch Mark in front of her. God, he's like a middle school girl. It's crazy. It's wild. Like bigoted son, like bigoted father. And no kidding, you know? It's very funny, but it's also so incredibly dangerous. Like, he's genuinely unstable, and it's, you know, I have to laugh or I'll cry, because it's such a stain on our country, you know? So, folks, our one way out of this is if we win the midterms. And all that being said, we need to get organized. So I'm imploring you all, once again, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Go and get involved, all right? Go to the meetings. Show up. You can often show up to them digitally. Show up at the meetings. Participate. Become known. Build up your, rapport with other folks. Push them farther left. You know? We need to radicalize our Dems to more progressive policies and stop more Hakeem Jeffries from coming up in the party, more Chuck Schumers from coming up in the party. We need you guys to get organized. And we need you guys to get organized in the Dems and in your local DSA. If all of us get involved in our DSA, we can, in fact, make our DSAs as effective as the New York City DSA. We need to have an alliance between our political movement and labor. It is deeply, deeply important. So, folks, if you need help getting involved, we are very lucky in this community to have several people who are willing to help you get involved. All right? Wherever you are in America. So, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA, and reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. Okay, they are very gracious with their time, and we are building a coalition of folks to organize our communities. All right, we need more of you, though. It is not a boulder that gets up that hill unless we all start pushing. Okay, and all that being said, if you got anything out of this, leave a like. Comment, let me know what you think about this soup-brained moron down in the comments. And hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet. Subscribe button. I need to enunciate. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfy for all folks, regardless of your presentation. Check it out. It's non-tucking lingerie, and a lot of people really love it. I'm wearing it right now. It's super comfortable. Best bralette I own, hands down. Most comfortable panty I own, hands down. And folks, check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. And new styles, sizes, and colors are coming in the near future. So get on it, folks, and the link should be down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. So real quick, we need to talk about what the Trump administration is scrambling to do with regards to healthcare, because you can't really cut like over $1 trillion from Medicaid without there being extreme levels of fallout, which we've seen, A number of rural hospitals have been closing due to the fact that Medicaid is no longer functional for a lot of their patients, and that means they don't get paid, which means they become insolvent because they're owned by private businesses, and then they shutter their doors, right? Just to kind of like sum up the problem. Well, not to worry, guys. Not to worry. Because Dr. Oz, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator of the entire United States of America, somehow has a plan to fix all of it. And his plan is, what if we just replace doctors with AI? What if we just do that? What if we just take away your doctor and give you this AI machine? And I gotta be honest with you guys. You should, under no circumstances, allow your healthcare to be dictated by an AI. You should not do that. It is gonna kill you. Don't do that. Okay. But yeah, Dr. Oz pushes AI avatars as a fix for rural healthcare. So let's just see what he was proposing. The AI proposal is part of the Trump administration's $50 billion plan to modernize healthcare in rural communities, which I just want to point out would probably be a lot more useful and accessible to folks if, one, it wasn't trying to crowbar AI into everything, and two, if they hadn't cut $1 trillion from Medicaid, causing the closure of many of the instances of rural healthcare. So, just as an FYI there. But yeah, let's just take a look here. There's no question about it, whether you want it or not, the best way to help some of these communities is going to be AI-based avatars, Oz said recently at an event focused on addiction and mental health, hosted by Action for Progress, a coalition aimed at improving behavioral health care. And I just want to point out, you shouldn't be getting your mental health care advice from an AI because, one, they're not people and can't understand how people think, and two, because these machines have been shown to be so insipidly cloying that they've convinced people to kill themselves. They have fed into people's delusions and convinced them to kill their families. Like, this is not something you should be pushing at all into a general public. Okay? We should be opposing this with every democratic tool at our disposal. Okay? Yet another reason why we should be getting organized on the local and state and national levels. It's really important that we do. But like, it gets worse here. We can use robots to do ultrasounds on pregnant women, Oz said. You take a wand, you don't even see the image, you just get digitized insights that tell you whether the child's okay. And frankly, I don't have to see the image, I just have to know if the image is good enough to tell me the child doesn't have a problem. And it's like, oh boy, so, okay, alright, so... yeah, no, just trust us, bro. Trust us, bro. You don't have to see the image anymore. You don't need to know. Just let the robot scan you and trust that its output is real. Trust that the output is real, bro. It's fine. It's fine. Just trust the AI, okay? Just trust it. Just apropos of nothing, totally unrelated to what we were just talking about. I want to show a Reddit post that's been making the rounds here. We just found out our AI has been making up analytics data for 3 months, and I'm going to throw up. So we've been using an AI agent since November to answer leadership questions about metrics. It seemed amazing at first, fast answers, detailed explanations, everyone loved it. I just found out it's been hallucinating numbers this entire time. Our VP of sales made territory decisions based on data that didn't exist. Our CFO showed the board a deck with fake insights. The AI was just inventing plausible sounding percentages. I only caught it by accident when someone asked me to double check something. I started digging and holy shit, it's bad. And hey, maybe, you know, now that I've introduced this unrelated piece of information, what if it was related? What if, in fact, instead of, I don't know, making company sales projections based on what an AI spits out, you were instead making healthcare decisions about your unborn baby? Suddenly, it gets a whole lot more real and a whole lot worse. And hey, maybe we should not be using this technology. I don't know, just a thought. Maybe we shouldn't entrust our healthcare decisions to the machine that lies to us. Just some thoughts. I just, hey, maybe the solution to improving rural healthcare is fully funding our healthcare system instead of cutting $1 trillion from it, so that we can give the richest people on the planet the biggest tax cuts of all time, literally in history. Holy crap, the AI recession is going to be apocalyptic? Yes. just something to think about. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also please get organized on the local and state level. Show up to your local Dems, show up to your local DSA meetings. It is important for you guys to go to the meetings and to make your voices heard, because we need to make sure these AI data centers aren't just being rubber stamped in our communities to poison our water and poison our air. We need to make sure that we're not just getting AI doctors replacing our actual doctors in our communities. This should not at all be allowed without a fight. And we all got to get organized if we want to stop this from happening. So join your local Dems. If you need help, reach out to reach out to Dragonfly in our Discord. And if you want to join your DSA, reach out to GamerG in our Discord. And folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed to support trans femmes, and also tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and it's non-tucking lingerie. So check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going.
RiverBoat Jack is coming to town. All the viewers gather around. Twitch and YouTube and swishy streams. All that content is bursting.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. This space, of course, being the place to find working class people talking about leftist politics, good candidates, things that you can do in the meantime, in between voting and electoral politics, what you can do under the rise of fascism, and who else you can check out. There are so many different creators on here. There are so many different perspectives, but all with the same common goal in mind. That is the point of this space. And welcome, folks, to my show. First of all, I want to let regular viewers, who are probably most of y'all, that there will be a change in how I look right now, because you're probably used to me having a little silver vape pen, and I don't anymore. It died finally. I think I dropped it and it broke, but it's gone regardless. And so now I sprinted out the other day before the blizzard here in New York to find to try and find a different one. or get a replacement actually, and they didn't have it in stock. And I was like, oh my God, you always have it in stock. Why this one time I actually need it? I can't have it. So I have this temporary little one. I don't like the way it tastes. It is a very finicky thing for a smoker to find. If they don't make that brand of cigarettes anymore, find an adjacent brand. And I've been dealing with the stuff like that since I was 15 years old, folks. Don't start smoking. Anyways, I have some new stuff on the channel over on Devil's Advocate Productions on YouTube. I'm also on Twitch. I streamed on Twitch. What was today? Tuesday, on Sunday. Streamed over on Twitch and YouTube. Little vertical stream. But horizontal on Twitch. But today, T.I. and 50 Cent are apparently beefing. So T.I. put out a diss track and I reacted to it. And it's pretty funny. I also spent several hours on yesterday, recording and editing this review of Game of Thrones, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Spoilers, really enjoyed the show and recommend you watch the show and then watch my review of the show. There is a non-spoiler section in the beginning. So if you want my thoughts, more in-depth thoughts generally on the show, you can watch that and then stop the video, go watch the entire series, and then come back and watch the rest of the review. I made a reaction to Baby Keem's album that came out on Friday. It was Kendrick Lamar's little cousin, and the whole video got blocked. So unfortunately, that one's not there anymore, and I'm pretty pissed about it. But today I have I have a couple stories that I wanted to talk about, and then maybe if I have some time, play some Wolfenstein, because I was inspired by Andrea during our subathon. We had a big subathon on Friday the 13th of February, and that was a lot of fun. We played Jeopardy, but also Andrea played through a particular level in Wolfenstein 3D from the 90s, and it got me thinking about the new updated Wolfenstein, and maybe I'll play a little bit of that. But before we do, I wanted to talk about the snow. Like I mentioned, here in New York is quite a lot. And, Mamdani got hit a couple weeks ago because there was a lot more snow, I think, than anyone was really expecting. And there were walls of it. And like, I was upset. We had to go shovel out the car, and there's a lot of work to do. And then, the streets, it took a while for the streets to be walkable again. And this time he's prepared, but they have a right wingers have been attacking him for signing up to be a snow shoveler, because he has a new government program, probably one that's already been in effect, but he's like, popularizing it and going, hey, you can sign up to be part of you can sign up to shovel snow and get paid for it by the city. But in order to do that, you need to present ID, and right wingers are going, oh my God, but Democrats don't like ID when it comes to voting. So why do you need it when you're shoveling the sidewalk? And here was his response to that.
There's been this controversy over the snow laborers and the sort of what some see as onerous need to have documentation. Can you just talk about if that's new and what you make of the controversy?
This is all long-standing. This is a long-standing program and long-standing requirements, and this is a way that New Yorkers get paid to shovel snow in assistance with the city's response to a winter storm event. Federal law requires that employers get authorization and documentation to pay people for their work. We are not allowed to just cut checks to individuals for their work. And these are the policies that we've had in place, but I understand that for many, it's the first time that they've ever heard about it.
There you go. That was his dig, because Mamdani is so fucking good at this. He will smile and insult you without you really knowing that he's doing it. Yes, of course, you need the government cannot just cut checks to people, not like Donald Trump is doing, where they're just, glad handing favors to each other. He gets a jet from Qatar, he bombs Iran, Israel gives him peace board where he can put a bunch of slush fund money. He bombs Iran. There's a lot of bombing on Iran or kidnapping Maduro, and the oil executives come in and they get to, this is literally there to prevent that. And why don't you need ID to vote? One, you do need ID to vote. The end. The end of that conversation. It's a poll tax. They're just trying to bring that back. Literacy tests and all that shit. Matter of fact, I just watched a miniseries on Netflix called Death by Lightning. It's 4 episodes. It's about the election of James Garfield, who, if you don't know, was killed 3 months into his presidency and then succeeded by Chester A. Arthur. And it was a very interesting story because it tells the story of how Garfield got elected in the first place, which he wasn't even really he wasn't intending to run for president. He was trying to give a speech for someone else who was running for president and to encourage people to vote for them, but they liked his speech so much, someone just put his name on the ballot and he eventually became the nominee and then won the presidency. And it also tells the story of the man who shot him and how someone from a bad circumstance and with undiagnosed mental issues and no support system can get wrapped up in a fervor and become a fan of someone and then try and succeed, in his case, to off them. And, this just happened in the news again. A Trump supporter came after Trump at Mar-a-Lago. It keeps happening. Now, Garfield, the reason I bring up the show at all is because Death by Lightning, it's a great show. 4 episodes. Is because he was actually like a reformer Republican who was like, we should stand by we're the party of Lincoln. We should reaffirm those stances and fighting for Black people's equality is important to the nation. If we lift everyone's boats will rise. Again, crazy shit that you would never expect a Republican to say now. And it kind of feels like maybe this show was made by someone who was trying to appeal to, Lincoln Party Republican sentiments. So hey guys, come on, don't you remember? But it's very well done. But again, one of the things he brings up is poll taxes. It's an unnecessary burden you're putting on the citizen who you have dominion over as the person elected. You should not be able to choose your voters. But anyways, that's why we don't have voter ID, and we oppose voter ID laws in New York. But again, it's snowing, and there was a snowball fight in Washington Square Park, which is cool. It happens often. And some cops were walking through. Some cops are actually sent to stop it. And I can only imagine the assholes who live in the buildings around Washington Square Park because they're all ritzy. That's NYU. That's where NYU is. And that's where a lot of rich people also settle in those buildings. So I don't understand why you'd be confused that there's noise outside. This happened during quarantine too. There were people going to Washington Square Park because the city was so empty and having late night parties. And then when the people from the Hamptons came back to the city, then they started calling the cops a lot more. It was also BLM, tied in and whatnot. So some cops were walking through the park to stop this park-wide snowball fight and got pelted. And, you know, this goes on for quite a while. And I think the reason they got such a bad rap here is because they didn't play along. Like, there's been videos before. You're a cop. You should know that just generally the culture doesn't like you. So if people start throwing snowballs at you, have fun. Throw snowballs back. Oh, you got me. Okay, whatever. But you're like literally trying to stop the whole thing. So of course, you're literally the police. You're the fun police. Yes, fixer at home. The moral police. They're going, no, you can't have fun. Right? And then here's some more footage of that. That is also Washington Square Park, by the way. Because you can see the NYU banners up here, the purple banners. So yeah, they're being run out of the park for being, you know, fun police assholes. And then what happens? A fucking local, what is this, a councilman? Assemblyman comes out and says this. And, you know, the NYPD has been saying this shit too. But this is the only video I could find.
Snowballs packed with ice were hurled at NYPD officers during the blizzard in Washington Square Park. That's assault, plain and simple. And it didn't happen in a vacuum. Ever since the George Floyd aftermath, radical politicians and activist movements have systematically stripped police of their authority, vilified them publicly, and created the environment where mobs feel empowered to attack officers without fear of consequences. The message was clear. Criminals are protected and police are political targets. Mamdani and his Democrat socialist communists have turned police into the enemy while handcuffing them from doing their job or defending themselves. Officers now hesitate, not because they lack courage, but because they know the system will punish them faster than the people assaulting them.
Assaulting them with snowballs. Stephen Miller's cousin, I mean, he's going bald like Miller, so for sure he could be. But like that, it's snowballs. Do you remember a couple of years ago? I don't remember when this was. The whole last 5 years have been a blur. But there was a video of, I think it was in like California because it was palm trees. A like coconut, not a coconut, like an acorn. An acorn fell out of a tree and hit the cop car. And the cop just turned around and started firing into the street. Because they're that jumpy. Their training is terrible. These cops, we should be fucking praising these cops for showing such restraint. I mean, not really. This is just normal restraint. But even then, the guy was pushing some of the people throwing snowballs and like running after them, trying to attack. Like, they're still not getting it. Like, dude, just fucking throw snowballs back. It's fine. Now they're going, there was ice in there and it scratches your face. Is that a reason to shoot? He's saying cops can't defend themselves. They can't, they're afraid to because they're going to get, canceled? What happens to any cop? Only Derek Chauvin has been punished. Only Derek Chauvin. Otherwise, you get moved around like a Catholic priest who's raped a bunch of kids.
And to my Republican colleagues, we've had the hearings, endless hearings, press conferences, statements, but no accountability until people actually start going to jail, especially through federal prosecution where local authorities refuse. This will continue.
Federal prosecution for assaulting, again, what the fuck? It's snow. He did hashtag snowball attack. He did hashtag snowball attack. And this was the mayor's response. This was the mayor's response, which I think is, you shouldn't have to speak on it. He said, I've seen the videos of kids throwing snowballs at NYPD officers in Washington Square Park. Officers, like all city workers, have been out in a historic blizzard, keeping New Yorkers safe and cars moving. Treat them with respect. If anyone's catching a snowball, it's me. Put it on me, whatever. He's also being like, I have to speak on this. Okay, whatever. Don't do it because they're like all city workers and I'm the mayor and I have to stand up for all city workers. Don't do it blanket statement. I'm the mayor. Throw it at me. I could take it. Basically, also another like dig almost. If one were looking for one, I could interpret it as a dig. I can take it. Maybe you can't. Here's Forrest Miller, our fellow This Space host. NYPD officers hospitalized after snowballs thrown in park turned out to be laced with fentanyl. So this is all just like silly, dumb bullshit. You know what I mean? And it's fucking hilarious. It's hilarious seeing them scramble and whatnot for anything on Mamdani. And going back 5 years to be like, it's the BLM protests. I guess we shouldn't have let that happen 5 years ago, as if the NYPD wasn't out cracking skulls and beating the shit out of people, making anti-cop sentiment worse. You losers. Dude, ideally, first of all, in an ideal society, you shouldn't need cops. But ideally, you'd have people like cops. Oh, that's my neighborhood cop who I know his name is Jim. And, you know, or her name is Sarah. Like, I can tell I have a relationship with them. You should have a relationship with city workers. That's what Mamdani, I think, was trying to do with his campaign. Be like, hey, we're doing a scavenger hunt. Hey, come to this event here. Trying to make you love the city again, love participating in community, which, you know, the phones have done enough to try and suck us out of those real life experiences. But last thing about the snow here in New York is this dude was interviewed about the snow. This is, I think, a random person on the street. And the person who tweeted this out said the message discipline of this man on the street talking about private equity owning homes, because he's asked about the homeless. Like, what do you think about the homeless people being out in these cold conditions? And here's what he had to say.
We're kind of looking at now that we're...
It's very quiet, by the way. I will let you know this clip is very quiet.
There's still people out in doorways looking for shelter, and I think a lot of people think this is why we shouldn't allow hedge funds to own residential property.
And so what we were talking about earlier too is a little bit of the nostalgia aspect, right? How this feels kind of like back in the 90s when we were growing up.
Yeah, like we were saying, yeah, it was much more snow, cooler winters, and again, private equity.
So if you didn't catch that, because it is very quiet, he's saying, she keeps trying to say like, oh, like it's like, yeah, we're worried about the people out here, but it's kind of nice. It's been so long since New York has had like a good big snow like this. Doesn't it remind you of those good times? And he's like, yeah, but it's absolutely freezing. And the reason people can't find homes is because private equity has bought up all the homes, the single family homes in the city. And so housing is unaffordable. And he keeps trying to get this point across, but she keeps pulling the microphone away when he does that. Now, I understand. I'm not blaming this reporter, right? I'm not trying to attack this poor black woman on NBC trying to do her job out there in the snow, doing the old Al Roker. I'll be out here in the blizzard asking people questions. She's doing her job. If anybody starts to say something that you think they're just trying to like say to be on TV, you're like, I would assume in journalism school, your instinct is to just pull the microphone away and redirect questioning. That's my guess. That's my guess if I were to teach a class on how to be a reporter, which I am never taken a class of or taught a class in. So I don't blame her. But I think it's funny that, again, this person who tweeted this out is like, yes, the message discipline that Mamdani has been able to get into the heads of your average random person on the street that she picked to interview is like, we need to get rid of hedge funds buying up homes. And maybe it wasn't even Mamdani. Maybe it's just the attitude of the country. Maybe everyone's starting to go, it's not immigrants pricing us out of homes. It's billionaires buying up all these homes with their companies that they own. I want to do one quick little segment about something else here, because this is becoming an ongoing segment. And this segment, I guess, is called Crazy MAGA. Yeah, Crazy MAGA. Attacking teens, because that's what happens here. This is now, like, I think the third week in a row, fourth maybe, where there's been a new clip of a dude, middle-aged dude, presumably divorced, acting very divorced, just seeing a group of teen girls usually and attacking them. Now, we just saw clips of cops doing that in the snow, but that was in an official capacity of being a middle-aged dude attacking teens, having a good time. This is just off-duty, it happening again. And I'm just showing that because I can't believe it's been like this many weeks in a row. He's got him in a chokehold. I think this guy is like an actual cop. Yeah. Inbox. The police chief led a group of plainclothes officers to disrupt the peaceful high school student protest. So the police chief of Quakertown, Pennsylvania, like plainclothes people, went to a high school protest, threw an underage girl to the ground, choked her, and disconnected all calls to the detention center where she and others are currently held. Jesus Christ, dude. So sheriffs and cops around the country are just like, dude, it's Trump land. We could just do this shit now, and no one's going to stop. Who's going to stop us? Federal government? I don't think so. So now they're just turning back into slave catchers like they always were. They're sundown towns. Don't go and protest or else we'll come get you and you won't be able to get out. No one can find you. Look at this right? So everyone comes in and starts defending because Jesus Christ, how are you going to put it's a fucking teen girl? You're an adult man. You're the police officer. You were supposed to be stopping anyone from interfering with them. Ridiculous. Insanity. Insanity, insanity, insanity. Next segment is the Dems. I want to talk about the Dems. I want to talk about the Dems because the Dems are in disarray, folks. Did you know? I want to talk. It's going to be a compliment sandwich. Some good clips, some bad clips. We're going to start with Ro Khanna, who, like, you know, he's out there. He's doing shit. He's sticking his neck out. So today I'm calling on the DNC to release the full 2024 autopsy report. We need to deal with the hard truths about the genocide in Gaza. Can we get this? Yes, we can. Okay. I seem to be frozen. I'm back.
To release the full autopsy report of the 2024 election, we need to deal with the hard truths about how our failure to stop the genocide in Gaza cost us support. Only when we have a new moral direction in this party will we win back the country's trust.
He's right. Of course, he's correct. The that autopsy report that the Dems decided to not release publicly for the first time since they started doing them, because of course it said that. Some people who worked on it leaked it recently, and of course it was Gaza. It was palling around with fucking Liz Cheney, dragging out Bill Clinton when he's in the Epstein files, and reminding people of his stupid wife that we all fucking hate. And him, who we all fucking hate. They're going after this tiny portion this probably imaginary portion of people who voted for Trump and Bush and Obama and Biden, like everybody. Like, why are you going after this imaginary middle when there was a hungry majority, a silent majority, if you will, of people who don't feel represented by either party, who could easily be won over with good policy and are being won over? That's my thing. People are seeing, oh, there's Graham Platter talking about unions, and there's Kat Abigazela talking about using her campaign office as a distribution hub for mutual aid. Here's Abdul Saeed talking about Medicare for all. Here's Ro Khanna releasing the Epstein files, talking about prosecuting these criminals who are running the fucking world. People are swayed by policy. It's not as complicated as fucking consultants are paid to convince politicians that it is, so they don't message on it. Fucking, I keep this tab up here just for fucking safekeeping. This is the poll, the New York Times poll, when they had a sample size. Has anybody seen anything from a Democrat, any candidate or public figure that made you say, oh yeah, we need more of this? Zohar Mamdani. And then he's asked, says the whole thing, clear, concise messaging. It's exactly what everybody wants, helps everybody. It's the perfect messaging because it's clear and concise, unlike Democrats, just like Bernie. And people can make that distinction now. Like, yes, the Democratic Party sucks, but the people who are fighting to have a better country, a better world, are all on the Democratic Party. That's it. That's it. Bernie, AOC, Ilhan, Rashida, Zoran, the people running I mentioned, they're all on that party. So again, fuck the party. We're taking it over. It's our party now. Make them go start an offshoot of corporate billionaire party. So that's that. That's what I mean, man. And what is this post that I hear? This is what they want. This is what they want. The establishment wants. Pelosi wants Newsom. That's why I keep this photo here too. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. As this person quoted here, absolutely fucking not. We're not doing Gavin Newsom. I mean, Gavin Newsom has new clips out too that we can talk about, but like, it's enough. It's enough. All I do for Gavin Newsom is I pull up the picture of him and Kimberly Guilfoyle. And I'm like, no, we don't need that anymore. Now, here's the star of the hour, the star of the autopsy report, Kamala Harris, talking to Sharon McMahon. I don't know who the fuck that is. Asking if she will run again.
Okay.
Will you run again?
I haven't decided.
You're still thinking about it?
I might.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying. That's what I closed the book and I'm like, oh, she wants to. She's just thinking about it. If that was my impression. I don't know if that's what you intended, but that was my impression.
No, the book is about a specific period in time. There was no agenda beyond what we've discussed already, which is just sharing with people, the reality of the experience.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they do when they're running. They put out a book, right? They have some kind of big public moment. And they put out a book, or they just put out a book. She put out a book and created a new fucking like Twitter account called Headquarters that is again vying for this weird fictional middle of the road voter that even if you had all of them wouldn't be enough to win over fascism. You need populism, real fucking left-wing populism to win, to beat fascism. The end. The fucking end. So I echo Mehdi Hassan in saying she better fucking not. She better fucking not run again. Because nobody needs that. Then again, it would be funny. Look, putting it out there the fact that she even said, I haven't decided yet, is putting feelers out there, right? And I hope the K Hive and the Gavin Newsom, the new scum battles it out and just beats each other into submission. And on that note of beating each other into submission, we have Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens doing exactly what I hope the Kamala and the Gavin Newsom fans do to each other, and just cannibalize and eat each other and fight each other to the ground. And then again, we take over the party. I hope they just collapse as a united front, and it will happen. When Trump goes, it's really going to happen. But like for right now, we get to enjoy this stuff. And this is this is Mehdi Hassan's tweet replying to Ben Shapiro. This is, him saying, that's right, everybody. Candace Owens is coming to the Daily Wire. And this was in 2020. The day before the election in 2020. I didn't know that. That's funny. And what is that in reference to? Well, that's in reference to Ben Shapiro making this video calling Candace Owens evil.
Me refer at the top of the show.
I will show you why. First, let me show you the trailer. Well, no. Let's let Ben introduce this for us. Let's let him do the work. Okay? Here's Ben Shapiro giving his grief about why he doesn't like Candace Owens now.
Candace Owens, as you may have heard me refer at the top of the show, is an evil, twisted human being. Now, the reason I say that today is because Candace has spent the last several months attacking the widow of Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk. It took her just a few days after Charlie's sick murder in order to start casting aspersions at Turning Point USA, people who work there all the way up to the highest levels, up to and including Erica Kirk. She was doing that very, very quickly, and she's been doing it for months. I mean, truly for months. I mean, yesterday, she came out with something that she had announced she was doing, which is a series. This is a trailer for a series, a teaser trailer that is titled Bride of Charlie, which is supposedly now an expose on the evil, nefarious, predatory nature of Erica Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk, who again was shot in the neck, not by some sort of vast conspiracy involving French intelligence and Egyptian airplanes, but by a trans-loving gay man.
A Trump-loving, trans-loving gay man. And also, none of those descriptors are even proven yet, except for the fact that he seemed to like Trump, or at least be kind of a fan of Trump. Again, like I was saying earlier in the show. But thank you very much, Ben, for setting up that clip, because I have here the trailer for the Bride of Charlie series from Candace Owens. Let's take a look together. First of all, I want to read the tweet that this is retweeting. These guys thought they can train their audience to somehow only resent Muslims and black people. And the reason they're all flailing now is that they've lost the cultural momentum, and the monster they created is looking back at them. That is the descriptor for, the Nick Fuentes wing, the anti-Israel wing, the anti-Semitic wing, right? Because you can be anti-Israel and also not be anti-Semitic, but Tucker and Nick Fuentes, they're trying to make that unite and take that momentum. And you could say this about the Tea Party. You could say this about, hell, George W. Bush's, at least his campaign for re-election, where he was like running on, preventing gay marriage. They tap into the bigotry nozzle. They tap the bigotry nozzle when they need some more votes, when they're shaky about policy, when people don't like them publicly. People don't culturally like them. And they haven't since at least the 60s, they had like a little bit of bounce back in the 80s with like Wall Street is good, greed is good stuff. But like, even under that, the culture was not with them really fully. Even more desperate. And that's what the Tea Party was. Oh shit. We lost to a black man in 2008. What are we going to do? And then it was just like organic candidates, funded by super PACs. Still, their grassroots candidates are super PACs. Our grassroots are real grassroots community organizing. That's still the difference. But yes, let's watch this trailer from Candace Owens. First of all, the Bride of Charlie is a great name because Chucky is a nickname for Charles. So you're basically calling her the Bride of Chucky. That's immediately I got that joke. That's a fucking funny joke. But yeah, let's play this.
President Trump says that Kirk has died after he was shot from a nearby building. After being shot at Utah Valley University. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
I didn't even get to give him a kiss goodbye.
That young man, I forgive him.
Take your time.
Erica Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. It's weird to say excited.
Describes her husband's funeral as the event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out.
Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
Zionists, the Prime Minister of Israel, all lied through their teeth about Charlie Kirk.
Her operation was in Constanta, the epicenter of Romania's trafficking scandal.
We are conversations to have with a 15-year-old. I'm going to touch your butt.
Because you know what gets me about Jimmy Dore? Like all those other people that she just showed, I don't know, some of them like Tim Dillon and Dave Smith, I know of. They're like past relevant, not, you know what I mean? They're still kind of got their own like online bubbles that they still can siphon money out of. But they're not, you know, their careers are not like skyrocketing. And then you have Jimmy Dore. It's like, oh, you're on this too, because what else are you doing? What else are you doing to keep your name in people's mouths?
$8.6 million to their own shell company. What is going on?
We have nothing to hide. My aunt used to tell me, never do something that you don't want on the front page of a newspaper.
I love this fucking like fake Netflix documentary looking ass, like half a graphic designer ass. Could I make this? Maybe, probably with some time. I couldn't make it very fast. No, I would have to learn some skills, some Photoshop skills, but I could. I mean, that's great. I love the way, you know, she's got the demon look in. Oh, we're married. We're so happy. Who am I? I got this crown. It's got to be AI, right? It's got to be AI. I mean, everything AI is Kirkified anyway. It's so funny. It's so funny. So yeah, Candace Owens has that documentary out, despite the fact that she still cannot read. So this is my favorite like Twitter account now, apparently. And just here's her trying to say hyperbolic. The word of the day is hyperbolic. I will figure out a way to work in these tweets into anything I do. Hyperbolic.
She created this hyperbolic idea. Obviously, they are extremely hyperbolic. Okay, I'm probably being a little hyperbolic. So hyperbolic, and I'm not saying that in a hyperbolic way, a little hyperbolic or loose figurative or hyperbolic language. You were just being hyperbolic and rather hyperbolic and non-actionable. I'm being hyperbolic here, but I'm being facetious a little bit, hyperbolic. You're going to be hyperbolic. And
Random ass fucking, I wanted to say Kurt Russell Brand. Just like all of a sudden, dude in leopard shorts and an open silk shirt. It's so funny. It's such a funny edit.
Be hyperbolic and
How are you gonna like know where he goes and shit?
I'm being hyperbolic. Really hyperbolic.
The greatest experiment in self-government in the history of the world. And that's not hyperbole, that's a fact.
She created this hyper.
That's just her. Wait a minute. Is that how you say it? Oh, folks. That is fucking hilarious. That is hilarious to me. Folks, we have some time left. And I purposefully left like 20 minutes because, folks, I want to get in that spirit. I want to get in that good spirit. That good spirit you get. Oh, hang on. Let me, yeah. Is it working? Oh, God. It is. Okay. All right. I'm going to get into that good spirit, and I'm going to put the time code right here in the chat, in the private chat for Nick. But folks, that good spirit, that inglorious bastards kind of spirit is what I'm talking about right now. And yeah, we're playing some Wolfenstein, folks. Actually, do I want to do? No. I want to do this. Yes. Or wait, can I do that? Oh. No, that sucks. We're doing this. Okay. All right, we're going to play a little bit of Wolfenstein and get out our aggression and just blast the Nazis, because this is one of the things you can't do is play Wolfenstein and blast some Nazis. So let me get the sound up. Oop. You're going to let me know if it's too loud when we get into the game. And I can always change it. But yeah, folks, for the last 15 minutes here, we're going to blast some Nazis. Unless my computer can't handle it, in which case we will do something else. But let's see. Let's see if this works out. Oh, it's very stuttery. Oh, it's very stuttery. I don't know.
There's my helicopters. That's it, engineering. That's your bottom dollar, it is.
Oh, Pink. Pep needs your help. He was mass reported and can't go live. Needs help getting YouTube's attention on Twitter. Check the space Discord for the tweet. Okay. Well, folks, look up Pep Talks. Breaking news, folks. Look up Pep Talks TV on Twitter. We're going to do this live because you know what? I don't think this is going to work. I think it's too jittery. So I don't think this is going to work. I think the only version of Wolfenstein that will ever be on this space is Andrea's version, because this is a little bit too janky to play. I'm sorry, folks. Sorry. I wanted to. Give me a second. While I close the game. Oh, Chuck L. Yeah, the vertical chat was full of scum and villainy. Indeed. Yes, the vertical chat is very touchy on YouTube. I'll say that much. Which again is good testing for this space. Unfortunate that Pep had to suffer consequences. But yeah, I didn't think about the fact that like you could get brigaded by a couple of assholes who are like, yeah, we're just going to make it difficult for you now. And we're going to just mass report your channel because you banned us for saying something we didn't like or whatever. Yeah, so let me do this, folks. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, I'm Pink. We're going to it right now. We're going to it right now. Pep Talks TV. I'm going to show everybody. Vertical chat is ridiculous. I think, you got to strike that balance of like, I want the engagement, but I don't want my regular viewers to be like assaulted in the comments. So, it's tough to strike. I feel like Pep is pretty rough on the people that jump in because they're going to say inflammatory shit. But the whole point is to try and like not let that get to you. But if you get into like fights with them, they're gonna do it. So unfortunately, so what do I do here? Pink got the tweet. Go to the replies. So we're gonna go to replies. Let me see. Sorry, my computer is very stuttery. Here we go. Team YouTube, I was falsely mass reported. I have screenshots of the threats to report me. As a result, my stream taken down. My appeal was instantly denied. My account is still in good standing, but can't go live. I need to speak with a human ASAP. So what do? Retweet. Ooh. Retweet and quote saying, hey, YouTube, we got a problem here. Now, my account is very small. Is this going to get attention? No. But every little bit helps. So let's all do it together right now. Take out your phones. If you have Twitter. I'm trying to fucking type and it won't let me type. So there we go. Every little bit helps. Exactly, Pinker. Exactly. So yeah, my plans for Wolfenstein have been shot. And unfortunately, because I didn't have anything else planned. But that's fine. Because that's when I like to chit-chat with the chat. Chuck L says I only have YouTube, which ironically isn't that helpful. Because you can't contact the moderation team. Of course, Pinker. Of course. But yeah, let's I'm gonna close some tabs, try to get my computer to work a little faster right now. But like, how much does this help? You know what I mean? Again, those videos of the snowballs being thrown at cops, like that's how cops should respond. Again, instead of pushing someone, but like for the most part, don't, like people are mad. The Republicans are mad that the cops didn't pull out their guns and wave it into people's faces. That's what they're mad about. Remind yourself, that's what they're mad about, that there isn't police brutality happening, even though there is a little bit. There even is like a token amount of police brutality happening in that nonviolent interaction, or mostly nonviolent interaction. We also, I just want to let you know some housekeeping now that we have some time. Tomorrow, I will be subbing in for Dieter McBusiness on American Wasp. And we're going to be watching his latest YouTube essay. And I also wanted to mention that tonight is the State of the Union. And I'm over here on this space, we will not be reacting to the State of the Union. It will be movie night extravaganza, so you'll have some counter programming. But I will be probably not watching the State of the Union because fuck that. What do I need? An hour of Trump talking? Trump said it's going to be like 2-3 hours. So Jesus fucking Christ. But I am interested in the progressive response by Summer Lee. She's a star. I was watching Majority Report earlier, and they described her as like consistent. She's quiet. She doesn't really pop her head out much. But if you look at her record, it's always been solid. And I think that's a great person to have come out and give the response. The Democrats have chosen Abigail Spanberger from Virginia and chosen to have it at Colonial Williamsburg in Virginia, which is, again, they were talking about, look, it's the Democratic Party response to the State of the Union. Is it that important? No, but it's important opportunity to signal things. And you could have held it in Minneapolis. Get someone from Minneapolis to give it. Ilhan Omar would be a perfect example. From Minneapolis, in the midst of the fight, on the forefront of the fight against fascism and this Republican Party. But of course, they're not going to do it and have Ilhan Omar do that. But whatever, get Waltz to do it. Because the imagery of the location matters as well. They're doing it at Colonial Williamsburg, a fake town built in like 1920 in a town built on nostalgia. That was the point. And that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They're appealing to nostalgia, just like they did with Biden. Hey, remember, we can go back to not paying too much attention and we can watch Colbert on TV unless he's taken off by the FCC chair that we don't remove when whoever Kamala gets into office, because we're not going to remove Republicans from appointments, even though that's like, they don't fight. They don't fight. This is their values. They're showing you their values, right? They're also trying to make Abigail Spanberger and Mickey Sherrill in New Jersey, to a lesser extent, the blowout victory that Mamdani was to the progressives, right? Because that was the real holy shit change in the Democratic Party. But they don't want you to see that as that. They just want, it's a fluke. Don't even, you know what? Who cares about New York anyway? Why did we talk about that for 8 months and make that like a national story? They want it to be Spanberger. They want that election victory to be like, oh my God, look, centrism can work. And even she, on election day, was echoing Mamdani's speech because it's more impactful when you give a shit about something, because caring matters. Earnesty matters. There's been a significant lack of earnesty in this country for 40 fucking years. Matter of fact, I just went on a rant about this in my review of Game of Thrones, A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms on my channel. Check it out. Even if you didn't watch the show and have no interest in Game of Thrones, this audience, you will like it. Because again, I talk about the lack of earnesty. That's why Superman worked. That's what people are craving. Fuck Biden, fuck Newsom, fuck Kamala, fuck Hillary. They don't want that shit. They don't want the veneer of it'll be okay, but we're really doing shit behind the scenes, because we can see behind the scenes now. It was Elon Musk, dude. Elon Musk was in Iron Man 2. He was hanging out with Hollywood people. They loved him. But he's probably just fucking weird. Like we have seen him be weird now for the better part of a decade. And they didn't want to hang out with him anymore. So we thought, oh, they shun me, so I'm going to go this way and hang out with these people, even though a lot of the capital I got was off the back of it's environmentally friendly and blah, blah, blah. And these people don't care about that. So if I burn this bridge, it's burnt. And even then, you have Rokana, who I'm praising, and now being like, you were out there being like, we should take him back after he did the Hitler salute. Because he probably because Rokana understands what this is. And it's just a bruised ego. You got, people in Hollywood got weirded out by you. And you felt shunned because of that. If you welcome him back, it'll work. But like, no, it won't. No, it won't. And people don't want that anymore. We can see behind the fucking curtain. Wizard of Oz, we can see the man behind the curtain pulling the levers. It's over. It's over. Watch that review of mine. Also watch me on Twitch. Again, I am pretty inconsistent with how often I stream. I'm trying to do it once a week at least, if not more. I'm going to be live tomorrow. That was another announcement. I am going to be live tomorrow before American Wasp, and I think I will be on Left Past 10 as well. But tomorrow during the day, I'm probably going to stream some Resident Evil 4 because I love that game. I got the remake. I haven't finished the remake. I want to finish games. So I want to finish this game, and I started streaming it, so I want to finish streaming it. So I'm going to continue it tomorrow. You see how streaming and having fun can like conflict with each other? Because like if I want to get further in this game, I feel the need to do it on stream or else I'm wasting it. Like I have all this footage that I have saved for an inevitable YouTube series eventually, but I don't want to miss any of that footage. So I can't play the game unless I stream it, and I can't stream it unless like I have a blocked out period of time to do that. It's a catch-22 making make the struggle of making content, folks. But yes, all that to say, follow me over on Twitch. And I'm also probably going to do a reaction to Kneecap has a new song because their album I think is coming out in April. So they dropped another song today. I didn't react to that one, so I'm going to do that tomorrow, most likely. So watch out for that. I'm excited about Kneecap. I love Kneecap. Yeah, and I wanted to just take a look here at trending topics because that's what I do to pick my topics that I talk about. And last week we found that video of RFK and Kid Rock dancing. So who knows what we'll find. Well, Candace Owens and them are going at it. Bongino, what did he do? Carville. You sit still, you son of a bitch, you fat sorry sack of shit. You were the most unpopular president at this point. Damn, Carville went off. They don't like the way you look, you smell, the way your fat stomach, your stupid comb over. Oh my God. No silent people out there for you. The only thing you go silent but deadly is your fart. Oh my God. Carville really crashed out.
For Donald John Trump. And you sit still, you son of a bitch, when I'm telling you this. I'm going to tell you right where you are, you fat, sorry sack of shit. People hate you. Now, let me give you, and I'm not just saying this because I don't like you. I'm saying this because I'm telling you what's happening to you right now. And get ready to tell you what's going on. First of all, everybody is stabbing you in the back.
Dude, that's so funny. He really went off. What is this? Dead Kennedys announced they will not participate in future Punk in the Park events after learning the owner's financial contributions to the Trump administration. Good shit, Dead Kennedys. Not my wife's favorite, but you know, and she's the punk connoisseur in the house. Ex-users discuss frustrations with increasing YouTube ads and value of YouTube Premium. I'm sure they're squeezing every penny of us. That's why I'm not buying YouTube Premium, Andrea and Dieter, who keep telling me to do it, because they're going to fucking reduce the effectiveness, and you have to get Premium Plus and Premium Plus Plus and Premium Plus Plus Silver package. Like, fuck off. Fuck off. I'll take the ads. I don't care. You can't avoid ads. South Park has taught you cannot avoid ads, folks. Okay, there's that one season, I think it was 2016 actually, where the ads keep evolving and now they're like cyborgs. It was an Ex Machina parody. You cannot avoid ads. There's always going to be people trying to sell you shit. Just fucking deal with it, dude. Come on. Oh, the Nicki Minaj thing is funny too. The Bible. She was sent this Bible with the signature on it, and everyone's like, oh, this signature? The one that's on the Jeffrey Epstein birthday card? Nicki Minaj is a fucking clown, dude. And what's funny now is that she looks less like a clown than before, because she like glammed herself so that she can fit in with the other beige, boring moms in MAGA. But anyways, folks, I'm ranting too much. My time is up. I filled out the Wolfenstein time that I had set to play. I'm sorry that didn't work out. It was too stuttery. It wasn't going to work. But folks, A Difficult Truth is up next with some real actual news. So please take it away and watch this space.
so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another, complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to cruise through.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Round of applause for that awesome content. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. Folks, go check out Devil's Advocate Productions. Let's say hello to some folks here. Johnny, Too Late, welcome. Earth, homies, welcome. Chuck, welcome. Pinkerbell, hey, how's it going? Welcome, everybody. Latino Mafoon, welcome. Carls, welcome. Good to see everybody here. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday, folks. Again, it's the top of the hour. If you haven't done so, please subscribe, like, comment, share, hit that emoji thingy, okay? It really does help us out. One of the best ways to support this channel is spreading the word, folks. There is something here for everyone on this space. I guarantee it, folks. We have live content, syndicated content, and new editions all the time. New editions all the time. The most recent one was RiverBoat Jack. So please, folks, if you want to support the channel, spread the word far and wide. It really does help us break the algorithm and gets us out there. Appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. Howdy, howdy. We've got a couple of things to talk about, folks. What's the over-under on what's going to happen today at the State of the Union? Honestly, I have no desire to watch the State of the Union. That's happening in, like a couple of hours at this point, about 9 p.m. I don't feel like we necessarily need to even see the State of the Union. I can tell you right now, the State of the Union is the State of the Union is pretty bad. Okay, the State of the Union is fascism. Okay, so I don't think that we really need to see a dishonest State of the Union. And quite frankly, if we're gonna be real and keep it $1.50, it's gonna be a repeat of the same things that he's always gonna talk about. Pay attention to the clips that are going to come out about sowing distrust in the midterm elections. So that's going to be a big part of it. Maybe the Iran stuff is going to be a part of it. Democrats have invited some of the Epstein survivors to attend. I doubt he's going to say anything about that, but I think that a good chunk of it is going to be lies about how the country is doing great, lies about how the economy is doing great, and how he's going to try to sow distrust in the midterm elections. That's probably my guess. I really don't need to see it. I really don't need to see it because it's probably going to be the same regurgitated nonsense that he continues to spew each time in his speeches at this point. Dismal indeed. Hey, welcome. All right, folks, we got a couple of things to go through. So earlier last week, I want to say, the tariffs that Trump had put on illegally were finally struck down by the Supreme Court. And Trump went on this crash out in the media, and threatened to impose 15% tariffs across the board. I don't know how that's gonna play out for him because the lawsuits are happening, folks. The lawsuits are starting, and it's really so transparent what's happening here because all these companies are just basically going to get bailed out effectively by the taxpayers. So that's nice. That's very cool. Here we have the first of the many lawsuits I suspect that are going to happen. Chuck, welcome. Yeah, 15% of tariffs on YouTube comments. Exactly. FedEx sues the Trump administration for full refund of tariff payments. It's unclear how that's going to end up working. But we'll see. FedEx sued the Trump administration over the tariffs on Monday, asking for a, quote, full refund of all payments it made to the government under a set of tariff policies that were ruled illegal because they were by the Supreme Court. The complaint filed in the U.S. Court of International Trade is the first major lawsuit seeking tariff reimbursement since the High Court ruled last week that President Trump has exceeded his authority when he used the International Economic Emergency Powers Act to unilaterally impose sweeping tariffs on most of the world. As it turns out, there was no emergency, and the Trump administration was very clear in multiple instances publicly that this was to raise money. Trump was talking about replacing income tax with the tariffs. Not going to happen. Not a thing. The Supreme Court did not indicate whether businesses that paid tariffs under the IEEPA were entitled to refunds. The issue is expected to draw a flood of lawsuits that will be litigated in the lower courts over the billions of dollars in tariff payments that have been made over the last year, and trade experts have predicted years of legal wrangling. Welcome, My Left Eye. Thank you so much for the raid, folks. Welcome in. Hey, folks, if you haven't seen us before, this is This Space. We are a working class media collective. We do live content like this, and we also have syndicated content as well. If you're new here to This Space, make sure you hit that subscribe button, and I appreciate the raid. Thank you, and welcome, everybody. FedEx sought an order from the trade court that would force Customs and Border Patrol and Border Protection to refund all duties paid last year under the Federal Emergency Powers Law. The court has jurisdiction and authority to order remedial relief and refunds of IEEPA duties paid by the importers, FedEx wrote in its complaint, adding that plaintiffs have paid IEEPA duties to the United States and thus have suffered injury caused by those orders. Yeah, so that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, because I don't know if these companies are going to end up getting all their money back, but we'll see. Supporting our customers as they navigate the regulatory changes remains our priority, a FedEx spokesperson said in a statement. FedEx has taken necessary action to protect the company's rights as an importer of record to seek duty refunds from U.S. Customs and Border Protection following the Supreme Court's ruling that the tariffs issued under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act are unlawful. That's right. The Supreme Court is trying to protect and provide cover from the plummeting Republican poll numbers. Yeah, and also, like, I think that the reason why they ultimately had to rule against the tariffs is because, like, Trump's messing with the bag at that point. At this point, Trump, the whole, like, Project 2025 and all that, that's all good. That's all great. That's all groovy for them. The problem was the tariffs. The tariff, the sweeping tariff policy is a uniquely Trump policy that he really cares about, and he really believes that somehow this is how we're going to do foreign policy. That wasn't a part of the plan here, and it's messing with the bag. And at some point, the Supreme Court dragged it out as long as they could, but they have to stop it, and they did, because it's messing with the bag, and you can't do that. You can implement fascism all you want, but the moment you start messing with the bag, it's when it becomes a problem. Has Trump ever paid anyone back? No. Ladybug, welcome. Welcome. On a quarterly earnings call last year, executives at the company said they expected a $1 billion hit to profits in 2025 because of the Trump administration's policies. He's messing with the bag, folks. That's the problem here, fundamentally. If somehow these tariffs were not really that big of a deal to these companies, I guarantee you that they would not care at all. At all. In its suit, the logistics company asked for refund of the duties collected from plaintiffs on all entries subject to IEEPA duties, with interest as provided by law, plus additional funds to cover the legal fees. FedEx joined a number of large corporations that sued before the Supreme Court ruled, including wholesaler Costco, beauty company Revlon, and grocery company Bumblebee Foods. The issue reached the Supreme Court due to lawsuits from a number of small businesses, including New York-based wine importer Voss Selections and toy maker Learning Resources. After the High Court's ruling, President Trump quickly threatened to impose a new 15% global tariff using a different trade law from 1974, which allows the president to impose duties for no more than 150 days to address large and serious balance of payment deficits. Which obviously this is not going to fly, because that's not what these tariffs are being done for. Supposedly, and very openly, these tariffs are just simply to bring in money. Very true. The point of fascism for the corpse is to make money. Exactly. They're going to start putting rainbows back in the bio soon enough. If that's what it takes, yeah. Trump can't even do fascism competently. Yep. The ruling specifically impacted tariffs that were issued under the IEEPA, including Mr. Trump's, quote, reciprocal tariffs on dozens of countries and drug trafficking-related tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China. It did not impact duties that were imposed under other laws, including tariffs on imported steel, aluminum, and certain vehicles. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So there you have it, folks. It's unclear how they're going to get their money back, but at the end of the day, Trump messed with the bag, and you can't do that. That is a big no-no. That is a big no-no. Interesting stuff happening here. Shifting gears really quickly here. Judge permanently blocks release of Jack Smith's report on Trump classified documents case. The judge being Eileen Cannon, the judge who was put there by Trump. So yeah, this case really is more about the conflict of interest, if anything, the blatant corruption, more than the case itself. Really. A federal judge on Monday permanently blocked the Justice Department from releasing the portion of the former special counsel Jack Smith's report that details his investigation into President Trump's alleged mishandling of sensitive government documents and alleged obstruction of the federal probe. So in other words, like his crimes, right? U.S. District Judge Eileen Cannon granted requests from Mr. Trump and his two former co-defendants in the case, Walt Nauta and Carlos de Oliveira, to issue an order to prohibit the release of the second volume of Smith's report. The order bars Attorney General Pam Bondi or her successors from releasing or sharing that portion of the final report. Very convenient. Very, very, very convenient. Man, this guy, the crimes that this guy does just continuously get covered up and protected. Must be nice. Bondi had already determined that the report's second volume shouldn't be released to the public, in part because of the questions surrounding the legality of Smith's appointment as special counsel. Cannon, who was overseeing the prosecution of Mr. Trump in the documents case, ruled in 2024 that Smith was unlawfully appointed special counsel and dismissed the charges against the president. Again, excuse me. Incidentally, this is the same judge that was put there by Trump. The thing about the companies that are bowing down to Trump is we can stop buying from them or using their services. I'm a strong proponent to that. Just simply on principle. Big fan of that. Smith had appealed that decision, but the case ultimately ended after Mr. Trump won a second term in the White House, which apparently, if you're president, crimes just go away. Apparently, that's just how that's just how they work. This works apparently. Special Counsel Smith, acting without lawful authority, obtained an indictment in this action and initiated proceedings that resulted in a final order of dismissal of all charges. As a result, the former defendants in the case, like any other defendant in this situation, still enjoy the presumption of innocence, held sacrosanct in our constitutional order, Cannon wrote in her decision. For obvious reasons, the courts need not to take action in the contravention of that protection absent a statutory or other lawful directive to do so. Yeah, that's really convenient, man. Really, really, really convenient. They all have a bottom line. True. And fundamentally, that's all they care about. So yeah, big fan. Big fan of trying to do that where possible and encouraging other people to do that where possible. Cannon, who was appointed to the U.S. District Court in South Florida by Trump. So again, like this is blatant corruption. This is blatant corruption. How can you have a defendant in a case a judge rule in a case that was put there by the defendant? This just doesn't happen in any other situation. This doesn't happen in any other situation. She should have never been able to touch that case at all. Who was appointed by Mr. Trump during his first term, also wrote that the second volume contains voluminous discovery that remains subject to a protective order issued during the early stages of the case. She said that allowing the release of the report would lead to large amounts of material related to the case becoming public. Okay. Moreover, while it's true that the former special counsels have released final reports at the conclusions of their work, it appears they have done so either after electing not to bring charges at all or after adjudications of guilty by plea or trial. Cannon continued, the court strains to find a situation in which a former special counsel has released a report after initiating criminal charges that did not result in finding of guilt, or at least not in a situation like this one, where the defendants contested the charges from the outset and still proclaimed their innocence. Without Cannon's order, Smith's report was set to become public on Tuesday. Kendra Wharton, one of Mr. Trump's lawyers, said the judge properly ruled that the broad disclosure of protected grand jury testimony and discovery materials related to a dismissed criminal case, along with the publication of opinions and unproven accusations by an unconstitutional prosecutor, has no place in the American judicial system. Judge Cannon's courage and judicial resolve on these important issues, these important due process issues, should be recognized and taught in law schools, classrooms across America. Yeah. Teach that one in class about how the sitting president was saved and protected by a judge that he put in there in his first term. Yeah, that is a perfect example of illustration of conflict of interest. This would be like a murderer being able to select the judge in their case, and the judge seemingly rules in favor of the murder. No one would be like, wait a minute, that's just how that's just due process, right? No one would be saying that. Bruno, welcome. We are live from Polymarket Studios. True. Or my basement, but yeah, same thing. A spokesperson for Smith declined to comment. The Justice Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Two government watchdog groups, American Oversight and the Knight Institute, attempted to force the release of Volume 2 and sought relief from the federal appeals court that covers Cannon's court in Fort Pierce, Florida. Judge Cannon's ruling continues a troubling pattern of decisions that shield the president from public scrutiny and place secrecy above the public's right to know. Chioma Chikwu, executive director of American Oversight, said in a statement, "I agree. By permanently blocking the release of Volume 2 the special counsel's report and denying our effort to seek a stay while our approval moves forward, the court ensured that the public is denied information of extraordinary national importance." I mean, like, we can just basically infer that he absolutely committed those crimes with regards to these so-called documents, and obstructed the investigation, which is another crime. That's what I'm getting from this. Cucker Tarlson, howdy. I feel like I've seen your username before. Are you from Majority Report chat? I feel like I've seen the username before. Scott Wilkins, a senior counsel at the Knight Institute, also criticized Cannon's order. Judge Cannon's decision to permanently block the release of this extraordinarily significant report is impossible to square with the First Amendment and common law. There's no legitimate basis for its continued suppression. Mr. Trump and his personal legal team asked Cannon last month to issue an order that would block current and former and future Justice Department officials from ever releasing the report. Yep. See, I know my fellow majority reporters. I've seen the username. I'm on MR chat sometimes, and I've been here in chat too before. Gotcha. Well, welcome. The Justice Department backed Mr. Trump's request, agreeing that the Smith second report should not be released outside the Department of Justice. The potential improper release of Volume 2 would constitute an irreversible violation of the court's constitutional ruling in the underlying criminal action and at the bedrock principles of the separation of powers. Yeah, okay. We're pretending we care about separation of powers. Yeah. Groove Dragon, welcome. Justice Department lawyers separately claimed that Smith's investigation was, quote, unlawful from its inception. Smith not only weaponized the Department of Justice against a leading presidential candidate in pursuit of an anti-democratic end. Okay. Yeah, the weaponization of the Justice Department. Okay. In the pursuit of an anti-democratic end. Oh man, but he did so without legal authority and while targeting constitutionally protected activity like crimes. Got it. Prosecutors continued, put simply, Smith's tenure was marked by illegality and impropriety, and under no circumstance should his product be given the full weight and authority of this department. Adding that Pam Bondi had marked the report an internal deliberative communication that is privileged and confidential and should not be released outside the Department of Justice. Smith brought 2 criminal cases against Trump in 2023, the first time from an alleged effort to subvert the transfer of power after the presidential election, the 2020 presidential election, and the second one involved the president's alleged mishandling of sensitive documents, government documents after the end of his first term. Trump has denied any wrongdoing and pleaded not guilty to all charges. Both cases came to an end after Trump won the presidency again. Smith resigned before Trump was sworn in for a second term, but before leaving his post, he submitted a 2-volume report detailing his investigations to then Attorney General Merrick Garland, who did essentially F all to really help the situation. The report quickly became the focus of legal wrangling. Trump's 2 co-defendants in the document case, Neutron de Oliveira, attempted to block the release of a portion of Smith's report involving the investigation into the 2020 election. Their efforts, however, were unsuccessful and the volume was made public days before Trump's second inauguration, but the second volume has remained out of the public's view. ADT didn't like my wordplay. What did you do? Oh, my name is Pim Tool. Pim Tool. Garland had kept a part of the report secret because of an ongoing legal proceeding involving Nauta and Oliveira, but a federal appeals court granted a Justice Department request to drop the case against him last February, bringing it to an end. Still, CONAN had issued an order last January barring the release of the second volume. The Justice Department, Neutron de Oliveira, said in a court filing last March that under no circumstances should the court order the release of the second volume of Smith's report. Now that makes me really curious. I want to know what exactly is so bad, is so damning, that they are really, really, really adamant about blocking this from the public. I mean, quite frankly, probably there was a lot of evidence to suggest that Trump was doing crimes. And that's really bad for his image. Perceived image, anyways. Love the live. Hi, Mr. Truth. Thanks for being a live show. Groovy to see the welcome Groove Dragon. Tim Pool wears a knit cap to cover his lack of hair. Pim Tool wears one to keep his abundant locks under control. That's funny. So am I the Pim Tool of the situation? I'm the good beanie man, okay? I'm the good beanie man. It does really suggest what they're hiding is even worse than the atrocities we already know about. I mean, is it? I don't know. Like Trump is so concerned about his image that this may be concrete evidence that he was going around doing crime. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Smith testified before Congress last month about his investigations, but primarily discussed his case related to the 2020 presidential election because of the ongoing proceedings in the documents case. Federal regulations require special counsels to provide the Attorney General with a report that explain prosecution or declination decisions once their work is concluded. Final reports from previous special counsels have been made public after the investigations are finished. Among those disclosed in recent years were Robert Hur's findings of from his former investigation in President Biden's handling of classified documents from his vice presidency, which did not lead to charges against Biden. Still, Hur's report was highly critical for the former president, who the former special counsel said could present himself to a jury as sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. I don't wear a knit cap to cover my bald head. I wear a black beret. Nice. The Justice Department also released former special counsel John Durham's report on his probe of the origins of the FBI's investigation into Russian meddling of the 2016 presidential election. 3 people were prosecuted as a result of Durham's investigation. The hoax, by the way. The supposed hoax. And 2 of them were acquitted. A third, a former FBI lawyer, pleaded guilty. Donald J. Trump has such luxurious hair. The radical woke left, they keep smearing me, saying I'm balding and having a bald spot. But, my presidential hair is above everything. Thank you for your attention to this matter. All right, folks, we got to talk about a potential. I talked about this yesterday. It does seem like a strike on Iran is very, very likely. So we definitely have to keep an eye out on this, particularly this weekend, quite possibly. I don't know, but all evidence is pointing towards a highly likely strike on Iran, and that is very, 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 very disturbing. Very worrying. The State Department has ordered non-essential diplomats to leave Lebanon as tensions with Iran. You mean us warmongering and threatening them? That's the tension that's happening here. The United States has ordered non-essential diplomats and their family members at the U.S. Embassy in Beirut to leave Lebanon. The State Department said on Monday as tensions over Iran rise, with the threat of potentially imminent military strike. The department said in an updated travel alert for U.S. citizens in Lebanon that ordered the departure of non-emergency U.S. Government personnel and family members of the government personnel due to the security situation in Beirut. The alert, which was formally released several hours after word began to circulate about the move, said U.S. personnel remaining in Lebanon would have their in-country travel restricted. I watched an hour-long report on what came out about Trump. It's not chat-friendly. I'll send you a message. Eesh. Like more Epstein stuff? More Epstein files? If it is, just please feel free to send it to me. I'll take a look at it after. A department officials say that earlier that a continuous assessment of the regional security environment determined it was prudent to draw down the U.S. Embassy Beirut's footprint so that only essential personnel remained at their post. The official who spoke on the condition of anonymity before the move was formally announced said that it was a temporary measure and that the embassy will remain operational. Lebanon had been the site of numerous Iran-related retaliatory attacks against U.S. facilities, interests, and personnel for decades, given Tehran's support for and influence with Hezbollah militant group, which is responsible for deadly bombings of Marine barracks in Beirut in 1983 and the embassy annex in 1984. Yeah, you know what what could avoid all of this is not bombing Iran. That would avoid all of that. Pretty much. If you don't want people to attack you, and you don't want people to attack your bases, maybe this may be controversial, but maybe just don't bomb them. I don't know. This may be crazy, but maybe if you don't bomb people, they won't feel the need to attack. I'm just putting that out there. I'm just putting that out there. As such, changes in the staffing statutes of the embassy in Beirut have often been seen as a bellwether for potential U.S. or Israeli military action in the region, particularly against Iran. A similar ordered departure was imposed for Beirut and other embassies in the region, including Iraq, shortly before President Trump ordered a military strike against Iranian nuclear facilities, which we were told, by the way, that the nuclear program, right? The nuclear program is gone. It's done. That's what we were told. But apparently Iran's now another week away from building a nuclear bomb or whatever. So yeah. It was unclear if other American embassies in the Middle East would implement similar orders. Tensions have, quote, escalated between the U.S. and Iran as Trump has built up the largest military presence in the Middle East in decades and repeatedly threatened action if Tehran does not negotiate a deal to constrain its nuclear program, which again was supposed to have already been destroyed, right? That's what we were told last time. A second aircraft carrier is heading to the region to join a surge of other American warships and aircraft, offering the Republican president several options for a potential strike, even as talks may continue. Oman's foreign minister Badr al-Busaidi said the U.S. and Iran plan to hold their next round of nuclear talks Thursday, 2 days from now, in Geneva. A U.S. official was not authorized to comment publicly and spoke on condition of anonymity, confirmed this meeting. Haven't they been a few weeks away from building a nuke since like the last 30 years? Yeah, but this time it's real. Okay, this time it's real. We promise, okay? Iran's top diplomat Abbas Araghchi told CBS on Sunday that he expects the U.S. to meet that he expected to meet U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff then, and said a good chance remained for a diplomatic solution on the nuclear issue. I'll send it. Give me a minute. Thank you. Appreciate it. How can someone buy that BS? I don't think a lot of people are buying it. I think he's just kind of going to do it regardless. That's just my opinion. Assuming that he does go through with this threat. Araghchi had said that a proposed deal would be ready to share within days. He told CBS that Iran was still working on it. Asked Friday whether the U.S. could take limited military action as the countries negotiate, Trump said, I guess I can say I'm considering that. He also told reporters later that Iran better negotiate a, quote, fair deal. Indirect talks between longtime adversaries in recent weeks have made little visible progress. Beyond the nuclear program, Iran has refused to discuss wider U.S. and Israeli demands that it scale back its missile program and sever ties to armed groups. A second State Department official, also speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss plans that have not been formally announced, said Secretary of State Little Marco Rubio may delay his intended visit to Israel this weekend. So that's kind of the timeline here that we're looking at. That's kind of like the timeline. Look at North Korea, look at China, no one messes with them. Well, North Korea has nuclear weapons. China is basically an economic powerhouse. So, yeah. And presumably they also have nukes. More stuff. Trump's top general warns of Iran strike risks. Long line of bully nations. Now that I think of it, we're probably the 10 generation bully nation. We're the baddies. Yes, in this timeline, we are the baddies. Well, in several timelines, we've been the baddies, but Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane had been advising President Trump and top officials that a military campaign against Iran could carry significant risks, in particular the possibility of becoming entangled in a prolonged conflict, according to two sources with knowledge of those internal discussions. There's an ongoing debate at the top level of the Trump administration about how to handle the Iran standoff and what the consequences of each option would be. I mean, like, here's like another radical idea. Maybe we should just leave them alone. Maybe we should just, like, I don't know, not bomb them. JK, welcome. The Lancet Global Health Report found that unilateral sanctions imposed by the US and EU from 71 to 2021 caused the death of 564,258 civilians per year, 51% being children under 5. That tracks, honestly. That makes total sense. "250 years of nationhood, 233 years of war." I was giving 101 advice. Yeah, maybe it got shadow banned by YouTube. I don't know. There's an ongoing debate at the top levels of the Trump administration on how to handle the Iran standoff and what the consequences of each option would be. At the moment, several of the voices in Trump's circle are urging caution, though some sources think Trump himself is leaning towards a strike. So, yeah. Above all, there's a question of what success would look like when it comes to military action and how risky it would be to try to achieve it. On the other side, reaching a nuclear deal would likely mean walking back on some of the president's previous red lines. As Trump debates whether and how to attack Iran, his envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff have been urging the president to hold off and give diplomacy a chance. This account of where members of Trump's top team stand is based on conversations with 5 sources who have sat in or been briefed on the high-level meetings. Kane's position could be particularly influential because he's Trump's top military advisor and is highly respected by the president. No one is advocating for an invasion or boots-on-the-ground military action. So no, because they're not trying to occupy Iran. They're just trying to bomb them. That's it. Just as with the planning of for the operation to capture Nicolas Maduro illegally, Trump has empowered a small brain trust to think through the problems in Iran and present him with a range of options he can exercise at a time of his choosing that maximizes leverage and minimizes risk. Left Connect, welcome. Lady Lindsey Graham has a war chubby all over this Iran talk. He does. Yep. Oh, nuclear sensor, but it's right. Well, I see it now. Getting a nuclear weapon is the way to avoid being invaded. Yeah. Yeah. While Kane was all in on the Venezuela operation, which is illegal, he has been more cautious in the discussion around Iran, two sources says. Citing the contrast, one source described Kane as a reluctant warrior on Iran. Kane sees the stakes of a major operation in Iran as higher, with a greater risk of entanglement and American casualties. One source said Kane was not advocating for a strike, but will support and execute any decision. So, yeah. Another source with direct knowledge of Kane's thinking said the chairman is not skeptical about a military campaign, but clear-eyed and realistic about the chances for success and about what could come next after the war starts. A senior official also denied Kane had expressed skepticism. Gotcha. I got your messages, Ladybug. I'll be looking at it. In his role as military advisor to the President, Secretary of Defense, and National Security Council, the chairman provides a range of military options, as well as secondary considerations and associated impacts and risks to the civilian leaders who make America's security decision. The chairman provides these options confidentially, Joint Staff spokesperson Joe Halstead told Axios. General Kane is a talented, high-valued member of President Trump's national security team. The president listens to a host of opinions on any given issue and decides based on what is best for corporate America. The White House spokesperson Nan Kelly said in a written statement, Trump posted on Truth Social because that's how we do diplomacy. Apparently, that Kane would like to avoid war, but thinks it will be something the easily won if necessary. He has not spoken of not doing Iran or even fake limited strikes, or even the fake limited strikes that I've been reading about. He only knows one thing and how to win, and if he is told to do so, he will be leading the pack. Kane has been the only military leader briefing Trump in recent weeks on Iran. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper hasn't been invited to the meetings Trump convened on Iran, but hasn't spoken to the president since the crisis started in early January. Cooper's predecessor, General Eric Kurilla, briefed both Trump and former President Biden on Iran. A senior administration official confirmed Trump hasn't spoken with Admiral Cooper. I guess it wasn't a great idea to tear up that original Iran nuclear deal that Obama made, right? Yeah, but it was about, Obama was so terrible. That deal was not good. Vice President Vance has also raised concern about entanglement during the internal deliberations in recent days. One source confirmed the VP had been raising questions about the risk and complexity of the operation with military and national security officials, but denied he was outright opposed to striking Iran. Vance hoped the talks in Geneva on Thursday will produce a diplomatic breakthrough, but is not optimistic about the odds of a deal, a position shared by many of the other top officials. So, yeah, I mean, like, all of this is pointing to me, in my opinion, that a strike on Iran is very, very likely. Not set in stone, but the chances of it happening versus the chances of it not happening, I would lean towards it's happening. It is more likely than not. We will see what happens in these next couple of days. But it does seem to point in the direction of the president ordering a strike on Iran of some sort. Yep, Trump torpedoed this agreement years ago. I think it was Trump 1.0. He's presenting information on both sides of the argument to help the president make an informed decision, according to another source familiar with the discussion. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been sitting on the fence rather than advocating strongly for or against a strike. Rubio has been historically hawkish on Iran, but has been focusing his energy in recent weeks on Venezuela and Cuba. Witkoff and Kushner are planning to meet Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi on Thursday in Geneva. Both have advised Trump that time is on his side and that his hand will get stronger with every day that passes. Their message is that Trump should see what he can get from the Iranians and pull the trigger if and when he decides diplomacy has lost momentum. A source with knowledge said Trump has been leading towards launching a strike for several days, but agreed to give Witkoff and Kushner a bit more time for negotiations. Another source said Trump insisted on more negotiations by Witkoff and Kushner because he wants to make sure all avenues are exhausted. Senator Lindsey Graham is one of the main advocates in favor of military action, which I believe someone in chat just earlier mentioned. In Trump's extended circle, he lamented in an interview with Axios on Saturday that many of Trump's advisors were counseling him not to bomb Iran. Graham urged the president to ignore them and move forward with a strike, including in a phone call the two had on Sunday, a couple days ago. Graham and other strike advocates around Trump, mostly outside of the administration, are concerned that as time passes, momentum will be lost and Trump will have to settle for a, quote, bad deal. Another person advocating for strikes is, of course, the Israeli Prime Minister and war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. He has been growing more concerned since meeting Trump 10 days ago that the U.S. will stand down. A U.S. source who met Netanyahu last week said the prime minister left the meeting with Trump feeling he'd been unable to pull him towards his position. Quote, "Is he still with us?" Netanyahu asked, according to the source. In his post backing Kane, Trump also wrote, "I am the one that makes the decision. I would rather have a deal than not, but if we don't make a deal, it would be a very bad day for the country, and very sadly, its people, because they are great and wonderful, and something like this should have never happened to them." As he is the one threatening to bomb them. Fantastic. Anything Obama did, Trump owed the fascist clown must undo or better. This is why he's hooked on the Nobel Prize. Obama did so. Trump wants to as well. Lindsay is insecure in his masculinity and bombs to show what a tough guy he is. Yeah, I mean, he's also like psycho. He's literally legitimately like a psychopath. He's always been like this. Yeah. I think the Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Prize needs to be abolished. They only award those to reactionary anti-communists. Yeah, it seems like it seems like a common theme, right? Everyone has a job to do and does their job. Rubio isn't figuring out what planes to fly. Kane isn't worrying about the diplomatic fallout. The decision to strike when and how, or if at all, has not been made, a senior administration official has said. Again, nothing is set in stone, obviously, but it seems to me like Trump already has, or at least has made his mind in the direction of striking Iran, and he's got a significant a chunk of the inner circle saying don't do it. You've got other people like Lindsey Graham urging him to do it. It's really unclear, but I think that it is leaning towards a strike more than it isn't, and this is pretty disturbing. We're gonna end up in a second global war on terror, second GWAT, 2001, 2003 era all over again, because reasons. Because of reasons. Unbelievable. A Peace Prize named after the guy that invented TNT. Was it TNT? I'm actually not sure about that. Nitroglycerin? Oh, much better. Much better. Alright, folks. It's time for me to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate your support. Movie night extravaganza is coming up next in just a moment. Folks, if you enjoyed the content and you enjoyed the show, please go check out, go hit the like button, subscribe, share, comment, hit the emoji button, do all the things, folks. Check out my show. I'm live on Twitch and YouTube Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. On on the same channel, A Difficult Truth. That's where you'll find me everywhere. Again, thank you all for being here. You guys are what makes this channel go. Check out my show every Tuesday here at 7 p.m. on this space. I appreciate all of you guys being here. Thank you to everyone here, and thank you for your support. Check out Movie Night Extravaganza. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I'll be on. I hope to see you guys in the next one. Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. See ya.
The show is going to run 20 years. It's going to be bigger than AB's Irish Rose.
Let's see.
And much more goyish, so it can tour.
Well, thanks for coming, Larry.
Tonight we're talking about one of two Linklater films released last year. Nouvelle Vague, which Linklater made about the making of Breathless as Godard's first film, and tonight's film, Blue Moon, which is about the lesser-known of Richard Rodgers' partners in songwriting, Lorenz Hart, who died in the street at the age of 48 after a long battle with alcoholism during a World War II air raid.
Came a lull, then Cordell Holson orders from above. I'm sorry, girls, put down your pearls, because now we're rationing love.
I don't know how we got Cordell Hull into Camelot.
Who cares? It's funny.
Both films are about the strange brew that is creativity and passion, and the incredibly volatile personalities that are artistic geniuses. Blue Moon takes place on the night of the Oklahoma opening, almost entirely at Sardi's, the restaurant near Broadway with caricatures of famous Broadway figures on the walls, known especially in the 20th century as a place where theatergoers and theater workers could mingle before and after shows. The film takes place after Lorenz Hart and Richard Rodgers' partnership had broken up, and he had begun writing musicals with Oscar Hammerstein instead. who Hart believes is an inferior talent, although Oklahoma is said to be the most popular thing that Rogers ever wrote. Starring Ethan Hawke as Lorenz Hart, Andrew Scott as Richard Rogers, Margaret Qualley as Elizabeth Weiland, Patrick Kennedy as E.B. White, Bobby Cannavale, and Simon Delaney.
Just tell me, what do you really want to write? What's your dream show?
My dream show?
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
I mean, next.
Like a play, the entire film is staged around a single place, in this case, Sardi's, during the party after the musical's opening. This is called a bottle story, which is funny because we're following around an alcoholic around a bar for the entire thing. A bottle story takes place entirely in one setting. Lorenz Hart and Richard Rogers broke up because Hart's drinking had gotten way too bad and his creative habits became far more destructive than Rogers could deal with. Hammerstein, although less gifted as a musical lyricist, was a far more reliable partner. As the drinking got worse, Hart also wanted to keep the satirical, irreverent style of their earlier plays, while Rogers sought to evolve his work into something more emotionally resonant.
Larry, I want to write shows that have some emotional content. That's what I want. Hello.
Great show.
How are you? Thank you. Well, I'll take that. You're a tough critic.
Oh, thank you.
Remember, we established in the first scene.
Hart, rightfully, in my opinion, scorns Oklahoma exclamation point as Cornpone Americana, a bad show that's going to withstand the test of time only because it's entirely inoffensive. Rogers and Hart's creative partnership is treated as a relationship that's broken up, with scenes between them that are equally as passive-aggressive and awkward as any breakup movie. Linklater also uses this moment where Lorenz Hart is spiraling towards his early death, with his best creative days behind him, to allow us to peer into the life of this brilliant, lyrical bon vivant without needing to do anything like flashbacks or even tell the story of his life in a linear fashion. Hart walks around engaging desperately with other characters, monologuing about both the high points of his career, but also his ideas for the future that will never come to pass.
Look, here's what I'm thinking. The Adventures of Marco Polo.
Wonderful show.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you.
Just big. Bigger than Jumbo. Epic. A 3-ring musical circus. The show lasts 4 hours.
Like a long musical about Marco Polo that he paints for Rogers. The film also takes place during one of the most active parts of World War II. Oklahoma exclamation point opened in 1943, and the clash between the reality of World War II and the superficiality of some of Rogers' statements like, I think every serviceman who saw the play tonight thought about what we're fighting for, and Hart's question, what do you think they're fighting for, shows the difference between Hart's more cynical worldview and Rogers' attempts to transform himself into a more professional and superficial figure apart from Hart. More than anything else, the film is anchored in Ethan Hawke's transformative performance, looking like the 5-foot height of Lorenz Hart, wearing a bag comb over on heavily thinning hair. Hawke's performance is incredibly expressive, flamboyant, and dynamic. One second he's kissing Roger and Hammerstein's ass in public. The next second he's trashing the show they just put on in private. For almost all of the film, it's Hawke's monologues as Lorenz Hart that really give the film life. Lorenz Hart was bisexual or very possibly gay at a time when that revelation could ruin public careers. There's a lot of speculation that his crippling depression and alcoholism was largely fueled by that fact. Linklater and the screenwriter Robert Kaplow were inspired by letters that a bookseller in Nyack sold to Kaplow while he was writing, signed Elizabeth Weiland. They create Margaret Qualley's Elizabeth Weiland in the details themselves, and they didn't have the reply letters that Lorenz Hart had sent to Elizabeth Weiland, if there were any. The Lorenz Hart of Linklater's fame is obsessed with beauty, whether it be a man or a woman. His exact sexuality is kept ambiguous, although in this film he flirts with men but is absolutely infatuated with the young Elizabeth Weiland. Sexuality is less important than Hart's quest for beauty and youth at a time when he's aging and fading away. In interviews, Linklater and Kaplow have repeatedly said when asked that the film says more about them, as any biopic does, than the characters or historical figures in the film. The most enduringly popular song that Hart and Rogers wrote was Blue Moon, but they also wrote My Funny Valentine, The Lady is a Tramp, Bewitched, Bothered, and Bewildered. They wrote many, many musicals, including A Connecticut Yankee, By Jupiter, Pal Joey, Too Many Girls, and The Boys from Syracuse. The film is up especially for Best Actor for Ethan Hawke, as well as Best Original Screenplay for Robert Kaplow.
What does Oscar know about turn of the century Budapest?
He's going to Americanize it. He's going to modernize it. We're going to set it in Maine.
Maine?
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. patreon.com/movie night extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Our show gets simulcast, or if we're not on at regular time, played later on This Space. This Space is a working class independent media collective, youtube.com/thisspacetv. Subscribing really helps out, or even more, sharing content from This Space and encouraging others to do the same. By working together, we can break through the algorithm. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC REVEARSAL, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Christina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Christina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Christina. Boris and Christina have a second show, The Absurdity Space, live on This Space on Wednesdays at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. Scott Interante is the director of publishing and A&R at Strike Audio and the host of the podcast. This is the greatest song I've ever heard in my entire life, and the movie musical podcast, Big White Elephants, and also does the scores for reality shows. I, of course, am your host of Ambiguous Sexuality, Forrest Miller. Blue Moon.
It is a banger song.
Wait. Bomb, 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 dang,
In all
dang,
forms.
dang.
Even the Bob Dylan version that we discovered when we did the watch party.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Who asked for that? Scott, welcome back to the show, man.
Bob Dylan asked for that. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob. Well, yeah, exactly. He was in it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm so excited. Ethan Hawke is my favorite actor. I also love musical theater and Richard Linklater, so this is like right in the middle of my Venn diagrams, you know.
And how crazy is it that he had 2 all-time bangers, Richard Linklater, the same year? Like, he put out 2 movies the same year, and they're both in my top 20.
Yeah,
he's Dog too.
He's great at like doing whatever he wants. Like, you know, to go from Hitman to Nouvelle Vague to this, it's like 3 completely different things.
Yeah.
He can do whatever, you know. He's the best.
Yeah, I completely forgot that because we had covered it. Hitman was the movie that he did before these 2. And
which holds up. I actually rewatched it not that long ago, and I was like,
yeah,
this is
it's
still
not
a
bad.
good movie.
Hitman.
But it's so like his project doing that, right? And the lady at the Berlin Film Festival that I was like interviewing him, because I was watching an interview with Linklater, and she's like that movie feels like it's so big, and like that's your like that's his version, obviously, of an action movie. And then this movie, but then also, I mean, Nouvelle Vague as well. Like they're both kind of compressed. They're very compressed stories, and he's like he's back doing the Linklater thing, which is really playing with time more than anything. I mean, if there's a thread that really goes through, like even Dazed and Confused, it's like, oh, this is a day and a half of like on the last day of school. It's like even I would say that's like his most poppy project in a way. I mean, it's great, but like that's kind of his version of that. And even that's kind of playing with time in this way that like you're kind of with these characters the entire time.
Yeah.
Even that's kind of weird by sort of mainstream standards too.
Yeah.
Like it's a cool movie, but and the Before series, you know, all of those. Boyhood is probably another great example of him playing with time. But it's
that's him like taking time like this. And
right.
He's doing barely roll along next, which is, you know, a movie that's going to take like 50 years to make because he wants all the actors to age along like the show does. And I'm like, great, cool. I can't wait to see it when I'm 60.
Because he like said, looked the way he did Boyhood, and he said, "Hold my beer, everybody."
Exactly. Yeah.
I can do it for 60 years. I'm like, dude, who's going to take over if he dies?
I'm saying you look at the way that guy's kind of treated his body throughout the years, and it's like 50 years is like
that's a bold move, Cotton.
What are we,
12
Richard?
12 years was already kind of pushing it. I mean, not to like live, but like I don't know, like who knows what the fuck
Society collapse or
that's true.
So I only knew Lorenz Hart as a sort of like a Wikipedia line, right? Like I didn't really know that much about. I knew he wrote, you know, Blue Moon and like
good trivia kind of thing where it's like who was Richard Rogers' partner before Oscar Hammerstein,
and that conceit of it, which is that he's the guy that was, you know, the Pete Best sort of the situation for writing all these musicals. And then that all happened. And the first one without him was Oklahoma with an exclamation point.
His fucking the biggest hit he ever did, and I'm not saying Larry was salty or owned or mad. I mean, maybe a little, but he was pressed.
I think it works so well as a conceit for a story to have something so talky, where it's the night of that happening, and so you get
the premiere
trash talk.
Yeah,
and very clever.
Reviews are coming in too.
Yeah. Like how that's done. I was like, God, what a great play. And you mentioned it in Forrest, and it's not like we hold any secrets about our dislike for the biopic genre. But we've talked about in the past that if you're going to do one, do it like this, where you do just a small moment in time. You don't try to tell an artist's entire
Springsteen, Sad Girl era, or even now, apparently Audrey Hepburn's getting a biopic specifically about the making of Breakfast at Tiffany's. And I wonder, are they going to have an Asian guy do whiteface to play Mickey Rooney in that one? Because I think that's what needs to be done here.
They should do whiteface on Jack or something.
That would rule.
I'm just saying they're gonna have that because everyone's like, how are they gonna address that hashtag that? And we're all like, oh, we all know what that is.
So I guess that would break the internet, by the way, but in a good way. Like,
the second thing you could do is you could have like somebody from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia do Asian face, and then be like, it's a meta nod to like,
get it?
Yeah. Well, now those episodes are no longer on Hulu, and I'm mad. But like, it does make sense that we're entering like in an era where we're still getting like the Michael Jackson biopic and whatever. It's like, the problem.
And each of these individual Beatles ones. Oh my God.
I hope that's the nail in the coffin. Like I hope
so too.
I just wish it was the Beatles from Dewey Cox from Walk Hard. That I'd watch.
Nobody can do that. Nobody can do that better.
During that whole trip to India or whatever, where they do that thing, like that would have been a perfect biopic about that entire trip. Like that's it. But like again, in order to if you're gonna do a biopic, you gotta do warts and all like Elton John and make it like an actual musical spectacular. But then that got overshadowed by Bohemian Rhapsody.
But I don't know what you guys. I mean, you guys can kind of answer this, but in my
something
opinion,
intimate.
This does a very good job of expressing who this is, why it's a big deal. Like within the first third of it, like explains who this is, why this is a big deal, and then throughout the course of the movie, kind of explains what he's done and what it means to the world.
I feel like it has been.
Yeah. So that's my question to you, Scott. So I was only a little bit aware of Lorenz Hart, but as someone who's on two ostensibly music-based podcasts, including one that's musical-based, like how familiar with Lorenz Hart?
Yeah, I mean, I guess probably slightly more, but not that much more. Like I think we'll get into this later, but like I really like the Rodgers and Hammerstein stuff. Even Oklahoma, but
the only one I don't like is the only one I hate.
the greatest musical ever. Okay.
Oh yeah, I never heard that before.
Okay, Forrest. Okay, let me give you Oklahoma.
I liked it when I saw it as a kid, and I did not care for it nearly as much when I saw it as an adult.
Pick one you'd rather watch.
But what I'm saying is like
shoot the hostage.
One, like South Pacific, King and I, Sound of Music.
Yeah, Sound of Music is great.
Can't go wrong with any of those. Just Oklahoma that like has this.
But no, I was aware of the reputation that Hart has as like, okay, this is maybe more intellectual, maybe more clever lyrics, but from an era of like the musical as a genre wasn't calcified yet, right? Like it really was Oklahoma that like established what a musical is that we recognize today. And so like these songs like Blue Moon or My Funny Valentine like are more known as standards that like a jazz vocalist or a jazz band would play than they are as like the show that it's from. So yeah, I was not super familiar really with him outside of the big songs.
I was very familiar with him as a musical lover because I grew up on Broadway stuff. So when I was like, oh, Rodgers and Hammerstein, cool. But I mean,
it's the least surprising thing I've ever heard. Yeah, go ahead.
Obviously. So for like me, I knew Rodgers and Hammerstein first, but when I would listen to Seth Rudetsky on Sirius Satellite Broadway back before it was Sirius XM, him and Christine Petty would go on about like the classics, but even before Rodgers and Hammerstein, which was, Rodgers and Hart. So like I knew songs, like I knew the show My Pal Joey, like there's people forget that Richard Rodgers had stuff before Oklahoma, and they're still really good. I don't see them as revived as much.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's clear that Oklahoma did set the standard for Stephen Sondheim doing like West. I guess, I mean, he wrote like what 40, 50 musicals, and most of them were hits. You know, Richard Oscars and you know, Rodgers and Hammerstein set the precedent for like the modern musical, and I feel like, you know, it comes and goes, but like the formula has stuck after all these years.
Right,
I mean,
it's stuck as a success. Right,
most Broadway musicals now are either jukebox musicals or adapted from movies. I want to get away from all that and find more original content again, but that's where we are now.
That's one of the reasons I love things like Annette that kind of break the format and do something different, right? Which of course is the last one you're on, Scott. But it accidentally, I watched Topsy Turvy, the Mike Leigh movie.
Oh yeah,
I did not realize was about the Mikado and Gilbert and Sullivan, because you just don't think of Mike Leigh as being period piece. It's like there's a period, and it's like working class England under Margaret Thatcher, right? Is like usually what you think of, like and I was like, oh, this is very timely, because even though the Mikado especially was, which is, by the way, tokenization, cultural appropriation galore, but that was something that, you know, started years before, but was popular in a very different way and like hit very differently, and had things that, again, Scott and Christina, you guys are talking about as like what we think of as the hallmarks, the trappings, the things that happen within musicals, especially movie musicals. When we think of it, it really does kind of start with Oklahoma.
Diegetic or non-diegetic?
Sure. And that's why it's so great to have this movie take place like the night it opens. Like where
I mean, imagine
and just relentlessly trash talk the entire time until his partner is in the room, and then it was great.
Let them do a movie about the opening night of Cats and everyone being confused that it got excellent reviews.
Yeah,
I would love to see that, because a lot of people were like, "Really? That poems? What?" I remember I wasn't around, but I remember.
The thing about Lorenz Hart and Richard Rodgers, their partnership, is it was also like the beginning of talkies kind of on you know, in the movies. So they've actually were able to do like at least score and kind of create music for like several early films, like Mississippi with Bing Crosby is a big one. Like they had like a string of movies where actually Lorenz Hart kind of moved himself to Hollywood and made like a pretty decent substantial amount of money each time, at a time when like the rest of America was, you know, sick and starving pretty much. That was when he was doing well for himself, and then the rest of America kind of pushed past him, I guess, in the 40s, and you know, he died in the gutter during an air raid drill. Like,
and that's kind of sad too, that he died before his songs really became even more iconic, because up until then it was like jazz standard covers of his songs, but now we got the Marcells doing Blue Moon, Elvis Presley doing Blue Moon, Bob Dylan doing Blue Moon, that. Well, you know, everyone covering my Funny Valentine, and
that was a cut scene in Complete Unknown, by the way.
And exactly. and then you got the Mamas and Papas doing a TV special, doing the songs of Rodgers and Hart, doing "Sing for Your Supper." Glad to be unhappy, songs that are actually not
none of which he gets to see because he died before any of that happened.
And that's the thing too, like a lot of people, because when I would listen to the Mamas and Papas, I'm like, but these are Rodgers and Hart songs that I wasn't even familiar with. They don't do covers of like Blue Moon or My Funny Valentine. They do some of like the deep cuts that they knew that they could become top 100 hits in their own way.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I mean, as Scott said, like those are the American standards. Like a lot of all of his songs from Blue Moon to I mean, My Funny Valentine, like a bunch of those songs, just completely separate from the musicals that they're from, made it into the American standards. And because of that, it's very easy for artists to cover them, because it's like that's like the American songbook. And people like Frank Sinatra,
Lady is a Tramp, My Funny Valentine.
Those were songs that were very easy to cover, that they didn't have like this huge copyright thing where you had to pay a large amount of money for them. And it's like, I'm covering the American Standard Songbook. You can even say you know, it's basically like covering a folk song, but in like a more modern way. You can basically say, well, I'm keeping the American standard alive, kind of by doing like at the height of my popularity, doing a bunch of these songs that everybody knows.
Yeah.
Is Sardi's Restaurant, is it like, have you been to that? at all?
I have.
You know what? Oh yeah,
yeah.
please talk
Yeah.
about it because I have not.
So Sardi's is a very iconic restaurant. Like if you have a caricature at Sardi's as a Broadway actor, you have made it. I know people personally who are on the walls of Sardi's. When John Lloyd Young made his debut in the Broadway musical Jersey Boys, he got his caricature at Sardi's, which is like unheard of. But I do like how accurate. And I mean, it's been one of my dreams to actually eat there. I just went inside and was like, can I just look at everything?
Just check out the vibe. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, this is too expensive for me, but I love it. But like, it's kind of like a standard, like,
it's been around for forever, right?
It's been around forever. It's kind of like, you've made it moment for Broadway actors.
And
obviously.
the original guy who was obviously like an Italian immigrant, he passed away in the 60s, but then it got like bought right up by another owner who has kind of kept that tradition alive because it's an iconic thing within, and the whole thing with Sardi's, which I remember, like I haven't been in it, but I remember that there was like a restaurant that they have all the Broadway caricatures on the wall next to the actual theaters in Broadway. And the thing about it is that the kind of the promise of it is if you have the money and you can go in there and eat dinner, you can maybe see people that are on Broadway the same way that it happens a lot of times in Hollywood or like LA, like that whole area, like,
or like if you walk in Hell's Kitchen, you might see Joel Grey walking around because that happened to me when I was
Daredevil.
Because one time when I was going to watch, when I was
Joel
walking,
Grey works too.
Yeah, while I was walking to the Colbert Report, I see an old man walking. And I'm like looking at my mom and I look at each other, and I'm like, "Is that Joel Grey?" Because I knew him from Buffy the Vampire Slayer before Broadway. And I'm like, "Oh, damn!"
Or the whole thing where it's kind of an inside joke to the point where it's been put on TV as like a thing, but like people are always like, "Oh, I've seen Regis Philbin everywhere in New York City."
Yeah.
He has like favorite burger spots.
Well, just because it came up literally just tonight, because I work in Hell's Kitchen, I was getting a cookie at Schmackery's, which is like the cookie place right over there that Broadway people go to, and I saw Jay Harrison Gee, who recently won the Tony Award for their performance in the Some Like It Hot musical. So you know what? It's real life. We really see them.
There you go.
Yeah.
Something Like It Hot. That's one we should do. We've never. Have we ever done a Billy Wilder movie? I'm trying to think.
Yeah, we just did Sunset Boulevard.
Oh,
like
Jesus Christ!
Very different movie.
Very different movie, but yeah. Okay, so
we also got to do The Apartment.
I would love to do The Apartment. Apartment rules. So the set dressing for this kind of story is perfect, right? Like it's kind of like the time and location are perfect.
They did it on
for like
soundstage in Ireland for that set.
Sure, you don't need that much. I mean, there's not a lot of locations. You got a coat room,
which is why I don't get. Well, I guess there's pretty heavy incentives to go to Ireland, but I don't like. Part of me is like, they didn't need to go all the way to Ireland to do that.
They couldn't film. I mean, they probably wouldn't be able to actually film in the real Sardi's because it's like, look, we would have to remove
they couldn't afford that.
A good chunk of like, we had to keep all the caricatures that were around at that time because there's been a lot of people that have been at it. It's like, oh my God, it's 1940, whatever, and there's a Patty LuPone caricature.
Imagine actually you film inside of Sardi's, and then there's an actual version of like an alcoholic that can't get onto the place and just like dies outside or something, and it's like, oh, we killed him.
Well, they also had to cut holes into the floor for Ethan Hawke to be short.
Yeah, that's what I want to talk about before we do like plot summaries. Like, Ethan Hawke is a
tall dude.
He's pretty tall. And it's interesting all the blocking and like the camera and the angles and all that they did to make him be like 5 foot when he's like
probably
a foot
calling
taller.
up people that worked on Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
I feel like for most of the movie it doesn't bother me. Most of the movie they have him sitting, right? So it's like fine. There
they
are
could just
some
make the
moments
tables higher or whatever, the bar higher.
But like anytime he's walking, it kind of never stops being a little silly.
I keep
it's like,
thinking
oh my God,
of,
he was that short. He's like Ariana Grande's height. He's 5 foot.
I keep thinking
I was like, no way, Lorenzo Hart's that short. And I was like, oh shit, he was.
He was.
Spaceballs, yogurt.
Yeah. He's like 3 apples tall.
Plain it's just plain Lorenz. Please. My friends call me Larry. Also, I was distracted by the fact that at one point Bobby Cannavale goes, "Where?" And I was like, no, that's not you. That's Larry David. Come on, Larry.
Yeah. Isn't Bobby, isn't he related to Lena Horne? I think he was like married to like a grand.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I thought.
That sounds right.
Because his son is, because I'm like looking, because Sidney Lumet and then Lena Horne, I was like, there's a big like, you know, with a lot of nepo babies dying. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot he's part of a family legacy technically.
Yeah, he's married into it, or was married into it.
Yeah, because he's got a son who also acts, who looks
Yeah,
just like
I
him.
think I remember like I can't remember what he was in.
He was in the Ant-Man movies, right? He was in the Ant-Man
I've
movie.
seen a bunch of stuff, but I can't remember why.
Boardwalk Empire, maybe.
I can't remember why I was watching. It might have been when we were doing like Dog Day Afternoon or something. But I remember I was watching something where he was talking about like the legacy of Sidney Lumet. He's like, because that's my father-in-law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of stage stuff, of the things he's done play-wise, he played Richard Roma in a revival of Glengarry Glen Ross, which I would have loved to have seen. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
So they're calling to offer me tickets. Right now. But it's, you know, it's like, I know that. So of course Al Pacino plays in the movie very well, but I know
We're getting him too, by the way.
Liev Schreiber has played that role. Joe Montana, who like, you know, it's like freaking, it's Joe Montana, who is David Mamet's Ethan Hawke for Richard Linklater. Thank you.
Yeah,
Put all that.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Conan. It's like this person. It's like
which there's that great bit, I think it's Saturday Night Live, where Joe Montana is hosting, and like there's like a guy in the audience is like escorting his kid away. Oh, we thought it was Joe Montana.
Yeah. I love when people are like,
a-
this person is the same as this person's this person, this person's this person's, and it's like, yep, that makes sense.
It's such a dumb gag, but because Joe Montana is such a great stage actor, he sells it so hard, and it's really funny. So anyway, but yeah. So he's good in this. He's so great as, you know, the person that is being talked to 90% of the time. Plays off so well. You know, it seems like a bartender you'd like to have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
He's the type of bartender who'll be like, yeah, I'll play closing time back twice for you.
Right.
I think he was a bartender. The real Bobby Cannavale was a bartender for a while, but he's also Ethan Hawke's neighbor. They live next door.
Really? I didn't know that. Okay.
He's like, Bobby, I got a role for you. It's very simple.
Yeah.
You become a bartender.
It pretty much was that because they live next door to each other now. And
I'm good. I'm psychic.
So I mean, Ethan Hawke has seen the dragon then.
Basically, Ethan Hawke's big thing was that he
It's not a euphemism.
basically Ethan Hawke's big thing is that he said if he had said no, he knows that every time he goes outside to get his mail or like leave for the day, Ethan Hawke wasn't doing like, I mean, he was doing.
He'd be silently judged every time he like left the house.
He said that Ethan, like a big reason Bobby Cannavale said yes immediately is that he knew that he'd make a beeline for him every time he goes outside to like get his mail. And Ethan Hawke was home and not doing very much. So he's like, "Come on, Bobby, you got to be in our movie." So he said yes immediately.
That rules.
Yeah. Well, it's, you know, one thing I really like about the script, which there are many things I really like about the script, but you know, Conan, you're talking about how like we have this premise of it's the opening night of Oklahoma, and we're with this character who sort of realizes his career, essentially his life is over. But it's also not entirely about that. Like they have all the Elizabeth stuff gives us another thing to be happening,
right?
And not that it's unrelated, because clearly like it's part of him processing all this other shit going on, you know, but it just gives it a different mode, so it's not so one note. And similarly, it could be really one note if like the only sounding board he had was Bobby Cannavale, the bartender, but he also, you know, has this interplay with the piano guy. He has the interplay with E.B. White. Yeah. So like they find ways to
the delivery guy, the guy who delivers the flowers, you know,
who he was flirting with, no less.
Yeah. What do you call him? Sven, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So great. And he conscripts, oh yeah, come to my party, dude. I just met. And also, by the way, here's a shot. I'm just gonna watch you drink it because
But
also, is anyone else coming to this party?
Exactly. Well, that's it. So I saw, actually, both times I saw this weirdly in theaters. Had a Ethan Hawke Q&A. It's my New York privilege here. But but he made a joke. He's like, you know, clearly like Larry doesn't go to his own party at the end of the night. So like he's imagining like Sven showing up
with the freaking group. What are they called?
Yeah, exactly. And he just
he's
showing
bragging
up and,
about
like,
that
where
they're
is
gonna do it.
everybody? Like, what is
It's a delivery guy. Yeah. I was like, oh, this is
Delivery
weird.
boy.
You know, speaking of Sunset Boulevard, it'd be like that that party she throws where it's just the two of them and they have like a full orchestra playing.
Mhm.
No, and I think that you're right, Scott, because I think that that's you have like a B plot and A plot that kind of intertwine. There's conversations, you know, about you hear about the Margaret Qualley character so much before you ever see her, but then
But
there's
let me tell you about Elizabeth.
Yeah,
Elizabeth.
I love when he's like, "Did you fuck her?" And then he's
Yeah.
like, "Please," to the guy on the piano, and he goes, "Did you fuck her?" And he goes,
yeah, great interplay there, and yeah, you're right that like it's a strong script, so all that stuff's like interweaving around, and you kind of don't really know where it's going to go at first, and it's like, oh no, it just stays in the bar. The only thing that's like not like in the bar is the teaser at the beginning, which again does the thing like it does in Sunset Boulevard, which shows you the main character dead before you ever learn anything about them. And but it works because it's one of those things. And so people that are like, oh, it's, you know, very stagey. Well, sure, it's a single location. I mean,
yeah,
that's what you do on a stage generally, unless you have like a lot of extra helpers to strike the set and rebuild it. But it works because the script is so strong. I think the performances really work. And he's such a irascible but affable character at the same time. And I think it really makes you want to know more like what this dude's up to. Like what happened? Like, why are you in this situation? And like, what is anything going on with this girl? Does this girl even exist? Is this your Canadian girlfriend? Like, what is this? You know,
Which is what's crazy is that like
Mail
you said in
robot?
your in the intro for us, like she does exist. Like we have these letters.
Yeah.
One
so,
side,
like,
one side of a letter.
one
exchange
side of the letters,
where-
which is so interesting.
Yeah, where she's gushing to him. So not to under, but I'm just gonna like what I understand about it anyway. She's gushing to him about all this stuff and like really seems like she's very eager to talk to him. But that could be a one-sided letter exchange where a fan is writing to him and saying, "Oh, you know, thank you for meeting me, my mom," like whatever, like. Or it could be love letters, or it could be this friendship that's been struck up. And we don't know because they're like nobody has been able to find the other side of these letters. I mean, perhaps he burned them before he passed away, but perhaps they're somewhere. Perhaps one day they'll pop up and we'll find out.
Maybe they're in that alley. We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that works. And that works. It's, you know, speculative. Well, we don't know if that's what happened. It's a freaking movie. Calm down, nerd.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
There's some on Reddit. There's some big Lorenz Hart fans who were very mad because they're
Lorenz
like,
Hart truthers.
Yeah. It's just on like our Broadway or whatever.
Oh,
they're like,
man.
this isn't what he was like at all. My grandma knew him.
Lorenz Hart truther would be the character Rod from Avenue Q. Remember how the musical If You Were Gay starts? He's like,
the first time I ever
in the
heard
1940s.
Yeah, the first time I ever heard of Pal Joey was the Avenue.
Yes,
Q
from
song.
that dude, my bad, Pal Joey. I love that too.
But I feel like Pal Joey's one of those things that's been referenced in so many things that like I just didn't like. I've known like it was a musical and stuff.
It's
But
like, oh,
like,
that thing.
I feel like it's been like ubiquitously referenced, but I'm always like I don't like I've never looked into it, you know, because it's always in like a context that I'm like I don't know.
Yeah, which is what 57, right? Is when the movie is.
The movie, yeah. But it was
with,
on
with
Broadway
Frank
and
Sinatra and Kim Novak.
I think he didn't even live to see that. Like he
Right,
died in the middle of the 40s, so it's like he didn't even see Frank Sinatra, you know, starring in his.
Yeah.
Who catches some strays in this too, which is great.
Under Sinatra. It basically he died before he could actually see, like, you know, get his
any
flowers.
of his stuff. Yeah, any of his stuff really get beyond just what was happening in the moment.
Because at least, you know, Richard Rodgers lived long enough to be like, yeah, I did a lot of good musicals and I was a success. But then, of course, he died at the point that Stephen Sondheim's career was starting to.
Yeah.
But Sondheim absolutely trashed Lorenz Hart, which is where that scene comes from, where he's like
with little Sheldon.
And it didn't happen.
He even takes that line in fucking in Funny Thing Happened all the way to the forum.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of like a
Like a movie we should definitely do, by the way. I love that movie.
The MCUification of Broadway in this movie is like, you know, it's like, okay, that's cute, but
yeah, I feel like some of those moments, because there's a couple, it's all the, I mean, I like most of the E.B. White stuff, but actually the Stuart Little moment is like a little too much.
Yeah.
And there's
you came up with the idea of Stuart Little. Yeah, all right, let's
yeah. There's also the George Roy Hill moment.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, it was
and then the Stephen Sondheim moment, and you're like, all right, I don't know.
The Stuart Little thing gives me an eye roll, but here's the deal: if you think about like what the character is, what the not just Lawrence Hart actually was, but the character of Lawrence Hart that we're seeing in the movie, he's a serial exaggerator, he's a raconteur.
Yes.
So it's the way I looked at it and the way I reconciled it is like, well, you know, like whatever. It sounds like something you'd be talking about at a bar. Oh yeah, did you Stuart Little? Did you know that I actually?
It was my idea.
Yeah. and so then that made me like it.
Yeah, I do like the idea of E.B. White kind of be like on the same like wavelength as him.
Yeah,
he's like
sure.
he's not as flamboyant, but he does have like that dry sense of like humor that he can bounce off of. And there's like, you know, I'm like, okay, they could totally be like bros.
Yeah,
and I think we'll get into it with the plot summary too. But they have like kind of existentialist ideas that are like kind of
Stuart Little also did come out in 1945. So the timeline of those things, I mean, they just made it up, but the timeline of it does have like
They needed something like, okay, we got to throw a camera, we got to throw another person in here. Yeah, how about E.B. White?
Well, it does a thing where he thinks of himself as a writer more than he thinks of himself as a songwriter, right? He thinks of what he does as writing, which it is, but it allows that to be kind of an organic thing where he's like, this is what we do, we write, rather than kind of having to ham fist your way through it, where it's like, I am a writer, I write, and that's what, and like, so it allows an organic kind of thing where his creative process in his mind is more akin to what somebody like E.B. White would have done than it is to you know, like what we think of as like screenwriters or something like that.
Yeah, I also like there's a sort of at this moment, E.B. White, he's explaining like he's also at the bottom of his career, right? Like he's an essayist, he's doing some stuff, but he has not hit his success yet. And so you sort of see this like what if for Larry Hart, like if he had gotten his shit together, if he had stopped drinking for real, could he have had this second act in the same way that E.B. White, that we know that he goes on to have? So I kind of like
success and acclaim and within his lifetime and so on and so on. Yeah, and to have that, to do the work, because he is something where, and we'll get into the plot summary, I swear, but like he is a happy warrior. He likes doing, he not only likes doing the work of making these things, he likes sort of like analyzing them and talking about them in the scope of a career or a discography. Let's say if you're a musician such as myself, that like he enjoys every part of that process, but also enjoys like the luster and the allure of being sort of a loose cannon about it, like the bad boy of movie musicals. And then also he's a smart dude. He's a smart guy.
They also found an actor that looks exactly like
just
that's
like
crazy.
that is crazy because I never have seen what that dude looks like. So yeah, he sees a kindred spirit in E.B. White and sees not only a bit of himself, but he sees another artist, someone that's doing art as opposed to what he thinks Hammerstein is doing, which is not art in any way, shape, or form, which is like hack work. Which is, and again, you really get to see the bitchiness and the two-faced nature when he's all like, oh yeah, it's so great, you know, it's very
it'll run forever.
Yeah. Which he was right, but
he was not wrong about that. But he was disingenuous with like trash it for maybe an hour before any of that happens, right?
It's also, I mean, there's also these it allows you to get the and then I'll start on this, but the kind of the relationship between Rogers and Hart is like it's like a top, it's basically like a marriage, like a creative marriage. You have watched this. It's more relationship, and I think this says more about Linklater and his like, which he said he has been open about this. He said this says more about me than it does about necessarily the historical versions of these characters. But it's like his relationship, his creative partnership is more like a marriage, and it's basically like watching somebody's marriage having fallen apart and then seeing the aftermath of that more than it is what you think about with, like, let's say, I mean, because you use Pete Best as an example, right? Like Pete Best kind of just fucked off and went back to like left the tour or whatever. They sent him home, and then he was kind of stewing about it. But the way that the story goes, you're not like, oh, he was in a 5-way marriage, and
it'd be closer like Steven Van Zandt and Bruce Springsteen, right? Where it's like someone that's like years and years of creative partnership. The quality is good, but like what happens in the creative partnerships, you just get sick of the other person's foibles.
Yeah,
get sick of their.
Why do you think the moms
as someone that has been in a van on tour for most of my adult life, sometimes you just get sick of looking at someone. Just them existing annoys you. You get to that point.
This is why the Mamas and Papas broke up at the peak of their success, because they were like, we were over before we even got our name because of affairs, drug use.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say there's a lot more going on there than just getting sick of someone. But
there's also famously Richard Rodgers, and I guess there's a debate about how much of this is a bunch of like kind of queen, like whether they're straight or not, queenie guys kind of like just shit talking each other. But he was a very controlling, like his partnership with Oscar Hammerstein worked because Oscar Hammerstein was like incredibly like pliable and kind of just showed up on time. His things. I don't think Richard Rodgers really cared that whether it was this great act of genius, which Lorenz Hart obviously was a creative genius, but he was looking for something more stable because he was very controlling. He was kind of an asshole. He was kind of this workaholic, and he wanted a partner that he could kind of dominate. And he was never able to dominate this guy because this guy was kind of a mess.
That's why Rodgers is first.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. And then with Hart started in on it before him, right? So there was an uneven power exchange to begin with.
Yeah,
and that's interesting. And just before we get into the plot summary, just want to say, in the arts, it is hard to overstate how important showing up is, like being dependable. And anybody that has a career in it will tell you that. It's like, no, because some people be like, yeah, he's a genius, but he's a pain to work with, or like, he won't show. Or
that's how everyone, like when I was watching like a documentary about how they did the Family of the Opera, Angela Rivers was already losing it because he was a perfectionist. But Michael Crawford was nicknamed Joan Crawford in theater circles because he's a fucking pain in the ass to work with, because he does expect you to be like on top of shit.
Well, that's why the like difficult, like when they wanted to get an actress just out of the business, they say, oh, she's difficult, and people wouldn't ask questions like, oh, are you trying to get a woman that has scorned you out of the business? They would just go, oh, difficult, I know what that means. It's a code. A story that I was reading about that I wanted to add to this is so at one point when they were in Hollywood, I believe, I don't think it was a Broadway columnist, but it was like a bigger deal. It was like a Hollywood columnist came up to like as kind of Lorenz Hart was kind of fading away. Rodgers was at like a big party or something, and a columnist walked up and was like, I've heard a rumor that Lorenz is gay. And he slammed the guy up against the wall and said, if you ever fucking print that, I'll fucking kill you.
Wow.
What a good friend.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think he was thinking about it, I'm sure, in the sense of like, oh, that might destroy us.
Yeah.
Right, both of us.
Yeah.
Oh, especially back then. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But then you also like have to have a lot of sympathy for the guy. Like the guy had a bad drinking problem, but some of it, like if he was born at a different time and he was able to just, I mean, maybe not, because there were a lot of people that
it takes a while for those drinking problems to catch up with you,
But like the source of a lot of his drinking problem, like some of it kind of like sexuality wise, right? Like he's keeping a big secret that that he's not really doing a great job at keeping, maybe, but like it never gets out to the press.
With the omnisexual thing, that's what Little Richard labeled himself as at one point.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of flamboyant men were labeling themselves out. Just be like, yeah, I like women too.
Although if people were whispering that I was gay, I would not name a song. Tutti Frutti.
But it is like the arts are the one place where you can kind of get away with that, or at least certainly you can now. But like in eras and cities and that were maybe less erudite or progressive, they're like, oh well, they're an artist, whatever. That's what they're doing their own thing. That was just it was like a get out of jail free card for like anything that like didn't cross the heteronormative nuclear family kind of thing. Which again is just around the corner here, right? Because this is like mid 40s. So
Which also there were other. I mean, I think that Lorenz Hart was kind of an observant Jew, and his mother was more conservative, and he lived with his mother and took care of her. So I think that there's more things. I mean, they were like his mother, I think, was from Eastern Europe, which is why they have the line about Whereas like you think Hammerstein would know more about Budapest, and all these guys are obviously very Jewish guys that, at least in the case of somebody like Richard Rodgers, is kind of trying to hide it to make a name for himself. You know what I mean? So it's like there's all of these kind of things at play that it's like I can understand why somebody who's kind of observant in a religion and who's very family oriented, even if it's not like, you know, the standard kind of family would kind of have this sense of self-loathing. Whereas other people who weren't necessarily from the same background, but were on Broadway, were just open about it. And then people are like, well, they're on Broadway. Like,
but then there's also the rise of the names, like the creative names being like a recognized name. Oh, I'll go see that, you know, Rodgers and Hammerstein musical.
Right. Whatever they do, yeah.
Gilbert and Sullivan is another good example.
I'll see the Andrew Lloyd Webber Tim Rice musical. That's when Andrew Lloyd Webber actually had good materials, when he was working with Tim Rice. But then again, Tim Rice wrote some of the best, you know, movie like Disney, along with Alan Menken, and you know, but it's like
we could never do a drinking game where somebody drinks every time you mention Andrew Lloyd Webber, because they would never make it through the show.
Fun fact: Andrew Lloyd Webber.
You're not wrong. I'm just saying.
Birthday.
We're building up to finally have Trump on, and then
actually coming up next week, Phantom of the Opera. He's coming on.
We're gonna cover Gerard Butler, the perfect
talk about Begonia
ever.
It is a thing.
He's got the mask on and everything.
The name's literally the marquee names. Like that's literally kind of where that comes from. Like
right.
The big musical, Rodgers and Hammerstein.
But I mean, you have
and Gilbert and Sullivan predate it by a little bit, but it is something where your reputation, like the melding of the personality and the person with the creative art, kind of begins here as far as this works. Which,
you have somebody like, I mean, Sondheim managed to kind of make his own name the thing. Like you see like, oh, this is a Sondheim musical. You don't necessarily see Sondheim and then, you know, the next name after. I mean, you probably do, but it's not seen in that way, right? Like
unless it's directed by Hal Prince, definitely, because he was the Broadway director. But like other than that, it's like, actors get to be, you know, star, but it's people more concerned about, you know, who wrote it.
Yeah. All right. Let's get started with this.
50 minutes into the show. Let's start the plot summary. Sure.
So on March 31st, 1943, Lorenz Hart slips away from the opening night of Oklahoma. The new Broadway musical. His former creative partner cracked me up so much where he was like, "Oh, we want to talk about Oklahoma." Oklahoma, the new Broadway musical. His former creative partner Richard Rodgers is written with Oscar Hammerstein II. I bet Oscar Hammerstein the first was better at writing, but who knows? Hart arrives at Charlie's restaurant, where preparations are underway for the opening night celebration.
Opening night. Catching strays on this episode, boy.
It's opening night. Remember the opening of The Producers? It's opening night.
I do remember that.
I just watched the Mel Brooks documentary, which is amazing, by the way. And that's so it's very fresh in mind. Really good.
Cabaret's had 50 revivals on Broadway, but the most winningest Broadway show hasn't gotten one. The Producers. Bullshit.
It's a little too close to home, I think. Right? It's the same. We talked about the May December about how it's like, ooh, like it's a little bit too real about like the exploiting the reality of a situation and like bad actors attempting to do Oscar bait, so on and so on. But
trying to get through this synopsis.
I know. We're 2 sentences in.
We've made it. It's 15 minutes in, and we've made it the first scene where
one paragraph.
Yeah.
At least it's the only place where he's not in the bar.
Phantom of the Opera is going to show up in a second.
A newly sober Hart holds court with the bartender Eddie. I can never remember his name. I know him as Bobby.
Bobby. Yeah.
I was surprised they didn't change it. Just made him Bobby. Bobby.
It's got the same onomatopoeia, you know.
Bobby, baby. Bobby, booby.
I don't think I should serve you alcohol. It's not healthy.
Bobby, booby.
At the piano player Morty, an enlisted sergeant on leave. They commiserate with Hart as he complains about the sensational success of Oklahoma, which he declined to write, and the state of his own career. Declaring himself omnisexual, Hart attempts to flirt with the flower delivery boy and reveals his infatuation with Elizabeth Weiland, a Yale art student, aspiring production designer. Let me tell you about
Elizabeth.
But it does work so well because you do get so much set up. Like, all right, there must be some dame, right? And then
I do have a lot of thoughts about Margaret Qualley.
There's nothing like a dame. You know
My
that
first
song,
thought
right?
about Margaret Qualley, tall.
Yeah.
Taller than I
the
expected,
musical.
yeah. But I think there's a way that could be deployed and not work and just get annoying. But I think it's there's just the right amount, and the going back and forth with that plot, and then the creative partnership, the art of creativity, so on and so on, bouncing all around and kind of circling back with this, tying it this to there. All of that works really well. It's just enough setup. It's just enough setup that, like, you can tell it's like, all right, I don't know what's going on with this chick, but it's probably not going to be good for him.
By the end of it, you realize like nada.
Nothing, which is the most heartbreaking of all outcomes.
Yeah,
right? And we'll get to that.
Yeah,
we'll get into it.
Yeah,
Eventually.
after
5
months of correspondent and unconsummated. We don't know that yet. Wikipedia unconsummated weekend with a 20-year-old Elizabeth.
Spoilers.
Did you fuck her? 20-year-old Elizabeth, 47-year-old Hart believes this may be the night he fully wins her love. Elizabeth arrives to the party where Hart plans to shower her with gifts and even a card trick. I really like the flowers bit.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
the flowers bit where
He's just changing the cards.
Yeah, and even she's
She
incredible.
changes
She's
it back.
like, she's like, you think that I got this, and Richard Rodgers gets the tiny little flowers, and he's like, yeah, totally.
This is what we call try hard.
Yeah, that's a good bit though, because it also shows because she's aspirational. Like she wants to meet Roger. She wants to get in. She looks like it as a career, having it in. Although having your mom be the person who throws all the plays is probably a pretty good foot in the door too. But
yeah,
and the detail they took about the mother working for the guild, because it is like that's how she had
Nepo baby, right?
Ironically, yeah. Thank you. Nepo babies, everyone. Andy McDowell, look her up.
Yeah, her mother, Andy McDowell, works for the guild.
Oh, that'd be amazing if they cast Andy McDowell as the Kids Guild president. That would have been really funny, but it would have been unnecessary. I mean, all this stuff is good. It's all set up. It's good though.
Meanwhile, he recognizes Evie White sitting nearby and seeks out his opinions as a fellow writer. I think it works because it is seeking out his opinions as a fellow writer, rather than because we get a very good a glimpse of how he sees his own role.
Mm-hmm.
Right. By the way, that's like a half hour of the movie, just which is like the fourth sentence in, where it's like, okay, but there's so much kind of interplay that you got to kind of read between the lines of things that are said, how things are asked, how things are replied to, so on and so on. It's very much along the lines of, like My Dinner with Andre is like a good example, right? Vanya, anything that's very talky, very, very. There's a lot of the enjoyment of the movie comes on how much you enjoy hearing people talk.
Yeah,
and if the answer is I don't watch this.
Well, yeah, but Ethan Hawke is famously one of the most pleasant to listen to people talk.
He has no filter too. I love that, and he's doing more experimental shit, what was it, the Black Phone or whatever. He's doing fun.
He did that movie with his daughter. He did the with Maya. That was the.
Did you know that Maya Hawke is the daughter of Uma Thurman and Ethan Hawke, and apparently she has a brother.
And the brother,
Marty Supreme.
Well, they did that movie together, Wildcat. That was
the
Flannery O'Connor,
which
which was pretty good. But the press tour around that, where they were hanging out and talking about, it was
stuff.
Make a movie of this. This rules. The movie was good, but this is awesome.
I feel like we've heard just too much about Nepo babies or whatever. My thing is are they a good actor? If they're a good actor or actress, then I don't give a fuck. If they're bad and you're like, oh, this is somebody's daughter. I feel like the discourse really got sparked by this. A couple of things, which obviously, talented director. At least when she's not just doing.
If Winona Ryder hadn't had that nervous breakdown, we could have had a different Godfather 3. Apparently, that's a movie that happened.
They never made Godfather 3.
I don't think that's true, but
they wouldn't dare.
But also, do Lily
That's what I thought I was out. They pulled me back in.
Lily Rose Depp was the one who said, I didn't get anywhere without my parents. And we're like, your father's Johnny Depp and your mother is like the most famous, like modern Paris singer model. Like you got, but also too, you paid your dues. You proved that you were actually better than your parents. So you're
She
forgiven.
also looks like
Lily
she's
Rose.
carved out of marble and would be in the pantheon of gods too.
Her
so that
fucking
doesn't hurt.
mother has the bone structure of that. And I'm like, you just got your father's eyes. Great, cool.
I mean, you know,
But
whatever.
like
Peace
also,
and love, but
also I forgot Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman met on the set of Gattaca, which you love. I watched that movie in psychology
Yeah.
class.
we
That was a
well
good
we,
movie.
we were talking about doing it on this show and we didn't for some reason. I think it didn't make the cut for Dystopia.
Well, also I wanted to get Lee Phillips on, and then he
Oh, that's
disappeared.
right, that's right.
He fucked off to Canada to go work in like a coal to work at a coal mine or something.
Great usage of an awesome, iconic, and bizarre looking Frank Lloyd Wright building, which is the Petaluma.
Oh,
Community
yes,
Center.
yeah.
It's really, and Gore Vidal. Gore Vidal's in that picture. Crazy. Anyway, we're off track. Let's go.
Later, Hart intrigues White with the story of a mouse who keeps coming back to his 19th floor apartment. White asks whether he has named the mouse, and Hart comes up with Stuart. White, the future author of Stuart Little. Yeah, then we got that. Jots something in his notebook. He jots down Charlotte's Web.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So that's something that's I wanted to quickly get into. Go, Christina. Yeah, God.
Yeah, well, I think I know where you're going with Conan's almost like he's just like Lorenz, he sees himself as like that mouse. Like it's like almost like a metaphor in a way.
It is. And for me, I remember when that came out in 1999 because I was a grown ass.
The movie? Yeah.
And I had read the books, but for me, B. White's always Charlotte's Web of like,
Yes.
that was the one.
That one makes me cry every time I watch it.
Oh yeah, it's a heartbreaker, right?
I mean, for me, it's the elements of style. I don't know.
I think we watched Charlotte's Web in second grade. I think it was second grade because my second grade teacher was just awesome. We watched a lot of stuff, and oh my god, all of us kids were crying at the end of Charlotte's Web.
I think I saw both in theaters when both came out. Yeah.
Yes. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, and I only became aware of who E.B. White was as a person because Kurt Vonnegut gave him big ups. I was a huge Vonnegut fan in high school. Still am, but like really, especially in high school. Like I was obsessed with Kurt Vonnegut.
And the Stuart Little movie written by M. Night Shyamalan.
Is it really?
It is.
Wow.
Isn't Hugh Laurie in that movie?
I think, yeah. I think so.
He plays the dad in
I
that.
think he's the dad, yeah.
And then what is Jonathan Lipinski, whatever his name is?
Jonathan Lipinski, yeah.
Yeah.
There's also a whole story about a missing, I think, Hungarian painting, like a masterwork
I gotta
that's
look
in
this
the
up now.
background of that movie. There's a whole article about it that's pretty interesting.
I'm the mouse
lead in
that
this?
comes from the beach that makes you old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. that's
Gina Davis. I
crazy.
forget. Gina Davis was in
Hugh
it.
Laurie's in that.
Michael J. Fox, Nathan Lane. Oh yeah. He was Snowball.
Oh yeah.
James Dan's
No.
there for Tilly.
Yeah,
Jeffrey
I'm getting-
Jones. Ooh,
I'm getting
I
hit
forgot he
with
was in that
Well,
one.
we were doing so good.
Yeah. David Allen Greer. Chaz.
Isn't Nathan Lane the
Terry?
cat?
Yeah, he's Snowball. Yeah. But I remember being a kid and hearing that voice, and he's like,
Oh my
"Come
God,
on,
it's so-
Stuart."
It's no Getty, is it? Wow. Harold Gould.
Come on,
Are we gonna do
I need
Stuart
to go
Little
to-
on this show? Is that what we're doing?
We really should. I can't believe this cast is so stacked.
Well, and it was not. It was Oscar nominated, but it lost to The Matrix. I remember that.
Stuart, help me get up to the bird.
Was it really that good of a movie? I don't remember.
Okay, Nathan Lane.
I barely remember it. I couldn't even tell you. I don't know. But the fact that M. Night Shyamalan wrote it is like, what? What are we doing? Crazy.
Like
Back
just go write the Scooby-Doo movie.
That one was actually good.
Yeah.
I'm a
Respect.
big M. Night Shyamalan fan, but that's
Past it.
a different conversation.
It's entirely. We do not have time.
We
for
do
it.
not have
At the
time.
1 hour mark. We absolutely do not have.
It's just funny to be like, back when M. Night Shyamalan was actually good. You're like, oh, what? Back in Stuart Little.
Stuart Little and Cheeto Mad.
Take it back all the way.
Yeah.
No, he
grab.
peaked. He peaked.
1999, baby. All right. So, arriving with Hammerstein and a crowd of well-wishers, Rogers pulls Hart aside to suggest collaborating and get on a rival of their show, a Connecticut Yankee. Big success. Hart pitches his idea for a grand musical about Marco Polo. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a hit.
Real working man stuff. Yeah.
But his struggles with alcohol and depression have strained their 24 that's a long time. 24-year
They
partnership.
wrote 26 musicals. crazy.
Yeah, that's
And
crazy.
In 24 years.
Were they on speed? What were they doing? I mean, drinking doesn't, but anyway.
They didn't have reality TV, so they had more time.
Exactly. In the restroom,
R.B. Lorenz Hart, you would have loved Survivor.
in the restroom, Hart tells Morty the story of his failed proposal to his former muse, Vivian Siegel, who did not love him, or at least not that way. Well,
which is true.
Foreshadowing.
So, on multiple occasions, he tried to propose to Vivian Siegel. That was like his big thing. And he's like, "See, I'm straight. I tried to propose to her. She just said no."
Right, because she starred as like Morgan Le Fay and as Kinetic Yankee, right?
Yeah.
Not the Marvel Morgan Le Fay, by the way.
No, not the Marvel Morgan Le Fay. And then also there's that great they talk about he's like urination being a 2-act.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a great piss related quip.
Yeah.
Frankly. Thank you. Piss everybody. Thank you.
Oh, hey, there's literally a musical called Urinetown.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
It's a privilege to pee.
The last things, two of the last things she did in the Vivian Siegel in the 1940s and 1950s, Connecticut Yankee revival, and then Pal Joey revival.
So they were both revivals. Okay.
News.
Well, and then also, so Morty just wants to get an introduction too, right? Like, I think it's funny.
Come on, Rick. Can I get an introduction to Richard Rodder? No, Morty, you can't get an introduction.
With the exception of Eddie, like everybody just wants something from him. Well, I guess Stevie White too. I mean, it's
I noticed
sad.
Older characters don't want
It's the younger folks that are like, hey, I'm young. I can, if I have the right connections, I can make my way to Broadway.
And he's like, how's it going, fellow kids?
Exactly. How do you do, fellow kids? Oh, man. As rave reviews pour in for Oklahoma. Okay. Hart tries to congratulate Rogers, who knows him too well not to recognize his disdain for the show.
Sees right through him immediately. Like, okay, sure.
Jealousy. He knows.
By the way, Andrew Scott, great.
I love Andrew Scott. I forget he's Irish sometimes. He was the hot priest or hot pope or the hot priest.
And it does make me wonder. It was part of the whole thing, which because they were like shocked that they got Andrew Scott to agree. I mean, he was
because he's like a big stage guy too. Like
he was also he was shooting the new
Knives Out.
Yeah, Knives Out movie.
Yeah. He's really coming up there. I remember when he was in because he's Irish. He was in the Delinquencies and Killing Murphy, and I was like, "Ooh, Killing Murphy and Andrew Scott, sign me up. Let's go."
He was the really Knives Out movie this year, and they managed to get him just as the Knives Out Wake Up, a Knives Out mystery.
Wake up dead man. Yeah,
the Alex Jones Knives Out movie.
Before he did Fleabag. He was on Sherlock, the Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock, as the most unhinged complimentary version of Moriarty ever, which is how he came to my attention.
He's good at playing crazy. He's good at playing like guys who can snap. I've seen he was like that in Delinquencies, but his thing was like he was dying from like brain cancer.
But then also that's not all he can do. Like he was so great in All of Us Strangers, which I feel like
and this too, he's really contained because he's the one who's like, I'm professional, I'm even keeled.
Yeah.
And he plays so much complexity in like, I genuinely love this guy and I genuinely have respect for this guy that I've worked with for 24 years, but also like, man, like I have my own career and like you keep bringing me down. Like I can't keep going down this road with you. And it's such an interesting
you're like the anchor, man, but not in the good way.
Yeah, exactly. The wrong kind of anchor.
He does not take the like. There's a bunch of times where it's like it's kind of like the Queenie thing where it's like you kind of passive aggressively take a dig, and it's not like oh, I enjoyed Oklahoma, but I'm not trying to do anything that easy. I'm trying to do something. And he's like this is easy. You think this is like he's listing off
he's immediately just
and he's like, name the musical that you've always wanted to do. Oklahoma. He's like, after, not now. And I'm like,
defensive. In that moment, he's back to being guarded again because he's realized that this guy is taking digs, and he's like, oh, we can.
Because he's been around him, probably talking trash about almost everything their entire career together, so he knows what kind of guy he is.
He
By the way,
probably
Andrew Scott, older than me. looks good
Yeah.
for his age. He's like a year older than me.
Yeah. Well, it's like, Richard Rodgers probably heard Lorenz Hart talk shit about like actual hit musicals that
Anybody.
have probably been more successful than their
Yeah.
musicals.
Right. He probably heard him talk trash about everybody and everything all the time.
including
And
Oscar
He would have
Hammerstein.
loved
'cause the-
Cats for some reason because he knows
like the
that-
thing is Hammerstein is not like younger than Hart. They're actually the same age, so it's not like another generation. Like Hammerstein had been writing musicals all this time too, so they probably have spent 24 years of like hearing Hart trash Hammerstein anyway.
Yeah,
So-
right, exactly. So it's like just coming on with like this fake, like, oh yeah, it's so great.
Yeah.
You know, like it's immediately doesn't fly. He's gonna see what
yeah, but you got yourself an unlucky fuck. Anyway. Oh boy. Okay, so let's see.
Well, he also contributed to Fly With Me, the Rogers and Hart. So he had contributed to musicals that they had done before.
Oh, interesting.
You know, as like a junior kind of partner in their thing. Which, yeah, he's obviously they have the big where he's like, oh, we're the same age in the movie too. It's
Yeah. So despite their friendship, Rogers remains wary of Hart's drinking and unreliability.
No. You don't say.
Yeah, it becomes clear that Hart's idea is fueled by his unrequited feelings for Elizabeth. Finding comfort with Eddie and their shared love at Casablanca, Hart signs an autograph for Elizabeth's friend, the aspiring director George Roy Hill.
Another MCU style
Yes.
appearance. Of course,
Yeah.
director of Butch Cassidy and That's Kid, The Sting.
Yeah.
This is-
By the way,
Great Waldo Pepper.
Entertainment.
Yeah.
Anyway.
By the way, R.I.P. Lorenz Hart. You would have loved Key Bumps in the Bathroom. You would have been unstoppable.
Yeah, I dig that, and that's one, like, it isn't overly spelled out or anything.
Yeah, he's just like, you should write about friendship or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It's
What
like,
if you
okay,
had- what if
if
you
you
had-
know, you know, you know.
What if you had two guys, two of the most handsome guys ever, and they're they're hanging out. Maybe they're cowboys, maybe they're hustlers. I don't know. Maybe they're both. But
spitballing here.
We both play the piano. Maybe they know Marvin Hamlish.
But yeah, George Roy Hill appears in this picture
Yeah.
as well, right?
Yeah. And so Hart swallows his jealousy to congratulate Hammerstein, who seems like a nice guy. He seems like a gentle giant, harmless. Who was planning another musical? What is that other musical? It's Carousel with
Carousel.
Rogers, and introduces his young protege, Stephen
Young Sheldon.
Sondheim, who probably, if you think about it, outshines all of them because he wrote like 60 musicals, and most of them were hits and Tony Award winners and Olivia Award winners, and he's they're going on about my love of Sondheim. Can't wait for his movie to happen.
I was
It
thinking
sure is.
about right around. I think
He's tall. He was tall.
the same weekend back in December or whatever that Conan, you sent over the Blue Moon one because it hadn't come out on Netflix yet. So we saw.
Oh, that's
screener.
right. Yeah.
We had the classic screener. I watched the Ernst Lubitsch, The Shop Around the Corner.
Oh
which
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Is like
yeah.
the classic, it's the Hungarian play, Budapest play that was Americanized, and then they put Margaret Sullivan, Jimmy Stewart, and Frank Morgan from play the Wizard of Oz as
That's right,
these characters that are all supposed to be these Hungarian Jews in this Budapest neighborhood, and then they're like, but they all sound American as fuck, and they just once in a while it's like, Buddha, I'm walking around Budapest tonight.
I'm walking around Budapest. Yeah, like it's super goyish. Yeah, absolutely. Well, but that's again, like, look at lots of pictures around that time, right? It was something, and that's what started the thing of anglicizing Jewish names and things along those lines, which is
I think I'm gonna have some goulash tonight.
So it's like Ethan Slater's Ethan Slutsnick. They changed it from Slutsnick to Slater. I'm like, I feel like Slutsnick sounds cool if you're a dude, but not if you're a woman.
Yeah. I just call him SpongeBob.
Hey, get out of here, you slut.
Yeah, there you go. He answers this
Slutnik. Get out of here, you peaceniks, you slutniks.
Yeah.
All right. Hart pulls Elizabeth into the coat room for a private conversation. Indeed. As she confides in him about her tryst with a fellow student. This is...
I think it's a 9-minute courtroom scene, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
It's incredible.
It's an incredible scene. And there's so much it's a great soliloquy for quality. It's a good theater of the mind. that we are acknowledging in the scene is being used as theater of the mind for
Yeah.
Hart, who is both like jealous, but of which part?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
The thing about like Yale, which I think makes it such an interesting thing in this, right? It's the most waspish of the Ivy Leagues.
Mhm.
So this character, and Elizabeth obviously is a very waspish name. So these characters couldn't be from different backgrounds. Where it's like Lorenz Hart is like this incredibly Jewish closeted gay man living in New York City and kind of only surviving in that way. And then this is kind of like a more waspish person whose mom works for the guild, and she's able to go to an Ivy League school, and she's at the frat parties, and like they're not letting like a Jewish girl into the frat party. So it's assumably speaking, she's like a more of a waspish character. And
Yeah,
it's like,
especially with the blonde hair they give her and everything.
Yeah.
Which it all works. It's very believable. Hart is heartbroken to hear that even though the boy has abandoned her, Elizabeth is hopelessly smitten. Also,
Ugh. Girl, what is wrong with you? That's
go for it.
abuse.
Yeah, but like in my head, I'm like, oh, what's wrong with you? But then I'm like, also like, this is a 47-year-old man in the coat closet.
Find someone better. I'm sure there's a girl that she can have some secret like lavender relationship with. It is 40s.
It's funny that he's like in there and she's talking about like how she's like in love with a boy her age at school, and it's like in my head I'm like, no, go for our friend, the balding 47-year-old guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's likable and he's drinking himself to death. And maybe you know what? Maybe you should go for the guy that
the bitchy midget. Yeah, go for him.
He can climb you like a tree.
Oh, wow. Okay. She explains that she loves Hart, but not that way. And
I want it that way.
Which is like it's perfect with the because he's
why?
telling Morty in the bathroom like he was rejected by Vivian Siegel.
It ain't nothing but a mistake.
And it has the best line where this really is the best line, or one of the. I mean, there's so many good lines, but he's like, I actually asked a woman to marry me, and he's like, can you imagine that? And he's like, I don't even want to dream that I have the confidence to ask a woman that.
Yeah, exactly. He is further hurt when she mentions his rumored homosexuality, which, again, it's like, okay, wake up. As promised, Hart introduces Elizabeth to Rogers, but is dismayed when Rogers gives her his private number and whisks her way to his own party. Did anybody think that wasn't going to be the outcome?
Yeah.
Because
fucking rake.
The actual dude.
Yeah, but I was looking into his history. I'm like, did they add this? Because I don't feel like no real mentions of affairs, but they probably wanted to add something to make him more like, what?
One Hart does a thing like, oh, I don't see your wife. Is she around? Did she come out tonight?
Yeah.
No, but the thing is, there really is like stories of Richard Rogers just sweeping through and taking the women away from like his collaborators. You know what I mean? Which, I don't know if it ever happened to Lorenz Hart because I don't know what women Lorenz Hart really brought around. But they did say like one of the most honest parts of the movie in terms of like the actual history is like Richard Rogers being like, "Oh, beautiful girl,
that happened. Yeah.
Want to get into my limousine?"
Yeah. Exactly. on this night where I have this hugely successful show that everybody loves. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I get it. The allure.
And he's like, "Hey, buddy, I'd let you into the limo, but no space."
Yeah. But you should come. You should definitely come.
You know where I live, right? You know where I live.
Yeah, you know where it is. You can find it. Hart prepares to leave. Morty plays Hart's greatest hit, Blue Moon. You gotta play Blue Moon, Morty.
What
if it was that version, by the way?
I don't think I know the word. Yeah, you do. But Morty, we practiced before, Morty. You gotta play it. You gotta play Blue Moon, Morty.
What if that was like how that version came to be?
Man, Rick, I don't know. Everyone's gonna laugh at me. No, Morty, go for it. Play the song, Morty.
That's a beautiful scene, by the way. Not the scene Forrest is talking about. The actual
very
scene
sentimental.
Very. Is not there.
I think that really works because as much as he and in the summary, it doesn't even mention how he feels about the song, but you get the whole thing of like it wasn't even called that. He wanted to have this more esoteric.
You say the worst line I've written.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. I mean, I was asking you about this when we were talking about during one of our Oscars things. I was like, you know, like I think you've had enough like success with different songs, but it's like, imagine if there's just one overriding song that kind of, you know, people rush to as your first thing, and it's like it would get old really fast. You're like, oh,
and especially if there's a line that you felt like wasn't your best, or that was like dumb, or like, oh, I could have done better. But then also, you know, a difference between a good and great songwriter, in my opinion, is that you can recognize what's good for the song. So it isn't necessarily like, look, man, when Warren Zevon is good, Warren Zevon is good. But there's a lot of bad Warren Zevon. Is it clever? Sure. Do I want to listen to it? No, man. I really don't. He's a very clever. I would love to hang with Warren Zevon, but I don't want to listen to more than like 3 or 4 of his tunes. And there's stuff where it's like, that's objectively dumb, but it's brilliant in the song.
Yeah. But as he's walking out, he also says, it's so much better than like Surrey with the fringe on fucking top.
That's right. Yeah, he gets in that dick. So Heart Stays for a Drink with Eddie as the staff close the restaurant.
The other line I want to say quickly with the Oklahoma thing is he's like, by the way, the corn is as high as an elephant's eye is an objectively stupid line. I'm sorry.
Which, I mean,
even as an Oklahoma Laker, I will admit that the imagery is weird there. Sure.
Like, why would you have an elephant?
Lorenz Hart, you were right.
Hart Stays for a Drink with Eddie as the staff closed the restaurant, regaling them with another story. Yeah, again, and that's when you think about him as like an addict, right? Like as being an alcoholic. He's also addicted to being like the rock on tour, to be the trash talker. He was like, oh, sure. Oh, I couldn't tell that story. Okay, fine, I will. You know, it's like that kind of like.
But I mean, that's the thing about alcoholism versus other
Blue Moon, a tragic tale about a short king, kinda.
Yeah. Kinda. Short king has been. Glory days are behind him.
The thing about watching somebody drink themselves to death versus if you watch somebody kind of shine bright, burn fast when it comes to like a heroin addiction or like other forms of method, like hard drugs, right? Like it's a social disease, and one of the reasons that it's so fucking hard to quit is that you don't have to just swap out alcohol for no alcohol. You have to like really change the people you're around, the places you're around. And I mean,
change your entire like I knew someone who got a lot of trouble here, and she went to jail. She left this town, but she wants to return because all her family's here. And I'm like, I get it, but
you have to change all of those things no matter what you're getting clean from. But specifically with alcohol, I think it's interwoven into your social life in a way that
my dad replaced drinking with fishing.
Well, and so that's what I'm getting at, is that the drinking isn't his only addiction.
Yeah,
he's also addicted to being the center of attention.
Yes,
he's addicted to like what small successes he has had in the past.
Ego.
He gets a certain amount of ego out of it, even though he constantly is like, oh no, I could have Blue Moon. Oh, there's all these reasons why it's but this is pretty good here. Like he's got it so down because it is something that's a big part of his identity. Because think about what else he has in his life, right? His life is the art. And his mind has been taken away from him without realizing he's the one that's culpable for being quote unquote taken away because he was just, disrespectful to his partner.
Which I think later on in the life of somebody like this, right? AA can function in a certain way where you're creating this community that somebody like that who is drinking themselves within this community and within like needs to be that center of attention can thrive in something like AA perhaps, or like in these sobriety groups. But that's not really a thing yet.
We're many years away from that, right?
Yeah,
I think it's in the 50s that kind of comes up, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, I think it starts in the 30s, but doesn't. Yeah, it really.
It doesn't get the right because then
it moves on a parallel track a little bit to like the CIA kind of stuff, which
But
connect the lines, people.
Before I want to mention Stephen Sondheim again, because again, here's a list.
Take a drink.
Of his musicals that he's done: West Side Story, Gypsy, Funny Thing Happened on the Way to Form, Anyone Can Whistle, Do I Hear a Waltz, Company, Follies, A Little Night Music, Pacific Overture, Sweeney Todd, Merrily We Roll Along, which Richard Linklater's directing right now. We'll see you in another 70 years. Sunday in the Park with George, Into the Woods, Assassins, Passion, Roadshow, and here we are.
By the way, he turns
the woods.
The funny thing about Sondheim in this, he turns him into like young Sheldon.
And also, too, he takes that line that he hates into like a moment from a funny thing happened on the way to the forum.
Yeah.
But he's like,
honestly, it's crazy that it's not actually Ian Armitage, the actor who plays.
I know,
right?
Take him.
He dresses him up.
At that point, you might as well.
Yeah.
Scott,
He's a theater kid too.
Yes, his father is a well-known Broadway actor. Like he did his own, like before he did Young Sheldon, he did like his own theater reviews for like BroadwayWorld.com or whatever. So it's like you couldn't get him.
Yeah, I guess because they're shooting in Ireland, they just got some Irish kid or whatever.
Young Sheldon. Hi.
Yeah.
like a
young Seamus.
Yeah, young Seamus.
Killian Sullivan. That sounds like if I was on the spot gonna make up an.
You're
Irish
making
name.
it up.
Killian
Peace and love to
Sullivan.
this kid,
Is it with a
but-
C or a K, Conan?
With a C.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. They're bringing it all back home. 7 months later, Hart drunkenly collapses in the street and dies a few days later in the hospital. Rogers and Hammerstein become Broadway's greatest partnership. Blue Moon.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that there are probably
He went out the same way Bob Fosse did.
like when you look at
He would have definitely got Me Too'd.
like there.
He would have. Bob Fosse
He
would have got
chewed
Me Too'd.
himself. That's what all that jazz is him just being like, wow, I'm such
one gigantic Me Too accusation.
I'm gonna level it at myself.
Check it out. I'm gonna make it into a big romp.
And it's like one of the greatest movies of all time.
Yeah. And those are like, ooh, okay.
But like
Well,
there's
apparently
a lot of
they
I
didn't
think there's a
write
lot of people
Fosse
that
heard it.
become like in film or in like theater or something, right? Like power couples. And like you don't think that much about like the person that they were definitely married to before and like what happened to that person. Sometimes they became like big in their own right. But sometimes you see somebody kind of fade away, and it's like then you see this great power couple emerge from like the ashes on one
like
side.
Angelina Jolie and Billy Bob, right? It's like, oh yeah, that's right. That was the thing.
You know, Fosse, Bob Fosse, Gwen Verdon, Sarah Brightman, Angela Weber. I mean, he wrote the family opera for her.
To wear each other's blood in a vial around their necks, and now multiple celebrity couples are like, aren't we weird? We did this. It's like I want to see you do heroin. I want to see you
people
heroin.
Like it's so funny too. Like people always ask me about porn about that, and I'm like, they both were young and just in love and doing something crazy. Like just leave them alone.
Like drugs.
Like heroin.
Exactly. Turns out drugs may have been involved.
And motherhood returned her.
And then Billy Bob got kind of sober and started
and then remember
Kaiser Blade. Some people call it a Kaiser Blade. I call it a sling.
And then they're like,
and then everybody got mad at Angelina because Brad Pitt ditched Jennifer Aniston for her. And it's like,
and they're fine. They're friends now, despite the allegations.
These are very attractive, very rich people. It's gonna be fine, people.
Yeah,
Don't get so invested in this.
Well, you can't forget about Billy Bob Thornton's new show, Landman.
He's the Landman.
Yeah, I mean, even Broadway has power couples, whether they're actual like married
He was
couples.
great in Fargo, the Fargo TV show. Like,
Yeah, I
he
know.
was
I
really
love
great in
that. I love
that.
that season.
Or music
I
and
love,
lyricist types.
I love what he say there. It's just so fucking creepy. You see there, it's like the human eye can see more shades of green than any other color. Why is that? And at the end of the thing, you have fucking Martin sitting there, and he's like because that to escape from predators, because it's like we lived in the forest, and he like looks at him and it's like, oh fuck. He's gonna hunt you.
Who's also a good Broadway? I mean,
Good stuff.
A good Broadway duo: Marshall Brickman and Rick Ellis.
I feel like you're having your own show down there. What's going on in that show?
Well, I'm just pointing out,
it is more relevant to the movie at hand, to be fair.
No, than Billy Bob Thornton like saying Stone Cold Lions and Landman. Fair enough. All right.
They're like, but Marshall Brickman, he knew John and Michelle Phillips before the Mamas and Papas, and apparently him and Rick Ellis are working on Mamas and Papas musical, and I'm like, you've been saying that for 20 years now.
We're going left field. You heard it's more relevant, and then you were like, oh, I could add more stuff on the Mamas and Papas.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Well, and I wonder if that has something to do with them doing all the Rogers and Hart stuff too. I wonder if that just that background, having that be around,
Sing for your supper and you'll get breakfast.
Yeah, like I wonder if that sort of like the the entomology of that.
I mean, they did Jersey Boys, which a lot of people were like, "Yo, it's another jukebox musical," but then they're like, "Oh,
I think it was
actually
Bobby
about the
Cannavale
band."
said that actually.
Yeah, people were like, "Oh, this musical is actually about the group." Who would have thought of that? And I'm like, "Yeah, no shit. Stop making Mamma Mia Part 3. Stop making Good Vibrations. Stop making All Shook Up.
Quantumania, I believe is
If
the
you're
subtitle
gonna
for that one.
do
Right?
jukebox musicals, just make them bio musicals. They could be
Mamma
better than
Mia
a
3,
biopic.
Quantumania. Thank you. Come on.
Yeah,
That
Meryl
was
Streep
good.
is dead, and yes, she's coming back apparently.
Mamma Mia Infinity War.
Yeah, exactly.
One
Mamma
one
Mia, here
thing
we
I
go
do
again
think
too.
is interesting about the movie Blue Moon is so there's
Mamma Mia Doomsday. Okay, go ahead, Scott.
so there's this dichotomy where like Lawrence Hart is talking shit about Oklahoma the whole night, right? And he's making good points. Like we talked about the elephant's eye and all that kind of stuff. But like,
yeah.
But it's interesting when he gets into that mode or that phase where he's talking to Hart or to Rogers about his idea for this Marco Polo musical, and you're like, wait, some of these ideas you're saying are pretty good, but most of them are really stupid. And
Yeah,
like,
that would be like the same shit you would critique Oklahoma over. It's almost like he's not.
But it's
kind
you're
of
the
like-
one having the idea, so it's obviously good.
Actually, you know what's not? It reminds me of lyricist Charles Hart, who did like some of the original Phantom of the Opera stuff that seemed very cheeky. And then they brought in that other guy to write the rest of the lyrics, be like, yeah, we gotta make it more serious and romantic. It kind of it's like that. That's what Lawrence Hart was giving to me.
It feels like a lot like kind of like the Gilbert and Sullivan kind of stuff, where it's like a sprawling adventure musical or something.
yeah,
right?
and it's because
totally.
because we're really seeing this divide between like what the musical becomes, which is so much more integrated into story and character and plot. And so like Hart spouting off as like, oh yeah, it's this whole big adventure, and then we have these racist cannibals or whatever. And we do this or whatever. Because to him, like that's smart satire.
Yeah. Richard Stigl had to sweep in and fix the family opera libretto.
We're gonna make the Mikado look woke, kid. It's gonna be amazing.
So it's interesting for him to be like, this is, you know, his vision of what is more sophisticated, erudite satire is actually like in retrospect, like no, like that's like
that sounds really
crass, stupid, you know.
Well, the whole thing is that one thing is that I feel like he's kind of riffing on like the South Pacific kind of thing, like where it's like kind of this like more adventure style, or the King and I, right? Like it's kind of
You're gonna wash that man right out of my hair.
But I also think that like he's kind of just like he's desperate, right? Like you're seeing something born of out of desperation, that he's just swinging for the pitches here because he feels like his work has been attacked, because basically Rogers is like, no, this is too silly. I'm looking for something emotionally resonant, and then it's
which
like
he says like 3 times, and Hart just completely ignores him. Like,
It's
oh,
like,
but it'll be very clever.
We could do a whole thing where people are just
not
going
looking for
Marco Polo.
Yeah.
Well, because he's attacking his style almost in a way where he's like this is really silly. This is satire.
You're not doing anything of
but
substance.
I'm looking for something emotionally resonant, and it's like I'm looking for something more mature. And he's like, oh, I can do mature, but his version of mature is like seeing cannibals, and it's like, I don't think you're getting it, buddy. Like,
and
They
this is
definitely
where I will
split apart creatively down the line, you know, like
I want to, you know, just very lightly, because this is not an episode about Oklahoma, but just to like lightly defend it, right? Because what they do, like with this musical and then the rest of their career, Rogers and Hammerstein, like is changing the form into being, like we were saying, like more plot driven, more like integrated into characters. And like, yes, everything Hart says about Oklahoma being like, oh, this false nostalgic for this America that never existed, like all that is true, but also Oklahoma, like I think, is darker than they're giving it credit for, and has like real ideas about class and violence. And there's a whole weird, like the main character tries to convince the bad, quote unquote bad guy, who's like clearly developmentally disabled,
trying to convince
to like kill himself. And there's like all this stuff that like it is in there, and like I don't know, whatever. So that's just my very light defense of Oklahoma.
When we did our Discord watch, I was like, the one part I do like is when he's trying to convince Judd to kill himself.
Because that's crazy.
Yeah.
And he's like, it's such a good fucking scene. Like, 'cause I haven't seen it on stage, but I've seen it. Like, I've seen the movie a million times. I think that's why I fucking hate it. I've seen it too much. But it's like he's convincing him, and he's like, he's doing like the poor John is dead, and he's like, everyone's gonna love it. Everyone's gonna say, "Wow, we should have treated this guy better." Everyone hates you right now. They fucking hate you. They think you suck. They look at you. You're fucking ugly. But imagine this: you hang yourself, you kill yourself, you're dead in the barn, and then everyone goes, "Whoa, that like this guy." I feel bad. We bullied this guy to death,
and then he kills him anyway.
I still cannot believe that Roger, the most well-known version of Rogers and Hammerstein's Cinderella, is the one with Brandy, Whitney Houston.
Good.
And no one bitched about wokeness, because how the fuck does a white man and a black woman make a Filipino son? By blood.
The 90s were woke. People just don't remember. You know?
It was, yeah, exactly.
And it's literally the best version of Cinderella since like the TV special from the 60s.
They just call it political correctness.
They certainly did. I remember that. Scott, didn't you guys do in Big White Elephants and you and Grace do Oklahoma like your second episode or something?
We did, yeah, we did it early. And I mean, I think the movie is okay. There's some stuff I think that's like really good about it, and then other stuff that's like, I don't know, didn't quite work. But you know, it's a classic for a reason.
It doesn't offend anyone. No.
Getting back to Rogers and Andrew Scott, like last point before we go into one-liners, is that the he makes a special point of being like, yeah, I want to work with all kinds of writers, which is something where it's like that's not something that Hart wants to hear. He wants to like, no, I want you to just, this is an aberration. You're gonna come back with me. Then we're gonna like do all this. We're gonna write Marco Polo and have a bunch of singing cannibals. Okay, that's sure.
That would have closed opening night. That sounds like a show from like the producers of Max Bialik would have wrote.
Exactly. Matt Bialik.
You can make more money with cannibals than with a hit.
So we should cover that, by the way. Not the recent one, but the original one. Where's he going? Oh, yeah. But he's not hearing him. He's listening, but he's not hearing him. He's listening to him say that, and he's
like,
clearly saying like, we can still work together, but I am going to work with other people.
We can do it.
To accept that.
We can do it.
Yeah. And he's not accepting that. He's not accepting that in any way, shape, or form, because he has the idea of what he wants it to be. And again, coming from the perspective of he kind in his way sort of mentored Rogers to begin with. And doesn't want to let go of like having like the power dynamic of that. And he feels like he's out of control with it. And you learn so much about these two guys and these years that they've worked together just with that interaction.
Yeah.
Which is great writing and great acting as well.
He's like, babe, we can still date. I just want to see other people.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
But it's not unheard of, especially when someone is like, going and getting drunk at 11 a.m. when you're trying to work.
Hammerstein was working with, other people. While they were working with us. Like, they had parallel tracks, basically.
Yeah. Do we want to talk about Margaret Qualley? Because
you're right. We actually didn't. And other than thirst posting in the comments, we should at least give some.
Well, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, because I see a lot of people that really think Margaret Qualley is not good, and I don't get it. Every movie that she's in, it completely works for me. I think she's incredible. She's so much better than her mom.
Yes. Remember when she did that Tarzan and Jane, and Glenn Close had to dub her voice because she couldn't do an accent?
I try to forget. I've got nothing against Annie McDowell.
Ranking in Fosse Verdon, which I was like, perfect casting, because she kind of does emulate her really well. But like
Andy McDowell, Andy Liz is like, oh well, my cousin's Andy.
Yeah.
But I think Qualley is at both an it girl and also takes the craft of acting very seriously.
And she's also done a lot of supporting. Like, I don't feel like like even The Substance is like, that's technically a supporting role.
Right. Absolutely.
And just stuff that she likes. I'm a huge Poor Things fan. Her part is not big, but she's obviously just wanted to be. It's like, this is badass. Like, I get to
she was in Kinds of Kindness too, right?
Exactly.
But I think her in the coat room is so interesting, because I've seen some people say like it's not very good, especially you're acting against Ethan Hawke or like Adam Scott or Andrew Scott in this movie. But I think what she's doing is so interesting, because the character herself is trying to perform, right? Like she's this young girl talking to Lorenz Hart, this like huger than life personality, and she's telling the story, and she's clearly like, I have to tell this story really well because I'm performing for like the storyteller, right? And she's not quite as good at it as he is, but like the acting performance nails that, I think.
Well, and I think you're so right, Scott. And that goes back to what I was saying with May December about Natalie Portman in that movie.
Yes.
Who's a great actress portraying a not so great actress and trying to be a great actress. And that is really hard. It's like when somebody is a musician and they have to like portray a musician's not that good. It's kind of hard. It's not that easy to do. And I think she's great. I mean, I wasn't aware that like people were like down on Margaret Qualley. Like, I think she's consistent. I think
Good.
she's
Fools. Yeah.
good in whatever she does. I have nothing. Like I can't even think of anything that I didn't like her in. Like even things where it's like I didn't like that, but I thought she was good in it. You know, like I don't know, like what the Trisha Cook Joe Cohen movies.
Which I kind of like those movies, but I get it. You know,
I get what they're going for. I'm out.
Yeah,
but
totally,
you know, like
fair.
Peace and love to everybody who is enjoying those films, and they're clearly meant to be a certain thing, and they're doing that. But yeah, I think she's shown considerable depth. We were talked about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood to close out last year, and you know it's crazy that like all of like what we think of as young Hollywood now is basically in that movie.
Tarantino nailed it with that cast.
It's the very definition of like, oh my god, I'm tired of seeing like the same 5 people. I'm like, you would not have liked the 1930s because Clark Gable and Joe Crawford did 8 films together before he ever did Gone with the Wind.
That's right.
Seriously, you would get tired of seeing Joe Crawford, Betty Davis, Marlene Dietrich. Like you would get so tired. Greta Garbo, you people would get so tired of seeing all their faces. Imagine living in the 30s without social media and having to see all of them.
I know,
just having fewer too. Yeah.
I've seen people say that about the those Beatles movies coming out and
Brat
like
Pack.
whatever we think about them, but like people saying, oh, like these are all like the hot, up and coming, like they should have gone with unknowns. And I was like, hold on. You people are just too online. These are unknown actors.
Yeah. Paul Mescal is not that famous, people.
All due respect to Paul Mescal, who I love.
Yeah, he's great.
He did great in that Gladiator musical. I love it.
And like George McKay, like these are unknown.
Harrison,
Right, ask your mother if she knows who Barry Keoghan is.
Absolutely. And
Keoghan.
I love that Anna Swy's getting a bigger role. Yoko was a crazy flex. That's an incredible glow up.
Are they going to show that Chuck Berry moment where he's like, "Oh Jesus, someone shut off her mic"?
Oh yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait till like 2029 or whenever that film comes out.
They're gonna have. I want them to do a. I want them to do a movie about John Lennon and Yoko Ono's one shit kid that's sitting there worried that like he's not going to get
the one that's anti-woke.
Yeah, he's worried that he's not going to get into parties if not Julian Lennon, the other Sean Lennon, where he's sitting there and he's like, I'm not going to get into parties if they forget me fucking dead. he's like I'm sick of all these pronouns. Where all the pronouns at?
All right, look. Everybody loves talking trash, including the character in this movie. But the best place to do is, of course, Letterboxd, the social media site.
He would have killed it on podcast.
He would have killed it on podcast. Yeah, absolutely. Letterboxd, a social media site for film lovers talk at with and to each other about the films they love, maybe the films that they didn't love, maybe the films where this invoked Danny DeVito should have played hard, which okay, that's a decision. And of course, everyone gets to have their say. It's a bottom-up democracy. Everyone gets to chime in and opine about the movies, not just the Siskel's and Ebers of the world. This is best expressed succinctly, where the Collected Weekly by yours truly for Forrest and the rest of the panel to react to, laugh at, and with. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Blue Moon. Let's roll. They do an MCU-style Stuart Little name drop in this.
They should have they should have like a cut scene, like a post-credit scene where it's just the mouse, like
Stuart Little will return.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
yeah. Stuart Little, Quantum Leap, whatever.
Oh boy. Finally, a movie about a guy who hates Oklahoma as much as I do. That's for Salt.
Oklahoma. I like that he calls it that. I don't think he calls it that in real life.
Probably not. Quite possibly the saddest movie ever made for nostalgic theater kids who become middle-aged bisexual alcoholics. Yeah.
It's a specific niche, but you'd be surprised how many people are in it.
Yeah.
I can't believe Ethan Hawke's best performance is a movie where he says the sexiest thing on the planet is a half erect penis.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about that. Is there a lot to say about that?
There's a lot to talk about. Yeah, but that is a thing that is said in this picture.
It's like a half erect penis. That's a promise. A fully erect penis, it's too much. It hits you right in the face. A half erect penis. That is the promise of romance, of sex, of love.
Yeah, that's a hell of a quote. Just Ethan Hawke queening out for 2 hours, and we love it, folks. Don't we?
He even does like the hand motions. He's like,
"Oh yeah,
let me tell you." And then he's like, because like the world's straightest Sardi's bartender who's like, "I don't want to hear about penises anymore. Don't tell me. Just tell me that you fuck her. Don't tell me about penises anymore. God damn it! I don't want to hear about penises anymore."
Yeah, well, we'll say Oklahoma with an exclamation point notice. Fact, any title that feels the need for an exclamation point, you want to steer clear of.
Yeah, and it's been a lot of musicals since then that have done that.
Well, merrily we roll along. That was an exclamation point in the right there. Carousel.
On time.
Exclamation point.
See what you did there.
There you go. Good. Ethan Hawke and Richard Linklater are the Ben Affleck and Matt Damon for sad people who cry while eating ice cream. That's underrated.
You can see him. You can see him being like, "Oh, he quit drinking, so he's just housing a bowl of ice cream."
He's just got that Haagen-Dazs or whatever the equivalent would be, just chowing down.
Haagen-Dazs! Exclamation point. Ben and Jerry, I don't know who you are, but you guys make a good bowl.
It's kind of evolving into Trump with that voice, but anyway, whatever. Nobody told me Ethan Hawke was going to be a Hobbit-style short king in this.
He's so fucking tiny, and then they give him a gut, so he's tiny, but he's fat.
Yeah.
And he gets up, and you're like, "Oh man, this guy looks like a couch cushion."
Oof. Let him up. Jesus.
Mark Qualley's like 8 feet tall, and he's like tiny, and he looks like a couch cushion. J.D. Vance tried to stick his dick in Lauren's heart.
What was he, a couch?
I said he looks like a couch cushion.
Yeah, that's there you go. 100 minutes of shit talk about Oklahoma. My heart is full.
Cody, did you write that one?
I think that's for us all too, actually. Yeah.
It was a collaboration. Collaborative effort.
We take turns hating Oklahoma.
I said 100 minutes of shit talk about Oklahoma, and Conan said, "My heart is full."
Exactly. We're real Lorenz Hart and Rogers collab.
And then Scott wrote underneath, "I kind of liked it."
Yeah. I don't actually hate Oklahoma. I'm annoyed by Oklahoma. There's a distinct difference.
I get that.
And I liked it as a kid. I just was on. It did not hold up for me as an adult.
I watched it too many times, I think.
Yeah. Need a young Sheldon style Sondheim spinoff stat. Yeah.
See, someone else caught on to the young Sheldon.
These are just observations we made in the show. So that's hey.
Young Sheldon.
Young man.
I'm not a huge Sondheim fan, but I would watch that, I think.
Excuse me.
He's
only written some of the best musicals ever.
Yeah, but Conan doesn't like musicals, so that kind of makes.
What's wrong with West Side Story?
Moving on. I've been 6 characters in this movie, and I want to kill myself.
Morty, come on, play the piano, Morty, come on.
Yeah, there you go. Those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Blue Moon. Please find the show on our Letterboxd HQ account at Movie Night Extra, where we're all the stuff, episodes that we cover on the show. We have stuff there, attendant short form content, materials, writing, all that good stuff. Follow the show there. The exasperated Sardi bartender, that's Forrest, always Flacco, your host over there. He is logging stuff both related to the show and that isn't related to the show. So he's a good follow on the old Letterboxd. I am super annotated. That's a good thing, isn't it? No, it isn't. At Conan Neutron, you can find me doing the highbrow, the midbrow, the populist fair. Follow me along for the Criterion Challenge. I'm about a third of the way done, I think. So I'm well ahead of par, which is good because I'm going to be out of it for like a month. And a couple other journeys, things along those lines. You can find me on there. Did I do the whole thing? I don't do the whole thing, do I? Blue Moon, Christina on Letterboxd. She is logged in both your favorite movie musicals and other things as well when she deigns to do so, especially in this very busy award season. Scott and Tarante is on Letterboxd as well. It's just your name, I think.
It's just my name. Yeah.
It's your name. Easy enough. So go follow him. Scott's a great follow. He gets to do a lot of the cool New York film events. I always love seeing your logins at festivals and things along those lines. That's a good way to stay ahead of things is follow Scott and Tarante. All right, let's hit it with the plugs, please.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Bluesky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short-form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
That's right. So we got the Chris Spencer from Unsane episode is up and out. The general feed as of this morning. Tom Monahan from 1001 Album Complaints and The Chop, who will be coming on this very show to discuss Ghostbusters because they just wrote a Ghostbusters themed record, concept record, and it's great. He's on, that's in the patron queue right now. Also one of the hosts of the 1001 Album Complaints podcast, which conflict of interest alert. I am on next week talking about Rock from the Crypt, Scream Dracula Scream. So stay tuned for that, dropping on Monday. And then I've got the Drum Corps collective. There's a record called Drum Corps that has David Silver of Season of Risk and imprints of Bird Hands, a few other, Jason Gerken of Shiner. And it's a drum concept record. And if you've seen any of the stuff from Minneapolis, with the drummers playing outside the hotels while the ICE agents are trying to sleep. That's Ian. Wow. so they're going to be on Thursday in the live slot. It's a really cool project. It's the record is out in time for Record Store Day. All four of them are people that I would just have on normally on their own, but they're here specifically to talk about that. Interesting to have like drumming as a form of social protest. I think that's kind of cool and interesting. ProtonicUniversal.com for that. $1 a month for Patreon. .com/ProtonicUniversal advance access. And there's a lot of cool stuff before I come out on tour. Pretty sure Dwayne Dennison of Jesus Lizard and Tomahawk's going to be on again before I leave. Might be afterwards. They just announced a huge Tomahawk tour as well. And Falco from McCluskey definitely is going to be on next week. And there's a couple other things that are going to be happening as well. Because I'm doing all this because it's time for Conan Neutron, The Secret Friends to be on tour. So, of course, we're going out with Red Cross most of the month of March and April. Going out to the Little Steven's Underground Garage Cruise. Yes, that Little Steven, the one with the scarves, the one from The Sopranos, who also has a Sirius radio station. Long Beach sold out. Tickets still available for the other dates, going fast. 3 shows with Mike Watt to start off. LA, San Pedro, and Yucca Valley. We're going to be playing some new songs. Vinyl of Way of the Neutron available. The blue is starting to run low, but neutronfriends.bandcamp.com to pick that up. I'll be shipping them out until basically the Wednesday before we leave. Some new shirts coming, things along those lines as well. Neutronfriends.com. Come see us. If you're at any of those shows, hit me up. If I can put you in the list, I can. Don't ask me about the cruise. That ain't happening. There's like a friends and family discount. It's like $400. I'm like, oh my God, Jesus Christ. But you also get to see like the Sonics and like Social Distortion and so on and so on. It's pretty stacked. Whoops. That was
what I was out. They pulled me back in.
Yeah, exactly. Although it won't really be out on a cruise. So, but Caterwaul announced today the first 10 bands. We have Dazzling Killman, Digits, Heat, also Mike Watt and Missing Men, Muscle, New Brutalism, Point Line Plain, Season of Risk, Stress Positions, and Tongue Party. Caterwaul.org. 3 days in June, 5th, 6th, and 7th. We have another like pretty banger booking that we did not include in this announcement. So I'm pretty excited about it though. Caterwaul.org for that. Get your sure, yeah, why not? We'll do a girls against boys thing. We'll have 2 bass players. So caterwaul.org for that. I'm going to be on Film Splaining with Martin Strange, which a friend of the show, Marta Jovovich, was on to talk about Mikey and Nikki. I'm talking about All the President's Men, which is a movie I very much love, and one of the craziest years for movies ever, 1976. And wow, can I tell you, watching this now, like how amazing it was to see, first of all, see like competent journalism, but then also see repercussions for a corrupt president. Sounds nice.
Yeah,
sounds nice.
Well, one of the things, right? Like it's the president kind of at that point was like, oh well, they could kick me out, and if I don't resign, and it feels like we've gotten so far past that.
Apparently not.
In Trump, like with Trump in the last thing, it was like it's like, well, what would happen if Nixon Nixon just stayed? And it's like, well, now, I mean, they're
apparently
very
nothing.
Situation in Congress, but like, it's just like, this apparently you could have just stayed.
Well, All the President's Men rocks. That's a great movie.
I remember we talked about the candidate, and we had that clip where
that's right, yeah.
Redford's talking, and I love fucking listening to just Redford just go off about stuff, but talking about how he found out on, I mean, like we obviously all know about it, but he found out on the train, they were doing like a train stop thing where they were stopping in each city, and he would promote the movie and hop back on the train. And obviously, like, it's kind of sending up George McGovern, and there were people mad at him at the time. And he's hopping on the train each stop, and he finds out on the train from somebody that the story of Watergate broke.
Candidate, underrated movie. That's we covered that a long time ago. Boy,
I was still thinking about
that. Was our historically least watched or listened to theme month ever, which was all about electoral politics, right?
Somehow way more watched than anything in that during that season. The midterms happened, I'm pretty sure, while we were doing it. And the midterm, us reacting live to the midterms
was like way more popular because we did like Bob Roberts, we did the candidate, we did head of state, right? If I remember correctly, like we had like it was. I felt pretty good about it, but it was like, people just didn't want to hear that at the time. They're like, we don't want to hear about this.
There's something I wanted to talk about still with Redford and that whole thing, but I was thinking about the candidates so much this last election season because it was Zoran. Like in my head, I was like, is Zoran going to win the election and just sit there and then go, so what now? Like
what now? Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, totally. I mean, it looks like he's got a better handle on it than that. But what of the great movie Indians in my opinion.
But you have to imagine that like Bob McKay probably figured it out, right? Like or maybe not, but
one would hope.
I mean, if John Fetterman can figure it out, if they can drag him by the fucking leash around the Senate, Bob McKay has that figured out.
He had to wise up eventually.
He at least can put words in the sentence.
Conan, what other plugs you got?
Yeah, I was gonna say we're still in my plugs, by the way. We haven't even done final thoughts yet.
5 minutes.
That's about it. So yeah, tune in for I'll put the link for the Film Splaining episode when that's up. We're doing it tomorrow, and should be good. 1001 Album Complaints episode, Rock for the Crypt, drops on Monday. Christina, what do you got?
I'm probably gonna stream in a few hours to go over the State of the Union,
I had successfully forgotten about it.
No one's really talking about it, but I'm ready for my algorithm to shift.
Well, it's it's one battle after another length. As soon as I heard that,
Yeah.
we'll probably look at the highlights tomorrow.
Have you found that to be true?
Yeah. Also, Bridgerton, the rest of Bridgerton season 4 returns, so I'm gonna be occupied 3 a.m. on a Thursday morning, so that should be fun.
Nice.
Yep. And I couldn't do my show today because I had to clean because we got the maintenance guys coming to do the
Thank you. You're putting a Russian gulag against the hat.
Yeah, basically. Doing when I get a deadline, I'm more motivated to do stuff. Yeah, they're doing like the pest control and changing the filters, so it's like I have to clean.
Big filter's coming around. Big filter doesn't want you to know that you never have to change the filters. Actually,
I found if it's one filter after another. Do you find that to be true?
No. His thing with the filter was really.
And clearly the BAFTAs wanted to do publicity for that film, I swear, and they did a bang up job with that publicity.
I mean, look, people know what that movie is now.
Yeah,
they
certainly do.
At the expense of hurting literally everyone in that situation too. Like, good job, British. Good job, guys.
Well, they wanted to distract from the fact that they just keep having people resign from the Epstein files. Like,
Clearly.
Yeah, it must be
Hey,
nice to have
America, we
repercussions.
don't do that here.
Yeah,
Oi,
exactly.
what if we had someone say the N-word? No one's going to be
Because
talking about Epstein
What's
then.
funny too was the beginning.
They
of
sure
the
edited
movie,
out the free Palestine, but they didn't edit that out. Oh yeah, we don't know how to do it
the second
anymore.
slur that was dropped. I'm like, why not the first? But you know what's funny too? I watched the movie, right? Just be like, the first part of the movie is him about to get knighted or whatever. He says, "Fuck the queen." Oh, so and then he says sorry, and I'm like,
And then the
He
queen
could've-
laughed, right? I didn't
yeah,
watch it.
he could have been like N-word. Oh, sorry.
Well, I don't know. Calling the queen the N-word wouldn't hit the same way. No, there's
Ooh, my word.
one
Was
of
this
the
naked
things,
gun?
right? I
Thank
feel
you.
really bad
Naked
for that
gun,
guy. One of the things is that the BBC's been following him since he was 16.
They've been trying hard to promote that movie, and they got
Yeah.
it. They really they went hard for this
But
movie because
like one of the big things is everybody in England has been following this guy's story since he was 16. Like that's one of the major things on the BBC, and they check in with them all the time. And it's like, so it makes sense. Like everybody in the BBC or like everyone in Britain is like, oh, like we know this guy. This guy has this problem. But in America, none of that stuff has ever appeared. I don't think
no one knew
Netflix
who this
can
guy
say-
was or what this movie was
Yeah.
outside the UK. So it's like, what?
So he's like,
I think there's always at least one BAFTA movie that people are like, what?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's going to be Oscar contender next year, so get ready for a viral moment, y'all.
Tuppence and Tea. What movie is that? I don't know. I never heard of this movie before.
Prince Andrew
I
gets up and calls
swear
someone the
by
N-word.
the
You're like,
moon
"Ah,
and
Prince
the
Andrew has
stars
threats.
in the
Don't worry about it."
sky.
By the way, one of the
I'm
greatest
all
Prince
for it.
Andrew memes was this, like the thing when he's in the back, and it's the Mogwai Commando.
Just like his dad, man.
But
I'm
it's like
it's-
Prince Andrew instead of like the guy. I was like,
Yeah.
meme made just for me.
I called him the other day. I was like just spitballing, and I called him Andrew, the artist formerly known as Prince.
That's solid. That's solid. That's really good. Anything else, Christina?
No.
You guys got
besides-
absurdity space tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, we're going to
We'll
talk about
probably-
State of the
we'll
Union
probably-
and
anything-
all this discourse.
Yeah, just someone Tourette'ing the entire time.
Yeah, well,
I
you know,
shouldn't joke about
sometimes I just say the N-word. But no, there's
It's like that soundbite that Dan does, my N-word or whatever. That
Oh,
he
yeah,
posts on. And I'm like,
my-
oh, Jesus.
my N-word. Glenn Beck saying it.
All right. So absurdity space tomorrow. Scott, what do you got for plugs?
Yeah, none of that. But
Take us anywhere but there. please. Thank
but
you.
yeah, over on Big White Elephants, we're also doing Oscar stuff. We've been doing past Oscar winners this month. So this week's episode, we're covering Dreamgirls.
Ooh.
And then we're gonna do 2 weeks of this Oscar season. So we're gonna talk about Sinners and K-pop Demon Hunters. And my other podcast, This Is the Greatest Song I've Ever Heard in My Entire Life. We
You
have
had
an episode.
chaperone on that. I didn't know that.
We did, yeah, back in
Ah.
2022. Yeah.
Um,
but yeah, we have a
we had to go. Sorry.
yeah, and yeah, she's the best. But we have a group coming on this week called Sybil. They're like a sister folk duo that make really cool, like ethereal close, weird vocal harmonies and violin stuff. So like, we're
that's
really
cool.
excited to get into that. They
Are
talk
you
about
gonna
the Joni
Are you
Mitchell
gonna
songs.
address Eddie Murphy's like Oscar snub for that year too for Dreamgirls?
Absolutely, yeah. We talked about Eddie Murphy and Norbit
just
and
leaving.
how that tanked his win potentially.
Norbit, that's
and
right.
So
Yes,
yeah,
Jesus.
check all that out wherever you do those sorts of things.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
By the way, for those not aware, we are doing an after party tonight as we do an Oscar season. Scott's going to give us his Oscar picks. Friend of the show, Becky Rice. Also
And I get
coming
to
on.
read them for you guys.
Yeah, thankfully.
Sure.
So we're gonna have Becky Rice and Scott both
Yeah,
doing
read
Oscar
all
picks.
in
for
a,
after
all in a
party.
Russian accent. I didn't approve this choice. This Oscar season.
Best cinematography.
In Mother Russia, Oscar pick you. No.
Variety predicted that Sinners is not going to win Best Score. I'm like, but it's been winning Best Score for every other award, though.
All right, well, we're gonna get into it.
But
in the after party.
All right, Scott. Final thoughts, and then we can go to your after. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, Blue Moon. I love this movie. I loved it even more the second time I saw it. I think it's it's funny, but it's also like just really sad. I think the second time you feel more sad about it.
Mhm.
He's just a really tragic character. Ethan Hawke, career best performance potentially.
Mhm.
Incredible script, great time, great subject matter. I'm a 5-star on this one. So
It's like I feel like if they did a movie 8 months later of his life, it wouldn't be as like you're like, oh well, he died obviously, but it's like because it's that one night, because it's that crescendo of sadness. Man, the best movie, the crescendo of sadness.
Not a triangle of sadness, mind you. Just a crescendo.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's probably what? You know how movies get shit with like different titles so people don't know? Imagine that being crescendo of sadness for this movie.
But yeah, well, that's like one battle after another was gonna be the Battle of Bacton Cross.
Yeah.
What the fuck is Bacton Cross?
Right, that'd be the first thing I ask. I'm like, huh? Where's that?
I remember.
Oh, Eureka.
I remember
Okay.
seeing it originally put out
It's
there.
also
They're like-
somehow on the border.
They're like Paul Thomas Anderson's The Battle of Bacton Cross. I'm like, the fuck is this like some kind of Lord of the Rings shit I don't know about? But Christina,
It's right past Rivendell. I just like the idea of
final thoughts.
As someone who's a huge fan of the song Blue Moon,
Yeah.
as someone who can hit
Wow.
the bass notes, that is right. My octave range is low, very, very low. I am a huge Broadway fanatic, huge fan of Rodgers and Hart. Obviously also, Hammerstein, Sondheim. I love that this is like a very specific, like little moment in his life. If more biopics were like this specifically, let's do them all. Let's do the opening night of Cats by Andrew Lloyd Webber and everyone being confused on how that musical became a hit. Let's do more.
If
of
there
this.
were more like that, they wouldn't be banned by the Geneva Convention.
Exactly. Like I said, we're getting 4 separate Beatles biopics where they all meet for like an Avengers, whatever the hell.
The Beatles will return and let it.
I mean,
take.
imagine if Michael Jackson's biopic just took place during the creative process of the Thriller album. That's too much to ask for.
Paul, it's nice to meet you.
But but again, if it was any other year, I feel like this would have been like Ethan Hawke would have been a more serious contender for Best Actor, considering he's up against Timmy, Leo, Michael B.
Yeah.
Jordan.
We'll get into it in the after party, but I do like that he was nominated though, because it's such a different kind of performance than those other 4. Right?
Well, he's kind of our Coleman Domingo in a way. Like
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been here for a while and he hasn't really got his
and
flowers
he's black.
yet.
No, wait, that's not. No, but it's like somebody that like we feel like should get their due for this, and like because
Well,
of the
maybe in the
season,
Michael
like-
Jackson biopic, he will get a Coleman Domingo will get a Best Supporting. I'm marking it now. Best Supporting Actor Coleman Domingo playing Joe Jackson in the Michael Jackson biopic. It's are really good for the makeup. Anyway,
They're like, look, we're gonna give you best supporting for those contacts. Conan, final thoughts about Blue Moon.
Yeah. Best supporting corrective lenses in a serious picture. Yeah, look, this is on the upper echelon of sitting around and talking trash cinema, right? I think it's absolutely insane that Richard Linklater did 2 movies this year, didn't write either one, and they're both amongst my favorites.
who does he
That's
think he is?
super
Yorgos Lanthimos doing like what 3 movies a year? Like what's going on? How are these directors just pushing out these movies?
They all got Emma Stone.
In this movie, I do totally understand it with Nouvelle Vague and this because it's like
it took 15 days to film this one.
Yeah,
which is
amazing.
amazing. How fast?
Meanwhile, he's doing Merrily Roll Along for 50 years. Will he live?
If you
Who's gonna
average it
take
out,
over?
you know. Anyway,
He's like, hey, I've been working on this film for 50 years.
I think it's a this movie Blue Moon. I think is a deeply compelling and well-written hangout movie. Ethan Hawke plays one of the great also rans, has-beens, never was ? And
More
the
has-been biopics.
The sharp and concise screenplay helps a lot. And Linklater plays to like all of his strengths in this. And I think I love seeing films about people that are too smart for their own good. And Lorenz Hart is absolutely, not just an asterisk in every mention of Rodgers and Hammerstein, but absolutely one of those guys. Sassy, sharp, I love seeing people in movies hold court, right? And this is a great holding court movie as well. You get all kinds of like showbiz ennui and retrospection, but he secretly wants to reunite with his longtime partner, and you get to see him like talk all this trash and then basically throw that out the window just to try to get him back. And it's heartbreaking in a very specific way, which isn't to discount the actual heartbreak of the woman who will never ever be with him, but that he kind of wants to be as well as be with, which is fascinating. It's a great ensemble. Ethan Hawke, we said it right, shines in a way that I think he's always great, and I've never seen him do anything like this before. And great. I'm really glad that we covered it because it's a very different kind of movie compared to most of the other Oscar contenders this year. Like I feel like this would be a movie that if it came out in the 90s or something, like would be like considered more of a serious contender. And,
the peak of the biopic, definitely.
But I think it's really good, and I think it was a great conversation, despite our many derivations. Episodes longer than the movie, but okay, that happens sometimes. And great having you on to talk about it, Scott. And
thanks so much.
Looking forward to getting into it in the after party where we go through.
So we're gonna be going over to the after party in a couple minutes here. Final 2 episodes of the before the Oscars next week, Begonia, and we have Josh.
We shave our heads on stream. Except for Forrest, because he's already bald.
Forrest got to jump on that.
I'll make sure to just raise your hand.
Only Emma Stone can rock a bald head. Again, she's got the bone structure for it. And I'm like,
I can't rock a bald. I can't rock. You're saying that?
No, not really, Forrest, because it makes your face rounder.
It does make my face rounder.
It makes my face like my short. That's why I'm growing out my hair because I'm like, shit. My
trying
face
to back it out the rest of the month. You need to light them up on stream right now, Jesus.
I can't rock a bald. Vin Diesel can't rock a bald head. The Rock can't rock a bald head. You're saying it's easy? You think this is easy? Then after that, The Secret Agent.
With Zach Marsh coming back onto that. And Josh and I think Sean both coming on to do their Oscar picks next week in the after party as well. And then Zach coming on as well. And we are going to be doing our annual Academy Award live stream as well. So
and before the Oscars, I think maybe the Saturday night before the Oscars, we should do a watch party of Sinners, just because.
That's right, because
we haven't watched. We
covered it that week.
There are people who still haven't seen Sinners in my community, and I'm like, we've watched it 3 times in my Discord already. What?
We're also at some point, I think before the Oscars, we got to do a roundup where it's like the ones we didn't cover.
Speed round, we did that was fun last year. Yeah, that was.
So we'll figure that out. We'll figure out a date.
My F1 review will be
So join us over there on the after party. We're gonna get Scott's Oscar picks and Becky Rice's Oscar picks and and the Oscar picks and everyone. Lorenz Hart's Oscar picks.